Hello everyone and we are live. Welcome to part 2 of my complete Blu-ray collection tonight. And tonight we're going to be going through all the films that I've got over that part of the room. And part 3 will be all the films that I've got over in this side of the room. And I'll probably do part 3 in a couple of weeks time. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing this stream, but there is a lot of movies to go through here, so I'm going to try my best to get through as many comments as I possibly can, and also go through all the films and go into as much detail as I can as well. But there's no one here at the moment, so without further ado, let's go through some films. And first up, we have Black Hawk Down, which is an amazing war film. Definitely one of my favourite war movies. Has a fantastic cast. Josh Hartnett is fantastic in this film. He's one of my favourite actors. I really do like him as an actor, and he gives an excellent performance in this film. And yeah, it's just a really tense movie from start to finish. I haven't seen the 4K yet, but definitely want to. Next up, we have Old Boy in 4K. This is an amazing film, one of my favourite foreign language movies. Really brutal and violent in places as well. Got some fantastic action in it, and yeah, really enjoy the story. Has lots of great action in it, and it is just a really well made film. Have a great time with this one. Next up, we have The Town in 4K. I actually haven't seen this film yet, but I've heard amazing things about it. I've heard it's going to be one of the better heist movies to be out there. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching this, definitely. And I believe this is a film that Ben Affleck directed as well, and he's a great director. So really looking forward to watching this one. Next up, we have Wonder in 4K. This is an amazing film. It's really emotional in places. It has a really heartfelt story, and the performances in it are absolutely amazing. Really enjoyed watching this one, and yeah, great film there. Next up, we have Boys in the Hood 4K. This is one of my favourite 90s films. Probably is my favourite or second favourite Hood film of all time. The performances are excellent. It's really brutal and realistic as well. Has a lot of heart to it and a lot of important messages in this movie. And yeah, the performances are fantastic. Really well directed as well by John Singleton. He was a fantastic director. Rest in peace to him. And yeah, this is definitely one of his best movies. Really love this film. Next up, we have War Dogs in 4K. This is a really entertaining film. Actually, I really enjoyed watching this one. Really fun and entertaining comedy film from the last decade, and the story is also quite intriguing as well. And Jonah Hill and Miles Teller give great performances as well. So yeah, had a great time watching that one. Next up, we have Scott Pilgrim versus World, which is a film that I haven't seen yet. I think this is Edgar Wright film. This is the only film I'm yet to see of his, but I've heard that it's an amazing film, and I'm definitely looking forward to checking it out soon. Next up, we have A Clockwork Orange in 4K. I have seen this film once, and to be completely honest, I wasn't a massive fan of it when I first saw it. I appreciated it for what it was, and it is definitely a well-made film, but I just didn't enjoy it. I think it maybe I was too young to fully appreciate this film when I watched it, but I'm definitely looking forward to giving it another go in 4K. Yeah, looking forward to watching this film again. Next up, we have Space Jam in 4K, which is a really entertaining film. I've only seen this film once, believe it or not. I didn't grow up watching this film, but yeah, it's a fun time, and I like the characters in it. So yeah, good movie. And we have got a couple of comments. First up, we got Andy Forgotten World of Movies. Hello, Andy. Thank you for joining, my friend. Hope you enjoy the stream. And we've also got Steve here. Hello, mate. Hope you enjoy your stream as well. Thank you both very much for joining. And next up, we got Cinema Paradiso in 4K. I've heard that this is such a great film. I definitely should check this out soon. I know it's a classic film, and I've heard that it looks really good in 4K. So yeah, definitely looking forward to checking that one out. And next up we have The Doors Steelbook in 4K. This is a fantastic film. Val Kilmer gives an excellent performance as Jim Morrison in this film. The music is great, of course. I really do enjoy some of the songs by The Doors. And yeah, it's just a really great um, what's the word, adaptation of their life. Yeah, just really enjoyed this film. Really great biopic, and yeah, looking forward to watching it again, definitely. And we've also got Gareth here. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. And next up we have Leatherface Uncut. I believe this is the 2017 version. I think this came out. And I haven't seen this one yet, but I do enjoy some of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films. So definitely looking forward to giving this a go at some point. Next up, we have Uncut Gems on 4K Criterion. I haven't seen the 4K of it yet, but I do really enjoy this film. I think Adam Sandler gives probably his best performance of his career, I would say, in this film. He really is great in this film. And yeah, the story is just absolutely mental, and it's great to see what unfolds in this film. And I really had a great time watching it. So yeah, would definitely recommend this film if you've not seen it before. It is a fantastic time. Next up, we have Menace to Society 4K Criterion, which I have seen in 4K, and it looks really good in 4K. This is one of my favourite films of the 90s as well, and also contender for my favourite hood film of all time, alongside with Boys in Hood. I think that this is really brutal and realistic, and yeah, it's got fantastic performances all round. Really, really great sort of war movie. It has a really war sort of feel to it, and yeah, it's just a fantastic film from start to finish. Really love this film. Next up, we have Speed in 4K, which is one of my favourite action films from the 90s. It's an absolute classic film. Keanu Reeves is fantastic in it, and also Dennis Hopper as the villain is really entertaining in this film as well. It's also got Sandra Bullock, who's great as well. And yeah, there's some really great tense action scenes in this film. I haven't seen a 4K yet, but I do love this movie, so looking forward to giving it a go soon. Next up, we have Grease in 4K, which is one of my favourite musicals. I really have a great time with this film. The music is fantastic. Olivia Newton-John is great in it. Also John Travolta, even though his acting is not the best, admittedly, but he's still really entertaining to watch in this film. And yeah, it's just a fun time from start to finish, and I absolutely adore the songs in it. And looks great in 4K as well, so there's a bonus. Next up, we have The Blues Brothers in 4K, which is a really fun musical starring John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. Their chemistry together in this film is absolutely on point. They have fantastic chemistry in this film. It's a great 80s movie. It's an absolute classic, and the music in it is great as well. So yeah, definitely would recommend that one. Next up, we have The Last Action Hero in 4K. This isn't one of my favourite Arnie movies, but I still had a really fun time with it. I think that some of the action in it is really good, and has some great classic one-liners, of course, which you would expect from an Arnie film. And yeah, just have a great time with it. The story's really interesting, and is executed quite well. And yeah, I have a fun time with it. Good movie there. Next up, we have Bohemian Rhapsody in 4K, which is a fantastic film. It's not my favourite music biopic movie. I would say that would have to probably go to Stratton Compton or Rocket Man, but it's still a fun movie, and the concert scene at the end is just absolutely phenomenal. I think that's probably my favourite scene of the film. But I don't know. There's just something about this movie that doesn't quite connect with me. I think it might be the story itself. It's not the best biopic, like I said, but it's still a decent time, and I would recommend it if you haven't seen it before. And we also got Lewis Smith here. Hello, mate. Thank you for joining. It says, all right, mate, great film there. Classic when it is, yes. Absolutely agree with you there, mate. What a film. And next up, we have The Greatest Showman, which is a really fun musical. Isn't a fantastic movie, but it knows exactly what it is, and it's a really fun time. Some of the music in it is really catchy and fun as well. And I haven't seen the 4K Blu-ray of it yet, but I've heard it's meant to look really good, and I'm looking forward to watching it in 4K. But yeah, I just have a really fun time with this movie, and looking forward to watching it again. Next up, we have Elvis in 4K, which I haven't seen since the cinema, but I did really enjoy this movie. I just have quite a few problems with it, especially in the first 30 minutes. I think that the first 30 minutes feel really rushed, and the editing's all over the place. And also, I think it is a little bit star over substance in the first 30 minutes. But I think once you get past those first 30 minutes and it slows down a bit and it actually decides to tell a decent story, I think it is actually a really good film after that, and I do recommend it. It's just a shame that the first 30 minutes are a bit weak, but I still love this film nonetheless, and definitely looking forward to rewatching it in 4K. So yeah, good movie, just not a good, fantastic movie. Next up, we have The Kingsman in 4K, which is the only Kingsman film that I have not seen yet. I believe this is sort of a prequel, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard that it's meant to be okay, but I haven't heard the best things about it. But I'm still looking forward to giving it a go, because I did actually quite enjoy the second movie quite a lot as well, and that wasn't the best received when it first came out. So hopefully I'll enjoy this film as well. Next up, we have an absolute classic, one of my favourites from the 80s, and that is 48 Hours in 4K. I haven't seen the 4K of it yet, but I absolutely have a blast with this film. It's so funny, and Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte have such great chemistry on screen together in this film. They absolutely hate each other to start with in this film, and it's absolutely hilarious to see. But I like how this story unfolds, and yeah, it's just such a great 80s film, really entertaining, that one. And we also got Ryan from Let's Get Kicking Movies here. Hello, mate. Saying hey there, Scott. Hope you have an awesome stream. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate that. And next up, we have True Action Star for Dale saying, evening, Scott. Great stream last night. Thank you so much, True. Glad you enjoyed it. And good to see you in tonight as well. Next up, we have The Fog in 4K, which is a fantastic film. One of my favourite ghost films of all time. Just a really entertaining movie. Quite creepy as well. I think it actually still holds up, to be fair, and it is still quite creepy. There was one jump scare when I first watched it, actually really got me, to be fair, and I'm looking forward to rewatching this in 4K, because it is one of my favourite films from John Carpenter. Next up, we have Fatal Attraction in 4K. I haven't seen this film yet, but I've heard amazing things about it, and yeah, but I believe this is an erotic thriller from what I'm aware, and I do like those kinds of films, so hopefully I'll enjoy this one as well. But it's got Michael Douglas in it, is one of my favourite actors of all time, so I'm sure I'm going to really enjoy this one. Next up, we have The Mule in 4K. I haven't seen this film either yet, but I have heard decent things about it. That Clint Eastwood gives a really great performance in this film, and yeah, really excited to check it out, definitely. Next up, we have It's a Wonderful Life. I've seen clips of this before on TV, passing by, but I've never actually watched it the whole way through. And I'm really looking forward to watching it in 4K for the first time, because I've heard that this film's absolutely incredible. It's a Christmas staple for a lot of people, and hopefully when I get around to watching it, it'll be a Christmas staple for me as well. But yeah, really looking forward to checking this film out. Nothing but great things. And next up, we have King Kong in 4K. I believe this came out in '76. I believe this is the '76 version. I do like some of the King Kong films. I like the original one, the Peter Jackson one from 2005. So hopefully I'll enjoy this one as well. Yeah, always down to watch more films with King Kong. absolutely love the original one. Peter Jackson one's really good as well, so hopefully I'll enjoy this one as well. And we also got Harry Dodd there. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. And he's saying great stream, Scott. Thank you so much, mate. Glad you're enjoying it. Next up, we have Untouchables in 4K. This is a really cool collector's edition box set of it. It's been a little while since I've seen this film, but I absolutely love this film. It's a absolute classic. Some of the performances in it are absolutely unbelievable, especially from Sean Connery. He's fantastic in this film. And obviously Robert De Niro as Al Capone is great in this film as well. It's got some fantastic dialogue and it's just a really entertaining gangster film. So yeah, I haven't seen it in 4K yet, but definitely looking forward to watching it soon. And next up we have another 4K box set, and that is the original Top Gun Cine edition from HMV. And yeah, this film is a lot of fun. When I first watched this movie, I actually was not a fan of it, but over past few rewatches, I've really grown to appreciate this film, and I do have a really fun time with this movie. It's not great, and it is a bit dated, admittedly, but it's still a lot of fun, and I really do like the soundtrack, especially the main theme. The main theme to this film is absolutely incredible, and some of the action in it is really fun as well. I do like some of the flying scenes quite a lot. But yeah, it's not a patch on the new one, but it's still an entertaining film for sure. Next up, we have The Northman in 4K, which is a really great film. A bit weird and a bit out there, but I think out of all of Robert Eggers' films, this is probably the most accessible one that he's done. And yeah, it's got really great cinematography in it, that's for sure. It's got some really, really good fight scenes as well in it. And yeah, it's just a really entertaining time. Can be a bit brutal in process as well, that's for sure. It can be quite difficult to watch at times. But still a fantastic film, and yeah, really enjoyed this one. Next up, we have a film I haven't seen in quite a while, but it is Lost Boys in 4K, which is a really nice set. And yeah, I absolutely adore this film. It's one of my favourite vampire movies. Just an absolute classic from the 80s. Kiefer Sutherland is absolutely fantastic as the main villain in this movie. And yeah, just brilliant movie. The soundtrack itself is one of my favourite parts of this film as well. I absolutely adore the soundtrack. Cry Little Sister is one of my favourite songs from any movie, and yeah, it's just a really great 80s looking movie as well. I really love the style to this film, and yeah, just a fantastic film. Next up, we have The Woman King on 4K, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard amazing things about it. Really looking forward to watching this one. I've heard this might be quite powerful and impactful and emotional as well, and I'm definitely looking forward to checking this one out soon. But let's go into a few more comments. We got Gary North here. Hello, Gary, mate. Thank you so much for joining. Gary says, great movie with Northman, my favourite of 2022. Oh, awesome, mate. I'm glad you enjoy it that much, definitely. And yeah, it is a fantastic movie, I agree. Got Lewis Smith saying Kids cover art on The Lost Boys looks great. Yeah, definitely. It's a really nice set. I do agree. And looking forward to watching the film in 4K. Got Chirag Star saying nice collection of stuff there, Scott. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. And let's go into some more films. We got Smile in 4K, which I'm still yet to see, but the cover on this film is creepy as hell. It's really scary, the cover. I've heard the film itself is meant to be absolutely terrifying from a lot of people as well. And I'm not too good when it comes to jump scares, admittedly, even though horror is my favourite genre, and I do like being scared while watching a horror film, but I've heard that this one's going to have quite a lot of jump scares. But yeah, looking forward to getting round to this one at some point, definitely. I've heard fantastic things about it. Next up, we have Planes, Trains and Automobiles in 4K. I haven't heard great things about 4K transfer, but I absolutely love this film. It's one of my favourite films from John Hughes. He was a fantastic filmmaker. He's done some of my favourite films of the 80s. And this is definitely one of those movies as well. I love the story to this film. It's just so funny and entertaining. And John Candy and Steve Martin give excellent performances. The chemistry on screen together is fantastic in this film. And yeah, this film is just so funny and rewatchable. I could watch this at any time, definitely. Such a fantastic comedy from the 80s there. Next up, we have a fantastic 4K set again with Basic Instinct. I watched this for the first time in 4K. I'd never seen it before with 4K, but I really, actually, really liked this film. I thought it was a really good thriller. Sharon Stone gives an amazing performance in it. So does Michael Douglas as well. And yeah, just a really great film. Really enjoyed it. Next up, we've got the Karate Kids remake, which I did start watching about maybe 10 years ago or so, but I think I only got like 20 minutes in or something, then stopped watching it. I don't remember it being brilliant. I can't remember why I stopped watching it actually, but I think I just got too busy and couldn't finish it. But I will go back to this at some point and give it another go because I know it does have its fans out there. But yeah, I don't remember it being fantastic from what I remember. But hopefully I will enjoy it on a rewatch. Got Harry Dodd saying, "Oh my God, I grew up watching Planes, Trains and Automobiles." Yeah, same here, mate. I love that film. He's saying he's seen it like 100 times. Wow, that is awesome. Great to hear, my friend. Got Harry Dodd saying also, "I've seen most of these, but not any in 4K." That's fair enough, mate. I'm glad you've seen most of the films, and hopefully they all look good in 4K as well, definitely. And next up we have the Nightmare on Elm Street the 7 movie collection, which comes with the first 7 movies. Obviously, I don't think it comes with a remake. No, it doesn't. I've seen the first 4 of these films. I should really finish the set off because I do actually love the first 3, and I actually quite enjoyed the fourth one as well, which I know isn't the most popular of the franchise, but I actually had a good time with it. So yeah, obviously the first one is probably the best made one, I would say, and it is an absolute classic. But I have such a soft spot for the third movie, Dream Warriors. That movie is so much fun, and the soundtrack is so awesome in that film. Also, Freddy Krueger's a badass villain, isn't he? In all the films, I just absolutely love Freddy Krueger, and you can't beat it. Really, looking forward to watching some of those again. Next up, we have Gremlins, which is a really great movie. Has a few other elements to it, I would say as well, and is a Christmas film as well. And yeah, just a really fun movie from the 80s. I haven't seen it too many times. It's not a film that I grew up with, but I definitely need to give this another rewatch because when I watched it for the first time, I remember really enjoying it. Next up, we have Shame, which was a film that I liked, but I thought it was a bit weird as well. But I did really like this film. The performances were excellent. I just remember it having a really weird story and it being completely out there. But yeah, decent movie. Would definitely watch it again at some point. Next up, we have Jackie Brown, which I think I've only seen half of it. I don't remember watching this film all the way through, but I remember liking what I saw of it, and obviously it's got a fantastic cast with Bob De Niro and Samuel Jackson, and I believe Pam Grier's in this film as well. Yes, she is, and yeah, just fantastic cast, and I remember liking from what I saw of it, so I'll definitely have to give this another go at some point, definitely. And next up, we have the 2004 film. I think this is of Starsky and Hutch. I used to watch this quite a lot when I was younger. Actually, really enjoyed this one. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but I do like Owen Wilson and Ben Stiller quite a lot, and they are quite good in this film. I think. I haven't seen the original TV series, but I do enjoy this film. Next up, we got Steven Seagal collection on box set on Blu-ray, which comes with Under Siege, Under Siege 2, Hard to Kill, Nico Above Law, and Executive Decision. I believe I've seen all these films. I can't remember much about Nico Above the Law, but I know I've seen the rest of them. And yeah, they're just fun, entertaining Steven Seagal movies. They're not excellent, but they are what they are, and I have a fun time with them. Especially the first Under Siege movie, I think that's a lot of fun. Has some great action scenes in that, and Executive Decision is a lot of fun as well. And going to a couple more comments, we got Ian Hill Rumblings here. Hello, Ian, mate. Saying hi, Scott. Really enjoying seeing your collection. Some great films. Thank you so much, Ian. Really appreciate that, mate. We got Steve saying Nightmare on Elm Street needs a 4K release. Yeah, definitely. I 100% agree with you on that, Steve. I would love to see that, mate. And next up, we have the Final Destination Quadrilogy on Blu-ray, which comes with the first 4 movies. And yeah, I actually have a great time with this franchise. I think this franchise is actually quite a bit better than a lot of people give it credit for. I think it's quite clever way it does some things in this franchise, the way they're filmed and the way they have like film clues, just really excellent stuff. And I think they do a great job in this film, the cast as well. And yeah, but I think some of the films are actually quite well directed as well. And yeah, some of the kills in these films are absolutely brutal. So yeah, really entertaining films to watch. And I actually find these films quite creepy as well. I think they hold up pretty well. So yeah, looking forward to watching these again at some point. And we got Pete here, Pretender Guy. Hello, mate. Good to hear. Hope you enjoy the stream, mate. Next up, we have the Stanley Kubrick collection on Blu-ray, which contains Lolita, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon, The Shining, Full Metal Jacket, and Eyes Wide Shut. I've seen all of these movies. Lolita was a really good film. Actually, I really enjoyed that one. 2001: A Space Odyssey is a film that I like, but I'm not a massive fan of it. I think it's a film that I appreciate more than I actually enjoy it. Visually, though, it's absolutely stunning. I can't take away that from a film, that's for sure. Visually, it's an absolute masterpiece, in my opinion. But I just find it to be a little too slow for my liking, and I don't fully connect with it, unfortunately. But it's still a very well made film, that's for sure. And A Clockwork Orange I spoke about a bit earlier, obviously, because I own a 4K of that film as well. Next, Barry Lyndon is also another film that I wasn't too keen on. I love the costume designs and all the battle scenes and stuff like that, but story-wise, I just didn't find much there to connect with, and it wasn't really my kind of film. So I will rewatch it, but unfortunately, not a massive fan of that film at the moment. And you have The Shining, which is one of my favourite horror films of all time. Absolute classic. Jack Nicholson gives such a great performance in that film. It's absolutely ridiculous how good he is in that film. And yeah, he's one creepy fucker in that film, that's for sure. And Full Metal Jacket is another great film. One of my favourite Vietnam War films, that's for sure. I have a great time with it. And yeah, the sergeant in that film is really evil and creepy in that film, and some of his one-liners are absolutely class. Just some classic lines in that film, that's for sure. And Eyes Wide Shut is actually a film that I really enjoyed. Thought it was really entertaining, and yeah, it's definitely an interesting film, that's for sure. But yeah, really great film. Really underrated in my opinion. And we got O'Dowd saying hi to Pete, and Steve is saying the same. Got Pete saying hello to Harry and Steve. Got Pete saying that Kubrick set is wonderful. Yeah, definitely is, Pete. I do agree with that. Thank you, mate. We got Lewis Smith saying evening, dude. Yeah, hello, mate. Thank you for joining. We got Gary saying what version of The Shining is included in a box set. I believe it is the cut version. We own 2-hour version, which is a shame, but I do own a 4K of it as well, which I will get to later, and I believe that is the fully uncut version, so that's great. Next up, we have Prometheus to Alien collection, The Evolution. This contains all 5 Alien films, including Prometheus. This is a fantastic set. Absolutely adore the first 2 movies, especially the second one. I think the second one is one of the greatest action films of all time, and Ripley is just such a badass character in that film. I absolutely adore her character in that movie. The third one isn't great. I don't hate it as much as most people, But the first 5 minutes are definitely a bit disrespectful to the first two movies, that's for sure. And but I still enjoy it for what it is. Alien Resurrection's absolutely awful. I really don't like that movie. It can be entertaining at times. It can be sort of taken as like 90s entertaining cheese, I guess. But it's not a great film, that's for sure. And Prometheus, I actually really enjoyed. Thought it was a really good prequel to the Alien franchise, and it got excellent performances in it. So yeah, looking forward to giving some of those a rewatch again, definitely. And we got Tom 180 here saying hello, Scott. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Got Lewis saying nice set there as well, mate. Thank you, appreciate that. And we got Andy Like Stuff channel here. Hello, Andy. Hope you're doing well, mate. Saying good result for you today for your team, Scott. I definitely really happy with the 3-1 win. Definitely well done to Chelsea. And he's saying I just watched Kick-Ass 1 and 2. I think they're underrated. Also, the amount of young now famous actor in them in who's who. Yeah, definitely. I really enjoy the Kick-Ass movies as well, and yeah, they are, but they do have some really famous actors in them as well, to be fair, and yeah, they are entertaining films, I do agree. Next up, we have Taxi Driver, which is a classic Martin Scorsese film. Bob De Niro gives a fantastic performance as Travis Bickle in this film, and it has some excellent cinematography. I really love the colour palette of this film, and has some great one-liners as well. You're talking to me. I absolutely adore that scene. That's a fantastic scene, and yeah, that line is so iconic. And this film is fantastic. It's not my favourite Martin Scorsese film, but it's definitely up there, I would say. Next up, we have Mission Impossible box set 1 to 5. I should get the 6 movies well, as that's probably my favourite in the franchise, admittedly. But yeah, but I really like most of these films in the franchise. The only one I'm not a massive fan of is the second one, but I think it still has some great action in it. I think the opening scene is really tense when he's climbing on that cliff. I think that's a really great scene at the start there. The first one is actually really good, sort of like spy espionage sort of film, and I have a great time with the first movie. Think it's a little bit underrated as well. The third film is a lot of fun, got some great action in it, and it's the introduction to Simon Pegg in this franchise as well, so that's great to see as well. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol is absolutely amazing. Has some of my favourite action scenes of all time, and yeah, just got some great action in it. Really great film. Mission Impossible Rogue Nation is the exact same. Got some great action in it. Tom Cruise does some unbelievable stunts in some of these films, that's for sure. And yeah, I just absolutely adore this franchise. Next up, we have La Haine, which is a BFI box set. This is a really good French movie. Actually, I really liked this film. It's really sort of gritty and violent, this film, and it has a really brutal and realistic feel to it, and it can be quite hard to watch at times, but it's very well acted, very well filmed, and it is a fantastic film, that's for sure. Next up, we have a Fast and Furious box set, which is the first 5 movies. I used to really like these films when I was younger. I haven't seen them in many years now. But yeah, I've sort of gone off this franchise a bit as I've gotten older. I sort of realised they're not as good as what I thought when I was a kid. But I still have a fun time with these movies, and I will probably go back and rewatch them all at some point someday. Yeah, just a fun franchise. We got Gary saying Taxi Driver is quality. Yes, definitely, I agree with you there, mate. What a film. Got Andy saying hit the like button. Thank you so much, mate. I really do appreciate the support there. And next up, we got the Rush Hour trilogy. I haven't opened this yet for some reason, but I love the artwork on that cover. That's awesome. And yeah, I love the first 2 movies. I haven't seen the third one yet, but I haven't heard the best things about it. But I will get around to watching the third one at some point. But yeah, the first 2 films are just comedy classics. Has some really great and fun action in them. Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker are just absolutely amazing in these films. And yeah, they're just so funny. I love these films so much. And we have got Josh here through the lens. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. And we got Pete saying that is a stunning Bush Hour set. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, I do agree. It is really nice, mate. And we got Andy saying, I've only seen the first Mission Impossible in the cinema, the rest on DVD for me. It's still the best De Palma genius direction. Yeah, I agree. It's an amazing film. Not my favourite Brian De Palma film, but can understand why it would be your favourite, definitely. And yeah, it's just such a great film, isn't it? And next up, we have the Blob remake. I believe this is a German release. And yeah, this is one of my favourite horror remakes. Just have such a fun time with it. I think the effects are really good in this film. The practical effects really hold up. The opening theme tune to this film is really great as well. Sounds awesome and is really atmospheric as well. And I really like some of the characters in this film. It adds some really likable characters. And yeah, I just really love this film. Next up, we're going to go through a few premiums, and the first one up we have is Point Blank starring Lee Marvin. This is a really good revenge movie. I really enjoyed watching this one. I believe this is a 60s film. Lee Marvin gives a really good performance in this film. This is the only film that I've seen of his, but I really liked it, so I would like to check out more of his films, that's for sure. We got Josh saying, can't stay for long as I've had a very busy day at work and quite tired. Have a great stream, Scott. Yeah, no worries, Josh. That's absolutely fine, my friend. And thank you. Really appreciate your support, mate. Next up, we have Munich, which is a film I'm still yet to watch. I've heard amazing things about this movie. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching this at some point, definitely. Next up, we have Grand Prix, which is obviously a racing movie. I haven't seen this film yet, but I've heard it's meant to be one of the best racing films out there. And yeah, just looking forward to giving it a go. I believe it is quite long though. I think it's about 3 hours long. So yeah, it's just finding the time to sit down and watch this film. But I'm definitely looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have a classic kids film from the 90s, and that is New Jack City. Wesley Snipes is fantastic in this film. Has some really fun, entertaining action sequences, and yeah, the soundtrack and score is absolutely banging as well. So yeah, got some great hip hop tracks, and yeah, just a really entertaining time. I do really enjoy this film. Got Andy saying favourite Mission Impossible film. Not De Palma, mate. I don't know what my favourite is. Too many. Oh right, fair enough. Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood the question, but yeah, that's fair enough, mate. It's my favourite, one of my favourite Mission Impossibles as well. Great film, and yes, Brian De Palma does have a lot of great films. It is hard to pick a favourite out of here, so I do agree. We got Pete saying some nice HMV premiums there, Scott. Thank you, Pete. Really appreciate that. We got Gary saying HMV Premium RRP. Yes, I've heard that they're meant to be stopped doing them this year at some point, so that is a shame because I do really like the label. And next up, we have Airplane, which is a comedy classic. Leslie Nielsen is really great in this film. It's got really funny, entertaining film from the early 80s, and yeah, that break dancing scene just cracks me up every time. That's such a funny scene. And yeah, I have a great time watching this. Next up, we have Scarecrow, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard fantastic things about. And it also stars Gene Hackman and Al Pacino, who are two of some of my favourite actors of all time. They are absolutely amazing, so I'm hoping that this will be fantastic. I'm expecting nothing but really good things. I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we've got The Man with Two Brains, which I haven't heard the best things about, but I do like Steve Martin quite a lot. And yeah, I think he's been in some really funny films, so I'm hoping that I will enjoy this film as well. Next up, we have 1984, which I believe is based on a book, if also titled 1984, if I'm not mistaken. This is a good movie. It's quite weird and it's quite hard to follow, but I do have a good time with this film. Also, it's quite hard to watch it in places as well. But John Hurt is fantastic. He's absolutely amazing in this film, And yeah, it's very well directed and it is a decent film. Next up, we have Escape to Victory, which is a really underrated Sylvester Stallone film. Also great to see Michael Caine in this film. Really great, sort of like war movie, but also has a bit of football added to this film as well, which is great to see because I love my football, so that's awesome. And yeah, just a really great, entertaining time. And I really like the story to this film as well. So if you haven't seen this before, I highly recommend it, definitely. Next up, we got My Own Private Idaho, which I wasn't a massive fan of, unfortunately. Does have two great performances by Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix. Rest in peace to River Phoenix. He was an absolutely fantastic actor and he was brilliant in this film. But I just found this film to be super, super slow. It does have a decent and intriguing story, but I didn't find this film entertaining at all, and it just dragged way too much for me, unfortunately. But I will probably give this another go at some point, just see if my opinion changes on it. But yeah, not a massive fan. Next up, we have Night Moves, which is a really underrated 70s sort of like action thriller. Gene Hackman is fantastic as he always is in every movie, and yeah, he gives a really good performance in this as well. And yeah, just a really tense and intriguing thriller for the 70s, and I have a great time watching this one. Next up, we have Flashdance, which is a really entertaining musical from the 80s. Has some fantastic songs in it, especially What a Feeling by Irene Cara. That's one of my favourite songs ever. And I just absolutely adore singing that song every now and then. It's just such a fun song to listen and dance and sing along to. And yeah, it's not an amazing film, but I think that this film knows what it is, and it's cheesy 80s fun, and I just have a great time with it. And we've got Gareth in the chat. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. Next up, we've got Badlands, which is a decent movie. I remember enjoying this one. I can't remember too much about it, in all honesty, but I remember that it having some really good cinematography and some really well directed scenes in it. I don't remember the story being all that engaging from what I can remember, but it has some fantastic performances and I still had a good time nonetheless. Next up, we have the original King Kong 1933 version, which is a really good film actually. I think this holds up quite well. Some of the performances are excellent in it, and I think for Tom King Kong actually looks quite good in it. To be fair, there was one thing that really annoyed me about this film though was when that woman keeps screaming. It does get quite annoying after a while, but apart from that, this is a really great older movie and it's stood the test of time. I think this still holds up really well, and it is a very good classic film. Next up, we got A Scanner Darkly, which is a really underrated film from 2009. I think this come out, or maybe a little bit before that, but this is a really entertaining film. Got a great casting in it, and I like the animation style to it. You don't really see murder mysteries filmed like this, and I think it's a very unique and cool movie. And I had an absolute blast watching it. Thought it was a really interesting film, that one. Next up, we have Legends of the Fall, which I've heard fantastic things about. As a great cast, I love Anthony Hopkins. It was Aidan Quinn and Brad Pitt. I thought I said Dennis Quaid for some reason there for a minute, but it's Aidan Quinn, sorry. And yeah, Brad Pitt is fantastic as well. And yeah, I've heard that this is going to have some really good battle scenes in it, and yeah, really looking forward to watching this one at some point. And next up, we have Amistad, which is a Steven Spielberg film, and I haven't seen this one yet, but I've heard that it's going to be really hard to watch and really brutal. But I am looking forward to watching this film because I've heard that it's very well made. But yeah, I have heard that it's quite a rough watch. So yeah, I will get round to this film at some point. But yeah, heard that it's quite rough, that one. We got Andy saying, "What's your thoughts on Mad Max films?" I watched Thunderdome on Freeview yesterday. Tina Turner's acting lets it down. Yeah, I agree, mate. I think it's actually a fantastic franchise. I love all of the movies apart from the third one. I think the third one is not that good, to be honest. The first half of it is okay, and then I think the second half goes a little bit downhill. But has a good soundtrack in it, and yeah, I do enjoy it, but it's not my favourite. But the rest of them great, especially the second and the fourth one, absolute classics. Um, but next up we have In the Heights in 4K, which is a fantastic musical from a couple of years ago. I really enjoyed this one. I love the colours in this movie. It's a really great looking film, and really colourful to look at. And yeah, it's just got a really good story, really entertaining time, and some of the songs in it are great as well. So yeah, really enjoyed this musical. Next up, we have my second favourite film of all time, and that is the Shawshank Redemption in 4K. The 4K transfer on this is absolutely incredible, looks fantastic, and the film itself is an absolute classic. It's a 90s staple for me, just such a great film. Morgan Freeman's narrating in this film is absolutely sensational. Some of the best narrating I've ever heard in a film. Tim Robbins is also fantastic, and yeah, it's a little bit of a grim movie, but I've also think that this film has a little bit of hope to it as well, and is overall is a film about hopes and dreams and stuff like that. But yeah, really brutal and nasty films in places as well. But the performance is fantastic. I love the score by Thomas Newman as well. It's got some of my favourite musical tunes in a film ever. And yeah, it has some great lines in it as well. And yeah, it's just a fantastic film from the 90s. What a film. Next up, we have Nobody in 4K, which is a really great action film. I really enjoyed this film, especially the bus scene. I think that's one of my favourite action sequences of all time. Just really gory and nasty, and just great to watch. And Bob Odenkirk from the Breaking Bad series, and obviously Better Call Saul, is absolutely brilliant in this film. And I believe we are getting a sequel from what I've heard, so looking forward to seeing that when it comes out. And we've got 4K Michelin Star Movies here. Hello, mate. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you enjoy your stream, buddy. And next up, we have The Quiet Place Part 2 in 4K, which is an amazing film. This was an absolutely fantastic sequel. I think they done it really well, considering the first one was really creepy, and what they done with the first movie I thought was absolute genius. But I think they followed up really well, as a similar sort of story, and acting to it as the first movie. But it's still as good. I think it's as good as the first movie, I would say. And yeah, the performances in it are fantastic, and the directing is excellent. So yeah, great film there. Next up, we have Yesterday in 4K, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard really good things about it. Heard this going to be really fun, and obviously it's about this guy that I think he learns Beatles songs but by reading the lyrics or something, and then he sings the songs to remember them or something like that. And I've heard good things about this. I love Beatles music, so I'm definitely looking forward to checking this one out and seeing what it's all about. Next up, we have Coming to America in 4K. I haven't seen a 4K on this yet, so I can't comment on the transfer, but I absolutely adore this film. It's one of my favourite 80s comedies. Eddie Murphy is so funny in this film. And yeah, just a really entertaining movie from start to finish. 80s classic there. Next up, we have The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It in 4K. I haven't seen this film yet. I've heard this is the weakest of the Conjuring trilogy, but I'm still excited to check this out because the first one absolutely creeped the hell out of me, and I'm assuming that this will be terrifying as well, definitely. So looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have Once Upon a Time in Hollywood in 4K, which is a fantastic film. One of my favourite Quentin Tarantino films. Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt give amazing performances, and I love the 60s setting in this film. I think we colour palette and the cinematography and all the set designs and that look absolutely incredible. And yeah, the last 30 minutes in this film. It's probably my favourite part of the film. It's absolutely mental, and you get to see a lot of gore at the end as well. So yeah, it's a fantastic film, this one. Next up, we have Cold Pursuit in 4K, which is starring Liam Neeson. I haven't seen this film yet, but I'm assuming this is just going to be another one of these generic action sort of movies. But yeah, I haven't seen it, so I can't really say much on it. But I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have The Shining in 4K, which, like I said earlier, is one of my favourite horror movies. Really love this film. The performances are incredible. Jack Nicholson as Jack Torrance is evil in this film. I love the way film is filmed at the start. I love the directing at the start of this film. I think Stanley Kubrick done an excellent job, and I think it's really creepy, this film as well. Some of the camera shots and the sort of like long filming moments and shots in this film look absolutely incredible and really creep you out. And yeah, has some great one-liners in this film as well. Is Johnny? So, and yeah, that's one of the most iconic lines in cinema history, of course. And yeah, I just love this film. Got Harry Dodd saying, I love it that most of these films I either grew up watching or films I've seen and enjoyed watching. That's great to hear, mate. I'm glad that you enjoy these films as well. That's really great to hear. We got Andy saying Coming to America as my teenage years, love it, as well as all Eddie Murphy films in that decade. Golden Child is a favourite. That is a great film, definitely. Really enjoyed that one. And I wouldn't mind getting that on Blu-ray, actually. That would be good to get. Next up, we got The Accountant in 4K, which is one of my favourite films starring Ben Affleck. I think he might have directed this film as well, but I can't quite remember. But yeah, this is a really fantastic film. Ben Affleck gives a fantastic performance in it. J.K. Simmons is also great in this film. And yeah, one of my favourite films from 2016, which was a great year for films. Next up, we have Backdraft in 4K. I haven't seen the 4K of it yet, but I really love this film. Kurt Russell is fantastic in this film. It has some really great tense sort of like disaster action scenes in this movie as well. Really entertaining, and yeah, we'll have a great time with it. Really cool 90s film there. Next up, we have Malcolm X, which is obviously about Malcolm X, starring Denzel Washington. And I think this is a really good and well-made film. It's just that I think this film is a little bit too long for my liking. There's definitely some scenes that drag in this film for me. But overall, the performance is fantastic. And the dialogue, some of the dialogue is great as well, and the directing is really good. So yeah, I would recommend this film. It's just not one of my favourites. Next up, we have a really strange movie called Bitch Slap. I don't know how many people have heard of this film. I'm assuming not that many, but yeah, this is a really bad film. I really can't explain what this movie's about. It's really weird and messed up, and it does have some entertaining fight scenes. I will say that, but this film is just really out there and bonkers. It is. It's totally insane, and yeah, it's so bad. It's kind of good, I guess. Yeah. That's a strange one, definitely. Next up, we have Sorority Babes in a Slime Bowl of Armour. What a title that is. And yeah, I have seen this film once. It's a really stupid film from the 80s, really cheesy and dumb. But it can be quite entertaining at times, that's for sure. And it's a film that is so bad, it's actually quite funny. And yeah, I would recommend this film, I guess. Such a strange film again. Next up, we have World Trade Center, which is a really good film. It's not as good as United 93, I think, but it's still a really good movie. It's just not quite as tense or as brutal or as upsetting or as realistic as United 93. I think that's a much better film. But I still had a really good time with this one. This is also quite upsetting, of course, as well, considering what the movie is about. And yeah, it's a really great film. Nicolas Cage is great in it as well. Next up, we have The Wanderers. This is a Spanish Blu-ray, I believe. This is one of my all-time favourites. I grew up watching this film a lot when I was a kid. And yeah, just a really cool film about gangs. And yeah, it's similar to films like The Warriors and stuff like that. Came out around about the same sort of time as well. And yeah, has an amazing soundtrack. Has some of my favourite songs of all time, such as "The Times They Are Changing" by Bob Dylan, and also "Walk Like a Man" by Frankie Valli is great as well. And yeah, it's just a great film. This. And next up, we got Joe's Movie Talk here. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. And he says, "Great collection. I need to get more movies on Blu-ray, but I know certain ones can cost a lot. I'm assuming that's meant to say, but yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate your support." Next up, we have Angel Share, which is a film I haven't seen in ages. I don't think I've finished it, if I remember correctly. But I think this is a Scottish movie, if I'm not mistaken. I remember liking it at the time, but I can't remember too much about it. Next up, we have Rango, which is a really entertaining animated film. I really enjoyed watching this when I was a kid. Johnny Depp is fantastic in it, and yeah, it's just a really good kids film, that one. Next up, we have a comedy classic, The Inbetweeners movie. If you're British, you definitely should have seen The Inbetweeners. I think that's a no-brainer, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know anyone that dislikes The Inbetweeners, to be honest. It's such a funny comedy. I do prefer the TV series, but I still have a great time with this movie and has some really hilarious scenes in it, that's for sure. No, sorry about that. All my Blu-rays are just falling over. That was what that noise was, by the way. But next up, we have Gang Related, which is a really good and underrated film starring Tupac Shakur, who's my favourite rapper of all time and also one of my favourite actors of all time as well. I think he's really underrated as an actor. And yeah, it's a really fantastic film. Really good sort of like peace detective sort of movie. And yeah, great film. And we got Wenzo here. Hello, mate. Thank you for joining. He says, watching anything tonight, Scott? No, probably not tonight because this film live stream might take me at least 3 hours to do. It will definitely take about 3 hours for me to get through all these, and maybe even longer. So I'll be doing this for quite a while, so I can't see myself watching anything afterwards. But I did watch My Bodyguard earlier for the first time, which I really enjoyed. Thought that was a good film. And we got Winslow saying probably is Rango upside down. To be honest, I actually don't know. I don't know why we cover us upside down. I haven't seen that film in ages. But yeah, we'll have to fix that after the stream definitely. But next up we have Paul on Blu-ray. I haven't seen this film in a very long time, but I remember the alien Paul being actually quite funny character, to be fair. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost just have great chemistry. Great chemistry? I mean, great chemistry together as they always do in their films. And yeah, this is not my favourite comedy, but it is quite funny still. Next up, we have AWOL, which is maybe my favourite Van Damme film. It's between this and Bloodsport. But yeah, this is fantastic film. I grew up watching this when I was a kid. It's got some of my favourite fight scenes of all time, especially the end fight scene he has with that massive guy at the end. I used to watch that on repeat when I was a kid. And yeah, it's got some really good music in it as well. And yeah, just a really entertaining action film. This one, really enjoy AWOL, aka Ironheart as well. Lionheart as well. Next up we have the film. This is the remake, directed by Nick Love, I think. Yes, it is. And this is a really entertaining football hooligan movie. Has some really good fight scenes in it, and some of the dialogue in this film is quite funny. To be fair, a bit strange and doesn't make a lot of sense and it's quite weird, but does have some really funny and entertaining dialogue, and yeah, some of the fight scenes are really good, and I think it is a decent movie. And I love all of the 80s costumes in this film as well, obviously being set in the 80s as well, with all the 80s tunes and that as well, which is just great to see. Next up, we have Cape Fear, the remake, which is a really great film. Really enjoyed this one. Bob De Niro is an evil bastard in this film. Really like Bob De Niro in this. Nick Nolte is fantastic as well. Yeah, this is actually quite a creepy thriller for what I remember. I haven't seen it in a very long time, but would love to go back and rewatch it again. Next up, we have Die Hard 2. Yeah, by the way, these are in no particular order either, by the way, everyone. I literally just picked all these off the shelf and put them on the floor. But so that's why you're probably seeing certain sequels before the actual first movie, just to get that out of the way before continuing on with the films. But yeah, this is a really decent sequel. I think this is an underrated film. I've always really enjoyed this film. I think some of the action in it is fantastic. Bruce Willis is fantastic as John McClane again, and yeah, it's just a fantastic film. The villain is maybe a bit weak compared to the other villains in the franchise, but I still have a very good time with this film, that's for sure. We got Gary saying the original film is great. Yes, definitely, and I need to get that on Blu-ray because I do like the original quite a lot as well with Gary Oldman, of course. Next up, we have got Carry On Screaming, which is the only Carry On movie I own and the only one that I've seen in full. I have seen clips of other ones, of course, because they're such classic and iconic British classic comedy films. And yeah, this is a really funny movie. I have a great time with this one. And yeah, just a classic from the 60s. Really enjoy it. Next up, we have The Conversation, which is directed by Francis Ford Coppola. And when I first watched this, I remember it being quite strange, but the directing in it is really good. It is filmed really well from Francis Ford Coppola, and the story is definitely interesting and quite decent as well. But I just remember it being quite repetitive from what I remember as well. But it's got Gene Hackman in it, so that's always a plus because he's a fantastic actor, and yeah, it's a good film. Next up, we have Rise of the Soldier Part 2, which is a really good sequel. I really enjoy this film. Haven't seen it in quite a while. It's definitely not as good as the first, but it's still quite entertaining. Next up, we've got Kajikai, which is a really good war movie. It's quite tense in places, that's for sure. And the acting in it is absolutely phenomenal. I believe this is based on a true story as well. Yep, it is. And yeah, just got some great performances, and it honestly is quite an underrated war movie. So if you haven't seen this one before, I would definitely recommend giving it a go. Next up, we have LA Confidential, which is an absolute classic from the 90s. A great police detective movie, and yeah, got some fantastic performances. I like Guy Pearce in this film a lot, and obviously Kim Basinger is fantastic in it as well. And yeah, just a really great film from the 90s there. Next up, we have The Package, which I've only seen once, but I remember it actually being quite entertaining for what I remember. It's a really good sort of like 70s. I think it's a 70s movie anyway. Does it show on the back? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. But yeah, it's got some really great action in it, and it's quite a suspenseful thriller. To be fair, and yeah, I do have a good time with this film, definitely. Underrated film, that one. Next up, we have Hackers, which is a really cool sort of like entertaining 90s film about these hackers that sort of hack the internet. And yeah, it's just a really entertaining film. I really like I've forgotten his name. Matthew Lillard, that's his name. He's really entertaining as he always is in all of his films. And yeah, this is no exception. He's great in this as well. And also Angelina Jolie is really fun in it as well. And we've got David Beach here. Hello, David. Thank you so much for joining, my friends. Really do appreciate it. And he says, good connecting, Scott. Amazing stream last night. Keep it up, mate. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. And he's put it again as well. Thank you so much. And he also says, I'll always support your channel on YouTube, mate. Thank you so much, David. That is really so kind of you. I really appreciate your kind words there, my friends. And next up, we have Inception on Blu-ray, which is a classic movie directed by Christopher Nolan. And this is one of my favourites of his. I've always really liked this film. Just a really great film. Has a fantastic action sequence in it as well. It's a really cool and unique story, and it's definitely a film that's worth going in blind and not knowing anything about it before watching, because it is definitely a mind-blowing film, that's for sure. And yeah, just a fantastic film, brilliant score by Hans Zimmer, and what a cast as well. The cast in that film's absolutely brilliant. Next up, we got Going in Style, which is a really entertaining film because of three main leads in it. Obviously, Alan Arkin, Michael Caine, and Morgan Freeman. What a fantastic combination of actors that is. That is fantastic. And yeah, this is an entertaining film. I have a good time with it. Can't remember too much about it, but I remember it being quite funny and would like to watch it again at some point. Next up, we have got See No Evil, Hear No Evil, which is a fantastic comedy, one of my favourites from the 80s. It's really entertaining to see. But what's his name? Richard Pryor. As it be he's the blind guy, and you got Gene Wilder as the deaf guy. Sorry for saying my words up. By the way, everyone, I've had quite a few live streams recently, and absolutely knackered. But yeah, I'm enjoying doing this live stream, and yeah, I hope you're enjoying as well. But this is just so funny, and yeah, the chemistry between these two together in all their films is just absolutely incredible. And this is one of the funniest films that I've ever seen. Just such a great time. Next up, we have Central Intelligence on Blu-ray, which is a decent film. I don't love this film, but I do quite like Kevin Hart and Dwayne The Rock Johnson in it. Has some fun action, and yeah, it's just sort of like switch your brain off, sort of have some fun with it type of film. It's not great, but it is definitely entertaining. Next up, we have Gone Girl, which is a fantastic film. Really good murder mystery, and yeah, the performances in it are fantastic. It's one of my favourite David Fincher films. It is quite long and it does feel too slow at times, but it is a fantastic, well-made film nonetheless. And yeah, it's just really tense and it's really intriguing to see where the story goes. And yeah, just fantastic film, that one. Next up, we have Diary of a Wimpy Kid, and there goes all my films again. And yeah, I used to love this when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in many years, but yeah, it's not a fantastic film, but yeah, I used to enjoy watching this when I was younger, and yeah, just a fun kids film. Next up, we have the Police Academy 1 and 2. I really like these films, especially the first one. Grew up with the first one, but haven't seen the second one in quite some time. But I used to really love it when I was a kid, and I believe I got a complete Blu-ray box set of it. So that'll be in next video, I believe. Yeah, but these two films are really fun and timeless comedy classics. Next up, we have Prisoners, which is a really brutal and suspenseful thriller. I really, really like this film. It is really bleak and depressing at times, but the performances in it are absolutely fantastic, especially from Hugh Jackman. He is fantastic in this film, and yeah, this film is just absolutely fantastic. And we got Andy saying, "Don't worry, mate, you're smashing it. Great stream. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that." And we've got, to be completely honest, hello, mate. Thank you, Roddy. Thank you for joining. Saying, "Yo, what's up? Sorry if my comments make no sense. Might be drinking. No worries, Roddy. That's absolutely fine. Just glad to see you here, my friend." And we got David saying, "Everybody needs to subscribe to Scott YouTube channel." David, thank you so much. That is way too kind, my friend. You're absolutely awesome. Next up, we have the Predator trilogy, which is a really good trilogy, actually. I enjoy all three of these films. I think they're all really solid. The first one is definitely my favourite, but the second one is really good as well because it's sort of set in a different location in a city, which I think it might be New York, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it just sort of adds a different tone to it, something different to the Predator franchise. And yeah, Bill Paxton is in that film as well, if I remember correctly, and his performance, for what I remember, is fantastic in that film as well. And obviously, Gary Busey's villain is fantastic. I will talk more about the original film later because I do own it in 4K. But yeah, the third movie, Predators, is actually also really good. I do enjoy that film a lot as well. Got Rody saying glad to see this stream too, my man. Thank you so much, Rody. I appreciate that. Next up, we have Shadow, which is a really underrated sort of Japanese samurai sort of film. Really great martial arts movie. The cinematography and effects in this film are absolutely stunning, and some of the fight scenes are really well directed. And yeah, the reaction in this film is just absolutely incredible. If you haven't seen this film, I highly recommend it. It's so underrated. Next up, we have The Girl on the Train, which is a decent film. I do enjoy this one, but it's not one of my favourites. It's not one of my favourite thrillers, and I do think it can be quite dull at times. But Emily Blunt gives an amazing performance in it, and it's still an entertaining film. We got David saying it's amazing and you have a lot of fun. Thank you, mate. We got David also saying everybody go on Scott's channel on Friday night live streams. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate that. We got Andy saying, have you Alec Baldwin with Shadow worth a watch to own? Classic. I have not seen that, or I do not own it either, and no, I don't think I've actually heard of that film, to be honest, Andy. So thank you so much for the recommendation there, my friend. I'll have to give that film a watch at some point, definitely. But next up, we have Reba Soldiers in this steelbook. This is one of the few steelbooks that I own. I'm not a massive steelbook collector, but I do really enjoy this film. It's a fantastic. Is this a American Civil War film? I think it was, from what I remember. And Mel Gibson is fantastic in this film, and yeah, it's got some great battle sequences. So it can be quite upsetting to watch at times, like all war movies. But yeah, it's just a fantastic film. But next up, we have Superman the movie in 4K, which is an absolutely classic from the 70s. I haven't seen this film too many times. I've only seen it once in its entirety, to be completely honest. But yeah, I really enjoyed this film. Christopher Reeve, sorry, as Superman is fantastic. He plays the character really well. And I really want to watch the second film now after watching this one, because I really had a great time with it. Next up, we have Universal Soldier in 4K, which is a fantastic film. One of my favourite Van Damme movies. Some of the one-liners in this film are really funny. And Dolph Lundgren is just having an absolute blast in this film as a villain, and you can tell that by watching this film. Yeah, he's just having a time of his life in this film, and you can absolutely tell. And yeah, it's just such a fun film. I haven't seen it in 4K yet, but definitely looking forward to doing so. Next up, we have Full Metal Jacket in 4K, which I talked about a bit earlier. But yeah, this film is just so good. One of my favourite Vietnam War films. The Drill Sergeant is really awful in this film, but he has some great one-liners. And yeah, Vietnam stuff, when it gets to the Vietnam part, I think is actually pretty good as well. The first half is definitely the best half, in my opinion. There's no doubt about that. But the second half is still pretty decent as well. Next up, we have the Suicide Squad, the 2022 version in 4K. No, 2021. Sorry, I mean. And yeah, this is a really fun and entertaining action superhero film. I had absolutely blast with it. Some of the action scenes were really fun. Some of the comedy was actually quite funny, and some of the jokes landed pretty well, I thought, in this film. And Sylvester Stallone as King Shark was just awesome. Like, he was so good. Yeah, I love King Shark, and I actually really like this film. Next up, we have No Time to Die in 4K, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard it. This is one of the more divisive ones, but I'm still looking forward to giving it a go, because I know it has quite a few fans out there still. But yeah, I think it's going to be like 3 hours long as well, so it's quite a long one. But yeah, looking forward to watching this in 4K, definitely. Next up, we have Independence Day in 4K, which I've not seen in 4K yet, but I've seen this movie before, and it's such a great time. One of my favourite action movies from the 90s. Will Smith is fantastic in this film. And yeah, just a really fun time, and yeah, just so much fun. I really enjoyed that film. Got Gary saying everything Emily Blunt is in is watchable. Yeah, definitely, I agree. She's a fantastic actress. And Andy says the Shadow is a classic American pop noir radio character from the early 20th century. It predates Batman, etc. Oh wow, that's awesome. Sounds really cool. To be fair, I definitely have to check that movie out. That's for sure. Next up, we have an absolute classic, and that is the first Shrek movie in 4K. I absolutely loved this movie growing up, and yeah, just such a great classic children's film. I haven't seen a 4K yet, but really, really want to. What are you doing in my swamp? That's one of my favourite lines from that film, and I just quote it every single time. Next up, we have Beverly Hills Cop in 4K. Again, I haven't seen a 4K yet, but I have seen this movie plenty of times. Such a funny movie, and yeah, Eddie Murphy is great as always. I love the scene where the cops are after him, and he sort of stops on the green light, and then when as soon as it turns to Eddie, speeds through the red light, and it's so funny because the cops obviously get caught in traffic, and that scene just always made me laugh. But yeah, such a funny film this. Next up, we got the assassination of Jesse James. Wow, I'm struggling to talk tonight, that's for sure. And yeah, I've heard really good things about this one. It's going to be quite a decent story. Don't know too much about it, but I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Lone Survivor, which is a really good war film. Mark Wahlberg gives an amazing performance in it, and yeah, it is quite tense and hard to watch at times. And yeah, it's just a really, really well made movie. I do really like this one. Next up, we have Piranha 3D. This is a remake, of course, with Kelly Brook. And yeah, this is actually not too bad. I had a fun time with this film. It's stupid, of course, and it's absolutely ridiculous. But you'd expect that from a movie called Piranha, wouldn't you? Really? And yeah, it does exactly what it says. It's just a fun movie with a load of piranha action when they eat lots of people, and it's just entertaining. Next up, we have the original Stephen King's It miniseries, and I really enjoy this film. I think people are a little too harsh on this these days, but I still have a fantastic time with it. Apart from the ending, the ending is absolute shite, but I love the rest of it. The rest of it is really good, and yeah, Tim Curry as Pennywise is absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, his performance in this is so good. And yeah, I love Pennywise the Clown, and I love Tim Curry, and I love this film. So good. Next up, we have Rollerball, which is a classic from the 70s. This has got a really cool concept and a cool story, and does have a couple of really emotional scenes in it as well. But I really did enjoy the story. Thought the acting was really good as well, and yeah, just really entertaining time this film. Next up, we have The Equalizer, which is a decent film. I think there's some really good action in it, and Denzel Washington is an absolute badass in this film. That is for sure. But it's not an amazing film, but it's got some great action in it though, so I definitely would recommend it. Next up, we've got Cannibal Ferox on Blu-ray. This is the full uncut version, and I do like this film, but the animal cruelty is so unnecessary. Like it doesn't need to be in these films. They're just so hard and horrible to watch, and they don't need to be in there. But the music in these films are absolutely brilliant, and I love the score to this film as well. And I love the Blu-ray package. It's also comes with a CD as well. But yeah, I do think these are well-made films, and obviously they're infamous for a reason. But it's definitely hard to watch, and the animal cruelty is definitely going a bit too far, I think. Next up, we have The Good Shepherd, which is a decent movie, but I remember this just being such a slog to get through. It's quite a long movie, and it does outstay its welcome, unfortunately. But it's still a well acted and well directed movie, so I would recommend giving it a go. I just don't think it's a great film. Next up, we have Spotlight, which is a really fantastic film based on a true story. And that story is really, really heartbreaking and is really uncomfortable to see on screen. But yeah, this film can be uncomfortable at times, but the dialogue is excellent. The acting is out of this world and amazing. And yeah, I think it deserved to win Best Picture that year, to be honest. It's an amazing film. We got David saying, Scott, are you going to be buying a Superman box set for what is coming out on 4K, mate? I probably won't, to be honest, just because it is quite a lot of money, and I do already own the first movie in 4K, and I believe the sequels are out on 4K separately, so I'll probably just get them all separately, to be honest. But great question there, definitely. And we got David just being really supportive again. Thank you so much. And we got Andy saying the first half of the It TV movie definitely better than the second. Same with the films. Yep, I 100% agree with you there, mate. Couldn't have put it better myself. We got David saying going north. Good evening. Saying good evening to Gary. Next up, we got Real Steel on Blu-ray. I had an absolute blast watching this film when I first watched it. It's a really cool sort of like boxing movie with robots. It's a really ridiculous story, but it does have a little bit of heart to it, and I do think it's a little bit inspirational, as stupid as that might sound. But yeah, the story itself is really entertaining, and I have a fun time with it. Next up, we have The Ides of March, which I really don't have loads to say about, to be honest. It's a well-made film, but I just remember this being quite boring for what I remember. But yeah, the performances are in it very good. I just don't have loads to say about it, to be honest, which is a shame. Next up, we have The Exorcism of Emily Rose, if I can talk properly. But yeah, never seen this one before. Have heard great things about it. It sort of goes in a different direction to what we general exorcism movie would do, so that's quite intriguing to hear, and sounds really good to me. And yeah, definitely looking forward to giving this one a go. It's great things about it. Next up, we have Rush, which is a really good Formula One movie. Also, it stars Chris forgotten his name, Chris Hemsworth. That's it. He plays for. And yeah, it's directed by Ron Howard, and it's a really well directed film. And yeah, it's a really entertaining film as well. I think the racing scenes themselves are really well filmed and quite entertaining to watch. And yeah, obviously based on a true story as well, and it is a very good film. Next up, we have X-Men Dark Phoenix, which is probably my least favourite X-Men film, to be honest. I really didn't enjoy this film at all, to be honest. I thought the effects were pretty bad. It was a really slow-paced and boring film as well. I didn't really connect with many of the characters in this film either. And yeah, I just went a fan of this movie, unfortunately. Next up, we have a used Blu-ray of Reservoir Dogs. I watched this film quite a lot when I was a kid, and yeah, it's a really fantastic film. I really enjoy this film. I think it is a really cool movie, has a fantastic cast, and they all do a fantastic job acting in this film. And yeah, it's probably one of my favourite Quentin Tarantino films. Yeah, well, sorry about that. There was just a little bit of a noise in the background, but yeah, fantastic movie. One of my favourites from Quentin Tarantino. Next up, we have Happy Gilmore, which was a fantastic comedy from the 90s, starring Adam Sandler. And yeah, I really enjoyed this film. Always have, always will. And this is obviously about Adam Sandler, who's a hockey player, but he plays golf because he needs money of it for his to get his grandmother a new house. But yeah, this is a really fun and entertaining time. Adam Sandler gives an excellent performance. It's a really funny film. And Bob Barker is in this film as well, so that's great to see as well. And that fight scene is just so hilarious in this film with Bob Barker and Adam Sandler. There's a really fun and entertaining fight scene, definitely. Next up, we have Freddy vs. Jason, which is a film I actually really enjoy. I do like this film. It's not perfect, has its flaws, but I think there's a lot of great kills in this film, and I quite like some of the cast members in it as well. I think they do a decent enough job with what they're given, and yeah, it's just cool to see Jason versus Freddy, and I think the battle at the end is actually not that bad. To be fair, could have been better. To be fair, but it's not that bad. Next up, we have Nightmare City, which is a really interesting zombie movie, that's for sure. Yeah, you see zombies using shotguns in this, so there's something, I guess. And yeah, I like this film, but I don't love it. I think it can be a bit slow and annoying at times, but it can be quite entertaining and fast paced at other times in the film as well. So yeah, it's sort of a bit of a mixed bag for me, this one, but I do enjoy it still. Next up, we have Jack the Ripper, which is a film I've never seen before. I've heard amazing things about this film. I've heard Michael Caine's absolutely brilliant, and yeah, I really need to watch this one. I've heard so many good things about it. Next up, we've got. Sorry about that, everyone. I just really need to have the cough there. But yeah, next up we have Ex Machina, which is a really great sci-fi film. Really unique and cool story to this one, and the performances in it are absolutely fantastic. This is probably one of my favourite films from A24. In all honesty, just a really cool and unique movie, and yeah, I had a really good time watching this. Next up, we have a little bit of a football Blu-ray, and that is 2010 FIFA World Cup, which was in South Africa, and this is the review of that World Cup. Yeah, I watched this quite a lot of the matches back in 2010 when they were first on TV, and yeah, this was a decent World Cup. I enjoyed watching it back in the day in 2010. And I go back to this sometimes on Blu-ray as well, when there was some really good goals scored at this World Cup. England, they were absolutely diabolical at this World Cup. They were so boring and so bad. Yeah, they drew 0-0 against Algeria and won each against United States, and we won 1-0 against Slovakia. So we didn't really do a great deal in this World Cup, and then we lost 4-2 against Germany. So yeah, but other than that, it's a great time. And next up, we have a Chelsea review, which is 2016 to 2017. And this is when they won the Premier League. So this was a really good season for me. Obviously, go back to this one quite a bit. And yeah, just really enjoyed watching this one. It was a great season for Chelsea. Next up, we have This Is England, which is a really good movie. Really enjoyed watching this one. This has quite a lot of violence in this film. It does not hold back, that's for sure. But it has some great performances, and it is a really well acted film. Going to go through a few more comments now. We got David saying Pretender Guy. Pete Scott's always on there every Wednesday live stream 7:30. Don't forget to go on it. You will enjoy it and have a lot of fun. Thank you so much, David. That is very kind of you. And we got Gary saying England were shite. Yes, indeed they were. I agree. We got Adod saying I'll be thank you, mate. You won't regret it. Pete has some fantastic streams on a Wednesday night, definitely. He's a fantastic guy. Same as Andy and Mike as well, they're all fantastic. We got David Beach saying and Forgotten World of Movies, Andy and Mike Wood, Cinemax man, yeah, definitely. We got Steve saying Jack Ripper is a must watch. Yeah, well, I've read it's fantastic, Steve. I will get around to it at some point, mate, definitely. I know you're a massive fan of that one, mate. But next up we have Collateral, which is a really good Tom Cruise movie. This is a really well directed film, directed by Michael Mann. And I really enjoyed this story. It's really cool to see Tom Cruise as a villain. Actually, this is one of a few times where he actually plays the villain of a movie. And yeah, this is just a fantastic film. I have a great time with it. Next up, we have In the Heart of the Sea, which is really boring. Yeah, I don't have loads to say about this one. I don't think it's a bad film by all means, but there's just not that much that happens in it, and it is pretty bland from what I remember seeing. Unfortunately, that one is not great. Next up, we have Sexy Beast, which is a really weird and wacky British movie starring Ray Winston and Ben Kingsley. There's some really strange dialogue in this film as well that just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But it is an entertaining film. It is weird, but I have a good time with it still. Next up, we have No Country for Old Men, which is considered a classic by a lot of people, and I do enjoy this film, but it's not for me. I don't love this film. I think that it is quite slow in places, and yeah, it does drag for me quite a lot as well. This movie, unfortunately, but the performances are great, and it is very well filmed. I think so. Yeah, it is a good movie, just not one of my favourites. Next up, we have The Devil's Advocate, which is a fantastic thriller starring Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino. They give fantastic performances in this film. And yeah, I really like the look of this film. It definitely feels like a 90s movie in the best way possible. And yeah, just such a great movie, this. Next up, we have a classic, and that is Uncle Buck. This is one of my favourite John Candy films. I grew up watching this one, like many of his films. And yeah, it's just a classic from the 80s. Yeah, really funny and entertaining as well. Really enjoyed it. Next up, we got Zero Dark 30, which is a really good film. I do enjoy this one quite a bit, and it does have some really horrible scenes in this film, but the film is really well directed and it has um an awesome cast and they all do a great job in it. So I would recommend watching it. Next up, we have Jacob's Ladder, which is sort of kind of like a horror film set after the Vietnam War, and yeah, this is a really interesting movie. I think that Tim Robbins gives a fantastic performance in this film, and it is actually quite creepy. I do think this one is quite scary. And there goes some more films. Next up, we have Lawless, which is a decent western. Actually, I think this is quite good. It's not amazing. It is quite slow in places, but I think that some of the acting in it is actually really good, and I think it is quite intriguing and entertaining to watch at times as well. Do have a good time with that one. Next up, we have Brewster's Millions, which is another really fun comedy from the 80s. John Candy and Richard Pryor are fantastic in this film. And yeah, just a really entertaining story. It's got some really great funny lines in this as well. John Candy just absolutely cracks me up in this film. And yeah, it's a really fun comedy, this one. Next up, we have Nightcrawler, Steady Hands, Steady Hands. And yeah, this is one of my favourite films from last decade. This is so good. Jake Gyllenhaal was absolutely snubbed of Oscar nomination. I mean, and yeah, he's so good in this film. He definitely deserved an Oscar nomination. That's for sure. And yeah, this is just such a good film, and I really love the story as well. Really entertaining. Next up, we have Oblivion starring Tom Cruise and Morgan Freeman. And I was not a fan of this movie, in all honesty. It really wasn't for me. Nothing in this movie worked for me. It's not a terrible film, but I just couldn't connect with this movie at all, unfortunately. Go through a few more comments. We've got Gary saying, I love Sexy Beast. Glad to hear you enjoy it, mate. I do have a good time with that movie, I must admit. I do like it quite a lot. We got David saying John Candy, Uncle Buck is my favourite movie of all time. Oh wow, that is awesome. And he says that he was an amazing actor. He definitely was. I 100% agree with that, my friend. Got Harry saying, yeah, he was an amazing actor and so funny. Yep, I totally agree there, my friends. We got Andy saying, do you own any Peter Sellers Pink Panther films? A must watch. I don't actually, but I have heard of them for a very long time. I've been aware of them for a while, and I have heard really great things about them. They're going to be cult classics, so I will definitely give them a watch at some point. We got David saying hey to Stephen. And let's get into some more movies. Next up, we have Meet the Fockers, which is a really entertaining comedy. Some of the scenes in this are just absolutely hilarious. Such a funny comedy movie, a great sequel, and is just fantastic. Bob De Niro in these movies just absolutely cracks me up, and yeah, just such a great time. And we got St Jin here. Hello, mate. Saying, hey there, Scott. Good evening. Hello to you too, my friend. Hope you're all doing well. And we got David saying, Scott, you are very good with the live streams, mate. Thank you so much, David. I really do appreciate that, my friend. Next up, we have The Lion King in 4K, which is a film I only watched for the first time a couple of years ago, actually. I did not go out with this, surprisingly. But this is a fantastic film. I really love some of the music in it, and it has some heartbreaking scenes in it as well. The animation is beautiful and still holds up to this day. I haven't seen it on 4K yet, but I really want to, and I'm looking forward to, because this film is fantastic. Next up, we have King of New York, Arrow. I believe this is a 4K as well. Yes, it is. And yeah, this is a fantastic film, really good gangster movie from the 80s. I forgot Christopher Walken, that's it. He gives a fantastic performance in this film. This is one of my favourite performances from him. And yeah, just a really great story, entertaining from start to finish. And yeah, great movie. And next up, we have the original Predator in 4K, which I'm still yet to see in 4K. But like I said earlier, I absolutely adore this film. I think it is quite creepy. It has some great action sequences in it. And Arnold Schwarzenegger gives a fantastic performance in it. And yeah, it has some of my favourite one-liners of all time, like "You want ugly motherfucker." Yeah, I absolutely love that line. That line is absolutely fantastic. And also, "Kill me, do it now, kill me, get to a chopper." That is such a bad Arnold impression. I'm never doing that again. But yeah, I love this movie. Can't wait to watch it in 4K. Next up, we have Black Widow in 4K, which is a film I haven't seen yet. I'm not a massive fan of Marvel, admittedly, but I do like them. So I will give this a watch definitely in the future, because obviously I own it on 4K. So I will definitely give it a go. And I've heard that this is actually quite decent, to be fair. I've heard it's one of the better ones out of the more recent ones that have come out in the past few years. So yeah, looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have Chaos Walking in 4K, which I haven't heard great things about, but I still want to give it a go. Don't know too much about it, but I am looking forward to watching it, despite what I've heard. Next up, we have the Candyman remake. I haven't seen this one yet, unfortunately, but I absolutely love the original film, so I'm hoping that this will be as good and as entertaining as the original, because I really do love the original. Got David saying Lion King is an amazing movie. They are making another live version of Lion King. Are they really? I'm surprised, to be honest, because I thought the last one flopped, to be fair, and I don't know many people actually like that film, to be honest. So I'm surprised they're doing another one, but I might give it a go at some point. And yes, I do agree that Lion King is amazing. We got Sinjin saying if it bleeds, we can kill it. Indeed. And we got Gary saying stick around. Yep, got some classic Predator lines there. And we got David saying, Scott, what do you think of the live version of The Lion King 2019? I haven't actually seen it, to be honest. So I can't really say, but I haven't heard the best things about it. And he says, do you like it, mate? And do you own it on 4K? And no to both of those questions. I do not own it on 4K either. We got Andy saying Predator from start to finish beats like a drum. Batman Begins is the same. Soon as they start, it's don't miss a second of the film. Yes, definitely, I 100% agree with you there, my friend. And next up, we have A Simple Favor in 4K, which is a decent movie, quite a good murder mystery, I thought, actually. Anna Kendrick, and Blake Lively give great performances as well. And yeah, I just thought this was a really entertaining film. Would probably watch it again as well, to be fair. Next up, we have The Batman in 4K, which is an absolutely amazing film. This is my second favourite film from last year. I think the reaction in it is absolutely stunning. As some of my favourite action scenes of all time. I think Robert Pattinson as the Batman is one of the best Batmans out there. He gives one of the performances of his life in this film. And yeah, the music's great, the score is fantastic. I love the gritty sort of look to this film as well. It really does feel like a Batman movie. And yeah, I just had a fantastic time watching it. Looking forward to watching it again. Next up, we have Platoon in 4K, which is an amazing Vietnam War film. Um, has a fantastic tune, Adagio for Strings, of course, which is an amazing theme in this film. It's just so good. And yeah, this is really tense and quite emotional at times as well. And it's one of my favourite Vietnam War films. Just such a fantastic film there. Next up, we have Nope in 4K, which I've heard is going to be Jordan Peele's most divisive movie. I know there's a lot of fans, but I know there's also a lot of people who are not a fan of this film as well. But it has a fantastic cast, and I've heard it's going to be quite interesting as well. And it does look interesting from what I've seen of it, so I am looking forward to giving this a go and see what I think of it. Next up, we have Train to Busan in 4K, which is a fantastic zombie film. One of my favourite Korean movies and one of my favourite zombie films of all time. I think the acting in it is absolutely sensational. I think this is really tense at times, especially some of the zombie action sequences which happen on the train. And yeah, we ending is really quite emotional. And yeah, this is just a fantastic film. I can't say enough good things about it. I highly recommend this. Next up, we have Red Dawn in 4K, which is a war film I'm still yet to watch, but I've heard amazing things about this film. I've been meaning to watch it for quite some time now, and yeah, just a film that I've been wanting to watch for ages, and looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have Orphan First Kill in 4K. I heard that this was an okay. I think this is a prequel, if I'm not mistaken. But I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen the original either. I do still need to get the original movie on Blu-ray, so obviously I can't watch this yet because I haven't got the original yet. But once I do get the original and watch it, I will give this a watch as well. Next up, we have Split, which is a fantastic film. I think James McAvoy is fantastic in this film, and yeah, I think it's my second favourite of the Unbreakable trilogy, which features Glass as well, obviously. And yeah, this is just such a great film. Also, Anya Taylor-Joy is fantastic in it, like she is in most films. And yeah, this is such a great time. Next up, we have The Killing Fields, which is a really depressing war movie, but it is very well acted, and I've heard and it is an amazing film and well directed. It's just really bleak and quite horrible to see, but it's a very good film. Got David Beach saying, Scott, do you own the original Batman films on 4K? They are classic movies to watch, mate. I do own them on 4K, and they will be in the next live stream, part 3. And yeah, I do like those films, definitely. Got Jin saying, when they sang Tracks in My Tears in a Bunker was an awesome scene in Platoon for me. Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed that scene too, mate. He also says, Scott, you have to watch Red Dawn soon, not the 2012 version. Make sure it's the 1984 version. Yeah, definitely. I do really need to watch it, mate. I've heard amazing things about it. Got David saying, Split, amazing movie. Definitely 100% agree with that, my friend. Next up, we have Arrival, which is a really cool and unique, unique, unique take on an alien movie. And yeah, this is a really cool sci-fi film. I really enjoyed this one, and yeah, just a great time. Next up, we have Heartbreak Kid. This is a really fun comedy. I believe this might be a remake, if I'm not too mistaken. But yeah, Ben Stiller is really funny in this. This is a really strange movie, but I find it really funny still, and yeah, it's just an entertaining time. Next up, we have Bonnie and Clyde, which is a really entertaining movie. It's got fantastic performances. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but I would like to go back to this one just because it is a really great movie, and the song is quite good as well from Georgie fame. Next up, we have Avengers Endgame, which is one of my favourite Marvel films from Marvel films that I have seen. This is a really great film. I think it captured the ending of that saga really, really well. And yeah, this is just such a great ending to that franchise and that Avengers franchise. Definitely really great film. It's got some amazing battles in it, and it's really emotional. But yeah, I believe spoilers by the way if you haven't seen it yet. But I believe that Iron Man is coming back, which is stupid considering he died in this film. But yeah, yeah, that makes no sense to me. But hopefully they will give him a good comeback because I think the ending to this one was absolutely beautiful. But yeah, and heartbreaking of course. But yeah, this is just a really good film. Next up, we have A Town That Dreaded Sundown. I haven't seen this film yet, but I've seen a couple of the kills from it, and some of the kills do look really creative and kind of cool. So I really like what I've seen from this film so far. So I'm definitely looking forward to giving it a go. And I think it might be based on a true story as well. Maybe I think, but I'm not 100% sure on that though. Next up, we have Gravity, which is a film I'm yet to see, but I've heard that this is a really good sci-fi film. Sandra Bullock and George Clooney are in it, who are really fantastic actors. So yeah, looking forward to watching this at some point. Next up, we have What We Do in the Shadows, which is a vampire film directed by what's his name? I can't remember its name, and it doesn't say his name on it. But anyway, the director of this also directed The Hunt for Wilder People. But yeah, this is a fantastic film for what I've heard. And yeah, I'm looking forward to giving this a go. I've heard that it's meant to be really funny as well. And yeah, I'm just so excited to watch this film at some point. Next up, we have the Brendan Fraser Mummy trilogy, and unfortunately, I've never seen these films before. I need to get around to these at some point, definitely. I'm planning to watch the first one in the next couple of weeks. And yeah, I'm just really excited to check these films out. I've heard nothing but great things, and they are classics. Next up, we have Judgment Night, which is a really cool and underrated thriller from the 90s. Cuba Gooding Jr. is fantastic in this film. I really like Cuba Gooding Jr. as an actor, and I think he's amazing in this film. Dennis Leary as a villain is great as well. And yeah, it's just a really tense thriller from start to finish. I do enjoy this one quite a lot, actually. Next up, we have Beach Bum, which is a really interesting title for a film. I've never seen this movie before, but I heard it was actually going to be pretty decent, so I'm looking forward to giving this a go. I'm just going to go through a couple more comments. We've got David saying, Scott, do you own any Pixar movies and Disney movies, mate? And what are your favourites? I do own some Pixar movies. And my favourites are probably the Toy Story ones. I grew up watching those a lot when I was a kid. So yeah, those are probably my favourites, and also The Incredibles and Finding Nemo as well. We've got Sinjin saying, "Are those your DVDs hair dropping in the background, Scott?" Yes, it is. I have so many Blu-rays on the floor right now; it's unbelievable. And we got Sinjin saying, "Scott, do you actually know how many movies you own?" No, I don't, in all honesty, but I think it might be somewhere around 1,500 mark, which is quite a lot, but I'm not sure the exact number. That's just a random estimate. We got David saying the Mummy movies, they are amazing movies, awesome, great to hear. Looking forward to watching them, mate. And we got Sinjin saying I love Judgment Night, such a good movie. Yes, definitely, I agree. So glad you enjoy it as well, mate. And next up we have Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner, and this is just such a good feel good movie. And yeah, I absolutely adore this film. Such a great film about hopes and dreams and just life in general. Just really such a great film, and Kevin Costner is fantastic in it. Ray Liotta is fantastic in it as well. I absolutely love Ray Liotta as an actor, and this is just such a good film. Next up, we have Street Trash, which is a really strange horror film from the 80s. It's sort of like got Green Goo as gore, if I remember correctly, in this film, Yeah, this film's just really wacky and mental. There's not much going on in the story, in all honesty, but it's enjoyable, just not great. Next up, we have Army of Darkness, which is the third Evil Dead film, and I do really enjoy this one. I like the setting of this film, and there's not much horror in this one, but this film is just so funny and mental. I absolutely have a fantastic time with it, and it's just so much fun. So, and Bruce Campbell is excellent as always as Ash. Next up, we have Animal Kingdom, which I remember being a decent gangster movie. I haven't seen it in quite a while, so I can't remember too much about it. But I did enjoy it when I watched it, and I really like the song that they have in this film, which is "All Out of Love" by Air Supply. That's one of my favourite songs from the late 70s, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that's a great song, and that song is in this film, so that's a plus for that film. Next up, we have the original Reanimator, which is an absolute classic 80s horror film, and I did really enjoy this film. I think some of the effects are absolutely incredible in it, and yeah, there's just some really cool, entertaining scenes in this film, and yeah, I just have a fantastic time with it. Great 80s horror. Next up, we have the French Connection 1 and 2, which are classic films there. I haven't seen a second one yet, so I don't know what it's like, but I do want to watch it because I absolutely really enjoyed the first movie. And Gene Hackman is fantastic in it, and I remember there's a really, really great specific car chase sequence in the first movie that's actually really quite tense. So yeah, the first film is an absolute classic, and I'm sure the second one is really good as well. Next up, we have Breakfast Club, which is another one of my favourite John Hughes films. The cast in this is just absolutely brilliant. Really simple and entertaining story, just about all these kids that are in an after school detention, and it's just really cool to see how they yeah all the dialogue in this film, and how they react to each other, and how they interact with each other in the detention after school. But yeah, this is just a really fun movie, and the acting is fantastic, and it has an all-time classic song in it, which is "Don't You Forget About Me" by Simple Minds, which is a great song. And yeah, this is just a really fun coming of age film from the 80s. I do enjoy this film a lot. Next up, we've got Chelsea season review from 2017-18. This was a really good season as well. I think we won the FA Cup in this one, and we finished quite high in the table in the Premier League that year as well. So yeah, enjoyed watching this one as well. I had a great time. Next up, we have Red State, which I don't remember too much about, but I remember this being really weird, and I didn't enjoy this movie from what I remember. But yeah, I might give it another rewatch, but it wasn't for me. Go through a few more comments. Got Indian saying Field of Dreams is a feel good movie. I will have to watch that again soon. It's been a while. Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't mind rewatching that again myself, mate. Definitely. And we got David saying Toy Story is amazing. Are you looking forward to Toy Story 5, mate? I am looking forward to it because I think all the Toy Story films are really good. But I think they may be going a bit too far with the sequels now. But I'm hoping that it's really good because I do love the franchise. So I will go and see it still. Next up, we have Andy saying Second Evil Dead is best for me. Back when the third one came out, reviews were great. Sin as a letdown from the media. I can understand that, to be fair. But yeah, the second one is my favourite as well. I totally agree with you. Just such a great film. Got St. Saying, Scott, have you seen Terror Vision from 1986? If not, you should check out Proper 80s B movie. That is great to hear. I haven't seen it. I've definitely heard of it before, but I haven't seen it. So that's another one to add to my watch list. We got David saying, Scott, what are your favourite Tom Hanks movies, mate? Oh, there's quite a few. The original Toy Story would have to be up there for me. Definitely Saving Private Ryan. That's an all-time classic war film. Forrest Gump is fantastic as well. Catch Me If You Can's actually a really good underrated Spielberg film that I enjoyed that he was in as well. Those are just some of my favourites. There are others that I'm forgetting, but those are just some of a few. David saying Tom Hanks is an amazing actor. Yes, definitely. We got Andy saying, how devastated were you when Roman left Chelsea a lot and my mates didn't take it well? Yeah, well, I was quite upset at the time, and to be fair, I think we are spending way too much money on players at the moment. So even if we do win a lot of matches, I don't think we're going to get a lot of credit for it just because of how much we spent this season, which is a shame. But I'm glad to see it. We won today. Definitely needed that result, that's for sure. And next up, we have Pretty Woman, which is a really entertaining film. I really like this film a lot. Julia Roberts and Richard Gere are fantastic in it. And it's just a really great romance film from the early 90s, and it has a fantastic soundtrack as well. Next up, we have Falling Down, which is one of my favourite films from the 90s. And shout out to Mike if he watches this on playback from Cinemax. Man, I know this is his favourite film of all time, and I can absolutely see why, because this film is so good. Michael Douglas gives an amazing performance in this film, and I really like the story as well. And yeah, it's just such an entertaining time. Next up, we have Good Time, which is a really cool movie. I really did enjoy this one. It's quite bleak in places as well, and quite disturbing. But Robert Pattinson gives an amazing performance, that's for sure. And yeah, very well acted, and I do enjoy this film quite a lot. Next up, we have 12 Angry Men, which is one of my favourite films of all time, and definitely one of my favourite films that set place in just one location, pretty much. And yeah, this is just such a great film with fantastic performances. It's an all-time classic. Some of the dialogue is absolutely riveting in this film as well. And yeah, for a film that's just set in a courtroom for basically the entire film, pretty much, it is actually really entertaining, and it keeps you on the edge of your seat. So it's quite a remarkable movie for me, I think. Next up, we got Silver Linings Playbook, which is a really entertaining film. I believe this might have won Best Picture when it came out in 2012. And yeah, it definitely deserved it. Really fantastic film. Got some great performances. And yeah, just a really entertaining story. I have a lot of fun with this one. Next up, we have Winter's Bone, which is a really good movie. It's got quite a dark feel to it, and it's a little bit of a slow burn, but the acting is really good in it. And it's a tense movie as well. I have a really good time with this one. Really enjoyed it. Next up, we've got Adrift, which is an okay film, but I think it is quite boring as well. It is a little bit dull in places, but the story is decent. But yeah, it's not great. Next up, we got Les Miserables, which is a film that I really didn't like, unfortunately. But I did watch this at a time when I wasn't a massive fan of musicals, so I might need to give this film another rewatch. But when I watched it, I thought it was really annoying. I didn't really like any of the songs in it, and they are singing for basically the entire movie. And yeah, I just wasn't a fan of it. No, it didn't really do anything for me, unfortunately. Next up, we have House by Cemetery, which was one of the video nasties from the 80s. And yeah, I have a good time with this film. I think some of the gore in it is really good, and really good film. I believe this is directed by Lucio Fulci. It doesn't actually say, but I think this is a Lucio Fulci's film from what I remember. And yeah, this is a decent film. I do have a good time with it. Just a classic video nasty, really. Next up, we have Young Guns, which is a really good western from the 90s. Really enjoyed this one. Has a fantastic cast and it has some really good action sequences in it. It's a little bit slow and boring at times, but it's still a great film nonetheless. We got Andy saying Falling Down is a feeling 90% of men feel like at some point in a day. Yeah, definitely, I can get that, mate. And we got St. John. If you want a classic movie, Scott, check out To Kill a Mockingbird with Gregory Peck. that is an awesome recommendation, mate. And I have seen that movie before, and it is a fantastic movie. So yeah, thank you for the recommendation, definitely. And I do agree, it's a great film. We got Sinjin saying can't wait for Young Guns 3 this year. Oh well, I didn't actually notice that they were doing the third one, to be honest. I had no idea that was happening. But that's pretty cool. We got Andy saying Asboy Cemetery, never heard of it. Was that Jamie Lee Curtis in a cover? No, it wasn't Jamie Lee Curtis. I can't remember the actress's name, to be honest. We got Steve saying the Evil Dead 1 and 2 for me as they were ones I grew up watching. That is fair enough, Stephen. They are probably my two favourites as well. We got Harry Dodd saying this is his Blu-ray collection, so I'm guessing he has a load of movies, including some Tom Hanks classics on DVD. Yeah, I definitely have some Tom Hanks ones, definitely. And next up we have Bone Tomahawk, which is a really good sort of western, and it is quite dull and boring to start with, but once it gets to a certain point in the film, there's a really graphic scene that happens, and once that scene happens, it really goes for it with the gore and brutality of this film, and it is quite entertaining, but also really hard to watch at the same time. But yeah, this is a really good film, and I would definitely recommend it. Next up, we have Leon, which is an amazing Luc Besson film, probably my favourite of his. Yeah, just a really great film, and I've forgotten his name, but the main actor in this film, the main character, is really good as the hitman. And Natalie Portman, wow. For such a young actress at the time, she gave a fantastic performance, like really fucking good. And yeah, this is such a great film. I have an absolute blast with it. And Gary Oldman is fantastic in this film as well. Next up, we have Margin Call, which is a film I've only seen once, but I had a really good time with this film. This is quite an underrated film. I can't remember loads about it, but when I watched it, I really did have a good time with it, and it does have a fantastic cast. Next up, we have Cruella, which is a film that I haven't seen on 4K Blu-ray yet, but I have seen the movie, and I really, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really fun movie. Emma Stone's Cruella was fantastic, and some of the costume designs look absolutely fantastic in it, and yeah, it's got some great music as well. Next up, we have A Star Is Born on 4K, which is a fantastic movie. This is one of my favourite films from 2018. I think that Lady Gaga gives a fantastic performance in this film. She was actually really good. Bradley Cooper gives some great singing in this as well. Yeah, just a fantastic movie, and it's quite emotional at the end as well. Next up, we've got Angel Heart on 4K, which is a movie I've not seen yet, but heard amazing things about it. Heard it's going to be quite disturbing, but I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have Ad Astra in 4K. I've heard it visually. This is absolutely stunning. This was a popular sci-fi film in 2019. I haven't got around to watching it yet, but I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Creed 2 in 4K, which I haven't seen in 4K yet, but I have seen the film, of course. I absolutely adore Rocky/Creed franchise, and this is a fantastic entry into that franchise. I love the story, and I love Victor Drago as a villain in this film, and I love the fact that they brought back Dolph Lundgren in this film. Just had such a raw feel to it, and it was really entertaining, some of the fighting scenes in this film as well. Next up, we have the original Creed. I haven't seen this in 4K yet, but the film is absolutely incredible. I think as a spin-off in the Rocky franchises, this done exactly what it needed to do, and it was everything I wanted and more. And yeah, this is just such a great entry. I was a little bit skeptical about it at first, but they definitely pulled it off. What a film. Next up, we have the original Alien in 4K, and I absolutely adore this film. I haven't seen the 4K yet, but that chest burst scene is one of my favourite jump scares of all time. That's just such an amazing jump scare, really tense, and yeah, this film is great. Definitely need Aliens on 4K, that's for sure. Next up, we got Steve saying House by Cemetery, one of my childhood horror films. Yeah, definitely. I know you watched that a lot when you was younger, Steve. We got Sinjid saying the original Star is Born was a great film as well. I really need to check that film out, definitely. We got David saying Scott, the Jungle Book 2016 movie is amazing, and the original Jungle Book cartoon. I actually still need to watch both of those, so thank you both for those recommendations, mate. Really appreciate it. Got Sinjin saying Aliens amazing in 4K. That is great to hear. I cannot wait to watch it in 4K, mate. Next up, we have Arrow 4K of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I haven't watched a 4K of it yet, but I absolutely love this film. Bob De Niro is fantastic in this, and yeah, it's just a really creepy and entertaining, eerie movie, and I remember having a great time with this one. Next up, we have an absolute classic. Shout out to Danielle as well, if she watches this. But this is the original Scream in 4K. I have seen this in 4K. It was a great time. Looks great in 4K, and it is just a classic Wes Craven film from the 90s. I absolutely adore this film. The opening scene is one of my favourite scenes of all time, and I think reveal of the killers is absolutely incredible in this film, and I cannot wait to see Scream 6 tomorrow. Next up, we have Raw Deal, and there go my films again. I have Raw Deal in 4K, and yeah, looking forward to actually, no, I have seen this film and really enjoyed it. I thought there was a really cool scene in this film when he gets all that ammo and he's getting all pumped up, and it has that sort of like really cool music playing in the background, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is badass, this is awesome, and yeah, it's a really fun action movie. I had a great time with it. Next up, we have Scream, the 2022 one that came out last year, Scream 5. Yeah, this was a solid entry into the franchise. Really enjoyed it. I like the new cast quite a lot, and yeah, just an entertaining time. And I think some of the kills are really good as well. Next up, we have Alligator in 4K, which is a really cool 80s movie. I thought this was a lot of fun, and yeah, just a really entertaining films from the 80s there. Next up, we have Moneyball, which is a decent movie, but it is very slow. This film, I didn't think it was too inspirational, but it is a very well made film, and it is decent nonetheless. And we got Mike from Did You see that here? Hello, mate. Saying hey, mate, just got out of cinema. Awesome. What did you see, Mike? Intrigued to see what you watched, mate. And thank you for joining. Next up, we had the Grand Budapest Hotel on Blu-ray. I've heard so many good things about this film. It's directed by Wes Anderson, and I've heard this is one of his best films. I've not watched it yet, unfortunately, but I'm so excited to do so. Next up, we have The Man on Fire, which is based on a true story and stars Denzel Washington, and this is a really tense and gripping thriller. Yeah, really hard to watch in places, and Denzel Washington is just so good in this film, and yeah, it's a really great, well-made film. That. Next up, we have Interstellar on Blu-ray, which is a fantastic Christopher Nolan film. I don't understand it like properly, like the whole film, but it's still a very well made film, and it is one of his best for sure. It's one of my favourites of his. Next up, we have John Q, which is a really underrated film starring Denzel Washington. Not too many people talk about this one, but I really enjoy this film. It's a really tense thriller. I really enjoy this one. Denzel Washington is fantastic as always. It's one of his best performances, I think. And yeah, I highly recommend this one. Next up, we have Lights Out, which I haven't seen yet, but I've heard good things about it, and I heard it's going to be quite scary, so looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Passchendaele, which is a war movie. I don't know hardly anything about this really, but I've heard it's meant to have some good action scenes in it, so I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have It Follows, which was a horror film that I thought was actually quite overrated. I really didn't enjoy the story. I guess I just didn't get the overall appeal of this film, but I can understand why people like it. But I didn't think it was that scary. It didn't really do much for me, unfortunately. But maybe I just need to give it a rewatch. Next up, we have Born in Striped Pajamas. Haven't seen this film yet, but heard amazing things. And I've heard it's really hard to watch. Like one of those films that's only like so hard to watch, you're probably only going to watch it once, sort of thing. But I'm still looking forward to giving it a go and seeing what all the fuss is about. Next up, we have John Wick, which is one of my favourite action movies. Keanu Reeves is an absolute badass in this film. I really love the colour palette. There's some beautiful cinematography in this movie, and yeah, it's just such a great revenge story. And yeah, he kills a lot of people in it, so it's great. Next up, we have The Business, which is a cool little British movie here. I do enjoy this film. Has a good cast, has Danny Dyer in it. Also has the main villain from Green Street in it as well. The lead guy from the Millwall firm in Green Street's in this film. And yeah, I enjoyed this film, thought it was decent for what it was. Next up, we have Interview with Vampire, which is a film that I grew up with, one of my favourite vampire films. Tom Cruise is fantastic in this film, and I do like Brad Pitt as well. It's got a really cool and unique feel to it, and I like the setting as well. Got Steve saying Scream. I remember having it on a bootleg video in 1996 at the time when the film was shown at the cinema. Oh wow, that is awesome, Steve. That is so cool. We got Sin Jin saying it follows as a creepy film. Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. I can see why it has its fans, definitely. Next up, we have Side Effects, which is a movie I'm still yet to watch, but I've heard great things about it, so I'm really looking forward to giving this a go. Next up, we have The Nice Guys, which is a really good sort of like cop action movie starring Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling, and they have fantastic chemistry in this film. And yeah, this was just such a great film. Really enjoyed it. Would love to have seen a sequel to that as well, actually. Next up, we have Twister, which is a fantastic sort of like disaster action movie. I have a lot of fun with this. And yeah, Bill Paxton is fantastic. He's great in everything. But yeah, this is just such a fun time. Next up, we have The Score, which is underrated movie. I do have a really good time with this one. It's quite an interesting story. Don't want to say too much about it because I think it is best going in known not a lot about it, but it's really entertaining and it's got great performances. Next up, we have Heartbreak Ridge, which is a fantastic Clint Eastwood war movie, really well made, and yeah, just got some really great action sequences in it. Next up, we have American Graffiti, which is a really fun movie. Had a lot of fun with this one. Some of the music in it is really good, and yeah, it's just a fun movie with a lot of good car racing sequences in it. Go through a few more comments and let's go some more movies. But we got Steve saying Scream. I remember having it on bootleg video in. Oh, I've already read that one. He says still have the original Scream on VHS. Bought it on the day of its release. Awesome. We got Andy saying always loved the end. Sorry if you can hear background noises by the way, guys. That's just parents opening doors and that. But yeah, we got Andy saying always loved the end of the Interview with Vampire when Brad Pitt watched Superman in cinema. Yeah, it does have a pretty cool ending, to be fair. We got Sinjin saying River Phoenix was supposed to be an Interview with Vampire but died before filming. Starred so Christian Slater stepped in for a part. Oh, that's quite cool. I didn't know he's meant to be in that film, to be fair. Yeah, it's a shame that he passed away so young River Phoenix. He was such a great actor. I would have been cool to see him in that film, to be fair. We got Andy saying Sinjin. I heard that at the time. Sinjin says Heartbreak Ridge is a favourite of mine. Seen it so many times. That is awesome, mate. Glad you enjoy it. I really like that film as well. Next up, we have The Prestige, which is another fantastic Christopher Nolan film that has a really cool and unique story, has fantastic performances, and I think some of the stuff that happens in this film is really awesome. I really do love this film. Next up, we have Next 3 Days, which is a decent thriller from what I remember. I can't remember a lot about it, but I remember Russell Crowe being good in it. And yeah, I remember it just being a fun time. Next up, we have Colombiana, which is a fun action movie, and Saldana is really good in this film. She has a lot of great action scenes in this movie. Next up, we've got Jim Carrey's Mask, which is an absolute 90s comedy classic here. Just such a fun and entertaining film. And yeah, Jim Carrey is fantastic in this movie. Next up, we've got A Hat and Garden Job, which isn't an amazing film, but it's also it is very entertaining at the same time. But it's not great. It's very sort of like similar to a lot of other British films that you've seen before, but it's still a decent time. Next up, we have Gone, which was quite a decent film, similar to films like Gone Girl and stuff like that. Amanda Seyfried, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, I'll probably have to be fair, but yeah, I enjoyed this film, thought it was good for what it was. Next up, we have Survival of the Dead, which is a George A. Romero film, obviously one of his more recent ones. And it's not a great film, but I do enjoy this film, I must admit. I liked it when it first came out. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it's got some really good gore in this film as well. So some of the kills in it are really good, and yeah, it's quite entertaining as well, to be fair. And we got Movie Trains and Studios here. So what's up? Hello, mate. Thank you for joining. Next up, we have Prison, which is a really mental horror film in a prison. Basically, when a prison comes to life and starts killing people. Yeah, so it's a lot of fun. It's really mental and weird, but I have a great time with this film. I think it's actually really underrated, and I would definitely recommend it to anyone that hasn't seen it before because it's just such a cool little fun 80s horror film. Next up, we have the Dread remake, which is a really good movie. I think some of the action sequences in this film are fantastic, and wow, I've got a lot of films to sort out when this is finished. But yeah, this film is fantastic. I think it's got some great action, and it is very similar to the Raid films. I do want to check out the original because I do the original is quite fun. Next up, we've got Escape from Alcatraz, which is a really good Clint Eastwood film. It's an absolute classic, and yeah, really enjoyed this film. Great prison movie. Next up, we've got Chronicle, which is a fantastic superhero film. Really good sort of fan footage movie. And yeah, I think Michael B. Jordan was in this as well. And this is one of his first movie roles. And yeah, just such a great time. Really did have a great time with this one. Next up, we've got Death Wish remake, which is not that good, to be honest. It's not bad, but it's just very similar to the original movie, and yeah, it's not fantastic. But I feel sorry for Bruce Willis and his family because of everything he's going through at the moment, and I just wish him all the best. But yeah, it's a shame what he's going through at a minute. But yeah, this film is not great, unfortunately. Next up, we have Batman Begins, which is the start of the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy, and it is a fantastic start. I think it's a really good origin story, and Christian Bale's a very good Batman. And yeah, this is just such a great film. I have a fantastic time with it. Got St. Ginseng off. Felt like that and got on the job movie was rushed. It could have been so much better. Yeah, I agree. Definitely, I do agree with that. We got Movies and Train Studios saying Chronicles, great movie. Definitely 100% agree with that, my friend. We got Steve saying Prison, very good film. It is, Steve. I really enjoy it, mate. It's one of my favourites from the 80s. Got St. John saying I own pretty much every Clint Eastwood movie. I have 50 plus. Wow, that is awesome. We got Andy saying Batman Begins is the first best Batman film to date. That's awesome. Really great choice, mate. I can't argue that. It is a fantastic film. Next up, we have The Dark Knight, which is probably my favourite of the Batman trilogy, and maybe my favourite Batman movies between this and the Robert Pattinson one. But yeah, this film is just really good. I do think that Heath Ledger's Joker is one of the reason why this movie is so good. But I still think this has a lot of other great stuff to it as well. And yeah, it's just such a fantastic film. Next up, we have American Beauty, which is a classic 90s film. And I have a great time with this one. I think it's a really good, well made film. And yeah, it has a fantastic cast as well. Next up, we have Hereditary on Blu-ray, which is a really great horror movie directed by Ari Aster, I believe. And yeah, this is just such a creepy and eerie experience. It really is one of the creepiest movies I've seen in the last few years, and I highly recommend this one. Next up, we have Labyrinth in 4K. I haven't seen that 4K yet, but this is a movie I grew up watching. I haven't seen it in a long time, but yeah, this is quite a fun movie. David Bowie's creepy in this film, to be fair, but he does give a decent performance, and Jennifer Connelly gives a really good performance as well. Next up, we have Mulan on 4K. This is the original Disney animated movie, and I think this is actually one of my favourites that I've seen from Disney. This is actually quite a dark movie, and surprisingly got a lot of action in it. And yeah, this is actually a really good film. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I had a great time with it. Next up, we have Tenet, which is a really divisive Christopher Nolan film. And I can definitely see why. I really did enjoy this film, but the story is so complicated, and I think it's too complicated for its own good at times. But I still had a great time with it. I thought some of the action was pretty cool, and I think it's a really cool movie, and it's filmed really well, and it's quite unique as well. But it definitely is too complicated for its own good. But I do have a good time with it still. Next up, we have Spartacus on 4K, which is a Stanley Kubrick film. I haven't seen this one yet, but I've heard amazing things about it. This going to be sort of like an epic movie, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to check this one out. Got Andy saying, Sinjin, what are your thoughts on Once Upon a Time in the West? We got Sinjin saying that he loves it. It's one of his favourite westerns. Charles Bronson, Jason Robards, and Henry Fonda were amazing. That sounds awesome. I have heard great things about that, to be fair, so I'm looking forward to watching that, definitely. Next up, we have Glory in 4K, which is an absolutely incredible American Civil War movie. This is such a fantastic film. The performances are excellent. Some of the sequences are directed very, very well. And I believe this is a Robert Zemeckis film, is it? No, Edward Zwick, sorry. And yes, this is a very well directed movie. And yeah, really tense, and I have a great time with it. Next up, we have Men in Black 3 in 4K, which is a film that I've not seen yet. But I've heard this is going to be one of the better Men in Black films, so I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have The Equalizer 2, which was a very decent sequel to the first Equalizer film. Denzel Washington, again, is an absolute badass in this film. Has some great action sequences, and it's just such a great time. Next up, we have Top Gun Maverick in 4K. I haven't seen it in 4K yet, but I watched it at cinema, and it was one of my favourite movie going experiences I've ever had, to be honest. I absolutely adored this film. This was my third favourite film from last year. Just has such great high stakes in this film, and yeah, this film feels really tense at times, and yeah, I love all the flying scenes in it. They're just absolutely great to watch. Next up, we have Drive with Mike Casco's film in 4K. This is such a badass action movie from the 90s. I absolutely love this film, and has some fantastic one-liners in it. Everyone gives a fantastic performance in it. Everyone looks like they're having a decent time, and I just had such a blast with this film. Would definitely 100% watch it again. Next up, we have Monty Python and the Meaning in Life in 4K. I haven't actually seen this movie before, to be honest, but I have seen the other two movies and thought they were so funny. Really enjoyed them. Looking forward to watching this one as well. I've heard so many good things about it. Cannot wait to check it out. Next up, we have Lord of War in 4K, which is a fantastic film. I believe this is based on a true story as well. And yeah, it's just a really tense and gripping story. And the fact that it's based on a true story makes it even more tense and gripping. Nicolas Cage, this is one of his best performances, I think, in this film. And yeah, it's just such a fantastic film. Next up, we have West Side Story in 4K. This is the remake. I haven't seen the original yet, but I absolutely loved this movie. Thought it was actually quite emotional at times, to be honest. Definitely had a lot of balls to this film, and yeah, it had quite a few decent action in it as well, decent fight scenes as well, to be honest. And yeah, just got some fantastic iconic songs in it, and it made me want to check out the original movie as well. So I've got to get the original at some point. Next up, we have Everything Everywhere All at Once in 4K. This is my favourite film of last year. I think this film is so creative and so different. It's so wacky and out there, but it's so entertaining at the same time. It's a hard movie to explain, but it's just so entertaining and creative. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen, and all performances are amazing. It's a 10 out of 10 movie for me, and I absolutely adored it. Next up, we have La Bamba, which is a classic 80s film. Shout out to Steve. He recommended this film to me and actually gifted it to me, which I'm really thankful of. But yeah, this is a really entertaining sort of like music movie from the 80s. Got some fantastic songs in it, and yeah, just a really entertaining time. Next up, we have Sleepers, which is a really bleak and dark movie. Like, this is really, really hard to watch, but it's a very well made film, and some of the performances in it are absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I do really like this film. It's very well made, but it is hard to watch. Next up, we have Commando, which is an absolute classic 80s action movie starring Arnie. This is an absolute classic. I really enjoy it. Has some great one-liners. They're from Steve Bennett. Yeah, the one-liners are actually pretty bad, to be honest. Like, they're really ridiculous, but they're so much fun. And yeah, this has some great action scenes. And what a fun film it is. Next up, we have Megamind, which is quite a fun animated film. I used to really enjoy this film. I haven't seen it in quite some time, but I am looking forward to watching it again. Next up, we have The Polar Express, which is a Christmas staple for me. I've watched it so many times in my life. And yeah, this is a film that I grew up watching. Really, animation is actually quite creepy, to be fair. I do agree when people say that. And it did actually used to scare me when I was a kid. For obvious reasons. But yeah, I really enjoy this film, and I think it still holds up, to be honest. Got Shin Jin saying looking forward to a third Equalizer movie. Yeah, definitely. Same here, mate. I think it'd be really good. Got Andy saying meaning of life is meaning of life hard work. Oh, I'm guessing that means that he's not a big fan of it. That's sorry to hear you didn't enjoy it, mate. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it still. We got David saying the mask. Jim Carrey is an amazing actor. Somebody's told me yes, he is fantastic and he is great in that, definitely. We got Sinjin saying I watch West Side Story but prefer the original. That's fair enough, mate. Can completely get that. We need to watch it at some point. We got Sinjin saying great cast and sleepers. Yes, definitely. I 100% agree with that. And Sinjin says, sorry, remember when I said I was going to kill you last I lied? I think that's a line from that movie. We got next up we got Tiger Nights. I think that's how you pronounce it. I think I watched this for like 5 minutes a long time ago and then stopped watching it. I'm not really too sure why I didn't. My time attention span was really bad when I was younger for some films. I really need to go back to this because I've read this actually quite funny, to be fair. Next up we have Filth, which is a very interesting movie. I'm not a massive fan of it. It's a good movie, but it's not one of my favourites. Next up, we have Robo with Shotgun, which is a really mental film. I've seen this a couple of times. It's so hard to explain. It's just really weird and wacky, but it is a lot of fun. It is so entertaining. Oh right, yeah, we got Sinjin saying it was from Commando. I completely forgot about that line, to be honest, till you mentioned it. And we got From Beyond, which is honestly a great movie. I really enjoyed this one. It's one of my favourite horrors from the 80s. I really like the characters, and I think some of the effects on some of the creatures are really awesome in this film. And yeah, this is such an underrated film, I think. Next up, we have Spirited Away, which is an amazing Studio Ghibli film. I really enjoyed this. I think the animation in it is absolutely stunning. The voice acting is incredible, and I have fun with the story as well. Next up, we have Princess Mononoke, which I've heard is a great Studio Ghibli film. I haven't watched this one yet, but I really enjoyed Spirited Away, so looking forward to watching this one. Next up, we have Grave of the Fireflies, which I've also heard is really good. I've heard this is really upsetting, like, so I might have to be in the right mood to watch this. But I've heard that this one's absolutely incredible. And next up, we have The Father, which I watched recently for the first time, and this film is absolutely incredible. I can't recommend this film enough. But yeah, this is such a heartbreaking film, and I was getting quite emotional watching this, to be honest. But yeah, this film's just so good. We got David saying Sonic Hedgehog movie is an amazing film with Jim Carrey. I still need to watch the Sonic films actually, but I do want to watch them and he's putting it again. We got Harry Dodd saying I've heard it is good but not seen it yet. We got Mike from Did You See That saying nothing to do with the Blu-ray phone. Scott, you are a legend. Thank you for being such a good friend. No worries, Mike, and thank you so much as well, my friend. I really do appreciate your support. That's really kind of you to say. Next up, we have There's Something About Mary, which is a really fun 90s comedy. I used to like watching this one when I was a kid. Well, not a kid, but like a young teenager. But yeah, I haven't seen this film in quite a few years, but I used to like it quite a lot. Next up, we have Gran Torino. Yeah, get off my lawn. Which is an absolute classic line. This film is a great British film. And Clint Eastwood, yeah, he's just so miserable in this film, but his performance is fantastic in it, that's for sure. Absolutely love this film, and I love Clint Eastwood as well. Next up, we have Zombieland, which is a classic zombie film. Watched this film quite a lot when I was younger. I haven't seen it in many years, but this film is just so much fun. Has a great cast, and it is really funny as well. Next up, we have Revenge of the Nerds, which is one of my favourite 80s comedies. This is just such a fun, entertaining time, and yeah, just such a classic comedy from the 80s. Absolutely love it. Next up, we have Enemy of the State, which is a classic 90s movie. This is a really good movie. Really enjoyed it. Performances absolutely excellent, especially from Gene Hackman and Will Smith. And yeah, just a really great tense thriller. Next up, we have Devil's Knot, which is a film I've heard is decent, but I haven't seen it yet. I don't know too much about it, but I've heard good things about it. Like, next up, we have Once Were Warriors, which is an absolute classic, such an underrated film from the 90s here. As some of the best fight scenes you're ever going to see in a movie, that's for sure. They're really nasty and realistic. And yeah, the acting is brilliant. It's such a good film, this. Yeah, one of my favourite films from the 90s, in all honesty. So if you haven't seen this before, definitely give it a go. Next up, we have ID, which is a film that I watched quite a bit of when I was younger. I haven't seen it all the way through, but I watched a bit of it. And I remember it being quite entertaining and quite violent for what I remember. But this film's not that realistic, and it's not based off real films either. They sort of made up firm names. But I do need to go back and give this one another go because I think I'd enjoy rewatching that. Next up, we have Creepshow 2, which is actually a decent sequel. There's some really good short stories in this. I think it's a decent anthology film. Not as good as the original, but still a fantastic time nonetheless. We got Gary saying Once Were Warriors, such a brutal movie. That it is, my friend. It definitely is a brutal film. We got Sinjin saying Gran Torino is another great movie from Old Clint. Can't believe he'll be 93 in a couple months. Yes, that is absolutely insane. And the fact that he's still going doing stuff is absolutely incredible. What a guy. Next up, we have The Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue, which is one of my favourite, well, not favourite, but one of my sort of like underappreciated and underrated of zombie films for me. I really get a kick out of this film. Thought it was actually quite decent and well acted for its time. And yeah, it's a really decent zombie film actually. So if you haven't seen it, I would definitely recommend it. Next up, we have an absolute classic zombie film, and that is the original Night of the Living Dead. What can I say about this film that hasn't already been said? It's such a great film, absolute classic, and it still holds up to this day, in my opinion. Just such a great film. Next up, we have Stone, which was a film I was really looking forward to because I was expecting it to be sort of like Quadrophenia and stuff like that, but I found this film to be super, super slow, and I couldn't connect with the story all that much. So, yeah, I wasn't a massive fan of this, unfortunately. It does have a really brutal and violent moment in it, though, that was horrible to watch. Next up, we have Cannibal Holocaust. Sorry about covering that. That's quite. I probably should cover that up a bit, to be honest, because that's quite graphic to see. But yeah, this is a brutal movie, and yeah, this again, the animal cruelty is unnecessary. It doesn't need to be in these films, but I'm glad to own it. Fully uncut. Just say I own it in my collection, but the animal cruelty is so nasty, and it is unnecessary. That's for sure. But again, the music is absolutely fantastic. I love the music in these films, and they are well-made films. It's just a shame about the animal cruelty. Next up, we have Gladiator on Blu-ray. For some reason, for the longest time, I thought I actually owned this in 4K, but I think that's because my dad owns it. That's probably why I thought I had this in 4K. But yeah, I haven't seen this film in years, but I used to love this film when I was a kid. I used to rewatch battle sequences all the time. There's some epic battle scenes in this film. Some of the music in it is absolutely insane as well. Yeah, this film is just so good. I'm looking forward to watching that again. Next up, we have a film that I watched when it first came out on DVD when I was like 4 years old. I shouldn't have watched this at that age, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I've always really enjoyed this one. Always had a soft spot for Land of the Dead, and yeah, but it's got some decent gore in it. It is a very Hollywoodish sort of feeling movie, but I still think it is a great time, and it has a lot of zombies in it, and it's just a lot of fun. We got Sinjin saying Keith's review of Night of the Living Dead is very good. Oh, awesome! I'll have to check that out. Definitely, Keith's a great guy. Definitely, as well. But music in Gladiator is on another level. 100%, mate. I totally agree with that. And he says, I think it was Hans Zimmer. Yes, I believe it was Hans Zimmer. Definitely. And next up, we have Street Fighter Remake, which I only watched a couple of not seconds, but a few minutes of this film, and it's just like, this looks really bad, so I didn't bother watching that much of it. But I've seen the original Street Fighter with Van Damme, which is also a bad movie, but so bad it's entertaining. So I might have to go back to this one and give it another go because I do quite like films like this, but yeah, I don't know, it just didn't connect with me at the time. Next up, we have First Sunday, which is an entertaining comedy. Not my favourite, but Ice Cube is great in it, as he always is in these films. I do have a fun time with this one. It's just not my favourite. Next up, we have Life, which is one of my favourite Eddie Murphy films. To be honest, I think this is a really underrated film. Has a lot of funny moments in it, and yeah, just such a great comedy from the 90s. It's a great prison movie as well. If you haven't seen this, I highly recommend it. Next up, we have Baby Driver, which is a classic Edgar Wright film from the last few years. I had a great time with this. I thought the soundtrack was awesome, really entertaining stuff, and yeah, it's such a great cast in it as well. Next up, we have Dallas Buyers Club, which I believe was the film that Matthew McConaughey won his Oscar for. Absolutely well deserved. This is a fantastic film, and he gives a fantastic performance in this film. Yeah, based on a true story as well, if I remember. Yeah, I highly recommend this if you haven't seen it before. Such a good film. Next up, we have the original Halloween in this really nice 4K slipcover from Scream Factory, I think it is. And this is such a classic horror film, one of my favourites. Really love the score by John Carpenter as well. And yeah, just such a great horror movie, isn't it? Next up, we have Halloween 2, which was a very good sequel. I really enjoyed this one. It was much better than I thought it would be. Thought it was actually really creepy. And yeah, some great kills and a great performance from Jamie Lee Curtis again. Next up, we have Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. This is a very divisive movie because obviously this is the only one that hasn't got Michael Myers in it. But I have heard a lot of great things about it as well. I'm looking forward to watching this one, definitely. Next up, we have Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. I have only seen the first 2 Halloween films, unfortunately, but looking forward to checking the rest out because I love the first 2, and obviously it's an iconic franchise for a reason, and yeah, just looking forward to watching them. And next up, we have Halloween 5, Revenge of Michael Myers. I've heard that this is one of the weaker ones, but I'm still looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have, and the J card's just fallen off. Probably should get rid of this J card, to be honest, but we have this Steelbook of Juice. I believe this was the 30th anniversary for its 4K release. This is my favourite film starring Tupac in. This is such a great 90s hood movie. I've always really enjoyed this one. And yeah, just such a great time. And Tupac as a villain is just fantastic. Great film. Next up, we've got The Matrix Resurrections in 4K. I've heard this film is really, really bad and boring. I haven't watched it yet, but I will give it a go at some point, but I haven't heard the best things. Next up, we got The Poltergeist in 4K. I absolutely love this film. It's a great 80s horror classic. I think it was directed by Toby Hooper, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure Steven Spielberg had stuff to do with this film as well. So yeah, great film, one of my favourites of the 80s, just a classic movie. Got Steve saying Cannibal Holocaust, very well made film. Yes, I do agree, it is well made, Steve. We got Sinjin saying looking forward to Beverly Hills Cop 4 this year. Oh, is that coming out this year? Is it? I didn't actually know that, to be fair. But yeah, that'd be cool to see. I'd be happy to see that, to be fair. Sinjin saying what can you say about Halloween? Classic, but Season of Witch is my favourite. Love Tom Atkins. Oh, awesome! That's great to hear, mate. That's really encouraged me to go and watch the third one even more now. So thank you. And yes, Halloween is a classic. Have you seen the manga animation Street Fighter film from the early 2000s? Great watch. No, I haven't, Andy. But thank you so much for the recommendation. I have heard that it's meant to be really good. I haven't watched that much manga animation films, to be honest. So I'll have to watch that. We got Cindy saying they're here. And next up, we got Star Wars Last Jedi on 4K. I haven't seen this one yet, but I know this one is very, very divisive. But hopefully, I will enjoy it when I get round to watching it. Next up, sorry, I can't talk tonight. This is really bad. But I have The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. I've heard this is meant to be a decent sequel to the first movie. Haven't seen either of them yet, but I've heard they're just meant to be really fun action movies. Next up, we have a double pack of About Last Night and St. Elmo's Fire, which are 2 very entertaining, fun sort of romance films from the 80s. Really enjoyed both of these films, and both of them have really great casts. If you like films like Pretty in Pink and Breakfast Club, I would definitely recommend these 2 movies. They're fun to watch. Next up, we've got Porky's, and I'm not a fan of this film. Surprisingly, I know this is a classic American comedy. There are a lot of fans of this film, but for some reason, I just didn't find this that funny. I don't know. I'm not really too sure why, but maybe I need to go back and rewatch it. But I'm not a fan of it, unfortunately. Next up, we have Naked Gun, for 33 and a third, the final insult. This is a great sequel. The opening is hilarious in this movie. Leslie Nielsen as Frank Drebin is great as ever. And yeah, what a fun trilogy it is. Just some great comedies, and this is a fantastic sequel as well. Next up, we have Stephen King's Silver Bullet, which is a really entertaining werewolf film starring Corey Haim, who gives a fantastic performance in this film. I really miss Corey Haim as an actor. He was fantastic back in the 80s. And yeah, this was just a really great and fun time. Next up, we have the original Creepshow, and this is a fantastic anthology film. Really great stuff, really fun and unique. I think that some of the stories are really entertaining, and yeah, it's just one of my favourite Stephen King adaptation movies. So yeah, great film there. Next up, we have Under the 27 Hours, which is a really great, tense sort of drama about this guy that falls in between a rock, and yeah, it's really tense stuff. Like, oh, it's brutal, some of it, and hard to watch, but this is a fantastic film, and would definitely recommend it. We got Steve saying those Halloween editions you got are stunning. Thank you, Steve. And yes, they are very nice. I do agree. We got Sinjin saying great Rob Lowe movies. Glad you enjoy, mate. I do agree. We got Andy saying Rob Lowe. I never liked him, to be honest. That's fair enough, mate. We all have our different opinions, so yeah, that's fair enough. And we got Sinjin saying Scott. Wow, Porky's is brilliant. I guess we all have different tastes, and Silver Bullet is a great movie. Love Gay Busey in it. Yeah, well, I can understand why people like Porky's. I think I just need to give it a rewatch, to be fair. But yeah, for some reason I wasn't a massive fan of it. But Silver Bullet is great, and yes, Guy Busey is great in it. Next up, we have a Ghost Story, which I've heard is a fantastic film. This is another A24 movie. Looking forward to watching this. I'd heard many great things. Next up, we have Career Opportunities, which is a really fun 90s movie. Jennifer Connelly's in her prime in this film. She looks absolutely gorgeous in this film, and the performance is really good as well. And yeah, this is just a really fun, entertaining movie. I really like the scene with John Candy as well. He gives a really good short cameo in this film, and yeah, it's just an entertaining time. Next up, we have The Burbs, which is a classic 80s film. I have a lot of fun with this. Tom Hanks is great in it, and it's a really cool and unique film for sort of Tom Hanks film, because he doesn't really do too many movies like this, but which is what's great about it. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun, that film. Next up, we have The Death Wish 1 to 5 complete collection with Charles Bronson, and I've only seen the first two. Love the first movie. I think it's an absolute classic revenge action movie, and I really enjoy the second one as well. I thought it was a very solid sequel. I think it is the cut version on this Blu-ray set, but I've heard that the uncut version is absolutely brutal. So, yeah, it's still a great film nonetheless, and both great. I'm looking forward to watching the sequels. Both good films there. Next up, we have Boyhood. Surprisingly, I have never seen this one before. This is another one of those classics I really need to get around to watching, because I've heard it's absolutely fantastic. And yeah, looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Saving Mr. Banks. This is another film that I'm yet to watch. I've sort of sounded like a broken record there, and I. But yeah, but I've heard good things about it, definitely, and looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. This is a classic movie, the one that I still need to get around to watching. I've heard nothing but great things about it, and I'm really looking forward to watching this film. Next up, we have Lost in Translation. Again, another film I'm yet to watch, but I love Bill Murray as an actor, and apparently he's fantastic in this film, and I've heard great things about it. So yeah, I really cannot wait to watch this one. Next up, we have The Collector, which I've heard is one of the most brutal and gory, violent horror films from the last couple of decades. Not got around to watching it yet, but I'm really excited to watch it just because of how violent I've heard it is. Next up, we have The Minority Report, which is a fantastic Steven Spielberg film. Really cool sci-fi movie here. Tom Cruise is fantastic in it, and yeah, it's just a really cool movie. Next up, we have Phantom Thread, the film that I have not seen, but I have heard really good things about it. I think this is Daniel Day-Lewis' last film, I believe, and yeah, I really like Daniel Day-Lewis, so looking forward to watching that. We got St. Jin-so, one of the funniest Rob Lowe movies. Is a film called Class. Awesome. It stars Andrew McCarthy. I cried laughing. Check it out, Scott, if you haven't seen it. It's from 1983. I've not watched it, but it sounds great. So thank you so much for the recommendation, mate. Appreciate that. And we got St. Jin-so, Betty Davis was amazing in Baby Jane. Yeah, I really need to get round to watching it, mate. Definitely. I've heard she's great in it. We got Andy saying seriously smashing it, Scott. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you to say. Next up, we have Coco, which is one of my favourite Pixar films. I absolutely adored this film. Thought it was really emotional, heartbreaking in places, and the music in it is really catchy and fun. And it's got some great voice acting as well. Just such a fun movie, that. Next up, we have 12 Monkeys, which is a really awesome sci-fi movie, directed by Terry Gilliam, who's a fantastic director. This is one of my favourite movies of his, and it just has such a fantastic cast in it as well. Yeah, this is just such a great film, absolute classic. Next up, we have Crush on Blu-ray. I wasn't a massive fan of this, unfortunately. This is the one Best Picture, I believe, in 2004. I think this came out. And yeah, I couldn't get into this movie. I know this is quite a divisive movie, and I can see why people dislike it and some people like it. Unfortunately, I was on a dislike side. I really couldn't get into this movie at all. But maybe on a rewatch, my opinion might change. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of it, unfortunately. Next up, we have Source Code, which is a fantastic sci-fi action movie. I absolutely loved this film. Thought it was so cool and unique. And yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal smashes it in this film as he does in every film he's in. Such a great film. Next up, we have The Walk, which is a decent movie. I was going to say fantastic there, but it's not fantastic. But yeah, this is a decent movie. Based on a true story. I think it's quite well acted, to be fair, and yeah, the directing's good, but it's just not one of my favourites. And we've got St. Jin-so. Scott, what is your favourite Tom Cruise film? That's a tough question. He's been in so many great films. Maybe Top Gun Maverick. That's definitely up there. Also, Rain Man. That's one of my favourites. Absolutely adore that film. Those were probably my two favourites. And also some of the Mission Impossible films as well. Got David Beach saying Mary Poppins Returns and the original Mary Poppins 1964 60th anniversary next year. Oh wow, that is awesome. Yeah, and Andy saying St. John Betty Davis was nuts in most of her roles. I've heard she's a great actress. And we got St. John saying I need to check out that Source Code. Highly recommend it, mate, and hope you enjoy it. Got St. John saying he agrees with Andy. Next up, we've got Unforgiven, which is a fantastic, really bleak and dark western. This is such a great film, very well acted, really brutal to watch in places, and not very nice, but very well directed, and it is a great film. Next up, we have Monty Python and the Holy Grail, which is one of the funniest films that I've ever seen. Absolutely love this film. Such a fun and entertaining time. And yeah, it has one of the funniest scenes that I've ever seen in any film ever. And yeah, I just have an absolute blast with it. Next up, we have First Reader's Day Off, which is one of my favourite films of all time. One of my favourite films of the 80s. This is just such a cool and fun film from the 80s. I really like the story. Has some great iconic scenes in it, and yeah, just so quotable as well. This film is so good. Next up, we have the Darjeeling Limited, which is another Wes Anderson film. I've not seen this one either, but I've heard very good things. His films are meant to be really good, so looking forward to watching them. Next up, we have film stars that don't die in Liverpool. Don't know too much about this, but I've heard many fantastic things about it. Looking forward to giving this one a go. Next up, we have an all-time 80s classic, and that is Big Trouble in Little China. This is one of my favourite films from the 80s. Kurt Russell was absolutely brilliant in it. Probably his best performance for me. And yeah, some of the action is just absolutely fantastic. This is a really weird, wacky movie, but it's just so much fun. And the head exploding scene is so funny, but so brilliant at the same time. I absolutely love it. Next up, we have From Dusk Till Dawn, which is one of my favourite vampire movies. I grew up watching this one. It's just directed by Robert Rodriguez, I thought it was. And that dance scene with Summer Hayek, yeah, that dance scene is something else. That is absolutely a fantastic scene. It's iconic. Everyone knows about it. And yeah, I really enjoy this film. It's a film of two halves, and yeah, I think it works really well. I don't want to say what the two halves are exactly, because I think if I do that, it can be quite misleading and obviously a spoiler to anyone that hasn't seen it. But definitely give this movie a go. It's so much fun. We got Andy saying David Beach. Remember Mary Poppins always on Christmas Eve in England as a kid in the 80s. That's awesome. We got Sinjin saying yes, Ferris Bueller, brilliant movie. Indeed it is, mate. I absolutely adore it. We got Andy saying I'm not into Wes Anderson films, to be honest. Style above content. That's fair enough, mate. Can completely get where you're coming from. We got Sinjin saying can't believe Big Trouble didn't do well at the box office. Yes, it is a shame that it didn't do well. When yeah, it's a fantastic movie, so it's a shame. We got David saying Coco the movie. I own the movie. It is amazing. I only one Steelbook Blu-ray 3-disc edition, Scott. Oh, awesome, mate. That is great to hear. Got Andy saying Sinjin WS, but it's on every time, so I first saw it in the 80s on video. That is awesome. Next up, we got The Great Outdoors, which is a really entertaining comedy film from the 80s. Dan Aykroyd and John Candy are excellent in this film. It's got some really funny scenes in it, and yeah, they're just an absolute blast to watch in this movie, and it's just an entertaining time. Next up, we have Blindside, which is one of my favourite sports movies, really inspirational, and yeah, just such a great film. Sandra Bullock is so good in this film. Yeah, I absolutely love this film. Just so good. Next up, we got American Made, which is a really decent Tom Cruise film. About I think it's about cocaine smuggling or something like that, if I remember correctly. And yeah, this is also based on a true story. Really good film. Really enjoyed it. Very well made. Excuse the pun. And yeah, really great film. Next up, we have Master and Commander, which is one of my favourite Russell Crowe films. Some of the action in this is absolutely sensational. The score to this film is absolutely beautiful. Some gorgeous music in this film. And yeah, I absolutely love this film. Next up, we have The Deer Hunter, which I have seen before. Really good war movie. The first hour is a little bit slow and a bit weird, but once we get to the war stuff, it is really tense and brutal, and just got some really great iconic scenes in it. And yeah, it's a really well made movie, and I have a great time with it. But it is a little bit slow in the first hour. Next up, we have Call Me by Your Name, which is a really great movie. Really sad and emotional, and really well acted. And yeah, I love the story. Just such a great story. Really well acted, and it's such an amazing film. Next up, we have Her, which was a film that I appreciate, but I couldn't get into. But I really understand why a lot of people like this one, because it is a really cool and unique movie. I just couldn't get into it, unfortunately, but it does have great performances. Next up, we have the 4K Cornetto trilogy, and yeah, I love these films. I've only seen The World's End once, but really enjoyed that one as well. Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead are just timeless classics. British comedy classics, absolutely adore them. Shaun of the Dead is probably my favourite, but Hot Fuzz is great as well. Next up, we have Braveheart in 4K, which I've not seen in 4K yet, but I absolutely love this film. I used to watch it quite a bit when I was younger. It has some epic battle sequences in it. It's very well directed from Mel Gibson, and the music is fantastic as well. Next up, we have American Werewolf in London in 4K, which I'm still yet to watch in 4K, but of course I have seen this film. It's an absolute classic 80s horror film. It's my favourite werewolf movie as well. I absolutely adore this film. It has probably my favourite transformation scene of all time. And yeah, this film is actually really funny in places as well. Just such a great film. We got Steve saying Big Trouble in Little China, one of my all-time favourites. Yeah, same here, Steve. Such a great film. We got St. John saying I love the bear when he got scalped in the crate outdoors. So funny. Yeah, that is a great scene. We got St. John saying careful with his stacking, Scott. They're going to fall again. Yeah, thank you, St. John. They probably will, to be fair, and that is a very good show. And next up, we got in Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent on 4K. I haven't seen this movie yet, unfortunately, but I heard that it's done really well at the cinema. I know a lot of people really enjoy this film, so I'm looking forward to giving it a go. And yeah, so I really have got to be careful with the stacking now. Next up, we've got Red Sonja in 4K. Not seen this movie before, but I do like Carney movies a lot, and I'm looking forward to giving this a go for first time in 4K. Next up, we've got Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I've heard this is a really good martial arts movie. Don't know too much about it, but I've heard nothing but great things. Definitely looking forward to watching this. Watching that one. Next up, we've got Stephen King's Cat's Eye in 4K, which is a film that I liked but didn't love. I appreciated it more than I enjoyed it. But it has a great performance from Drew Barrymore, who's very young in this film. I think this might be her first movie, or one of her first movies anyway. And yeah, this is not a bad film, just not one of my favourites. Next up, we have Hooligan Factory, which is a spoof basically taking the piss out of all the other realistic Hooligan films that came before it. And yeah, this film is really funny. It's stupid as anything, but it's really funny and entertaining to watch. Definitely recommend it. Next up, we have The Conjuring, which is really scary. This film really creeps me out. I don't do well with ghost movies or possession movies, admittedly. That stuff like that really creeps me out. So that's probably why I found this really scary. But this film is such a great horror film. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. Got St. John saying the best werewolf movie ever made. I completely agree. We got St. John saying I think E.T. was Drew's first movie. Oh, yes, that is. I do remember now. Yeah, I forgot she was in that. To be fair, but yeah, that came out in '82, which was before Cat's Eye, obviously. And we got Andy saying, "Well, no, I'm not a Stephen King fan. That's fair enough, mate. No worries." We got Steve saying, "American Werewolf in London, best werewolf film ever made, a true classic." Couldn't agree more, Steve. Absolutely love it, mate. Next up, we have The Conjuring 2, which I'm still yet to see, unfortunately, but I know this is set in the UK, so obviously going to be sort of like filled with home with this one as I live in the UK as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this, but I'm going to be absolutely terrified by it, so I'm going to be scared to watch it as well. But looking forward to watching it. I've heard it's really good. Next up, we've got Stir Crazy, which is another great comedy film starring these two wonderful comedians. And yes, just such a fun comedy again. Really, really fun time. Next up, we have Fight Club, which is one of my favourite David Fincher films. This is such a great film, has such an amazing ending, and yeah, this is just such a cool and unique story. The performances are absolutely incredible, and I absolutely love the characters as well. And there we go. Next up, we have Mortal Kombat. had to do that as it obviously is Mortal Kombat, and that's sort of like one of my catchphrases on live streams, I guess you could say. But yeah, this is a really entertaining film from the 90s. Love this film. Some of the fight scenes are awesome, and that theme tune is awesome. This film is just the definition of awesomeness to me. I absolutely love it. Next up, we have The Martian, which is a brilliant sci-fi movie. Matt Damon's absolutely brilliant in this film, and Sean Bean's gives a great performance as well. And yeah, this is really entertaining. Really enjoyed it. Next up, we have Wind River, which is a really good suspenseful thriller. I really love the setting of this being set in snow, and yeah, just cinematography looks absolutely brilliant. I really like this film and definitely looking forward to watching it again. Next up, we have a classic war film, and that is Apocalypse Now, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. This is one of my favourite war movies of all time. It is so well directed. The dialogue is absolutely sensational. The acting is incredible. And yeah, this film is just so good. Tense from start to finish. Absolutely love it. Next up, we have Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which is a really entertaining film. I have a great time with this film, and of course it has that Phoebe Cates scene, which I'm pretty sure everyone remembers that. But yeah, fantastic movie, really fun and entertaining, and yeah, just really enjoyed it. Next up, we have Steve Jobs, which is a film that I haven't seen yet, but obviously it's about Steve Jobs' life, obviously. And yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this one. I've heard very good things about it. Next up, we have Stronger, which I have not seen yet, but I've heard very good things about it. This is based on a true story. I think it's about the effects of this guy after the Boston bombings. I think that's what it's about. But yeah, I've heard great things about it, and Jake Gyllenhaal's fantastic actor, so definitely got to give it a go. Next up, we have The Last House on the Left, the original unrated version, and yeah, this film is really graphic and well made. I do like this film, but it's not an easy watch, that's for sure. But it is a very well made film, and you got to give credit where it's due for Wes Craven directing this film because it is very well made. Next up, we have Air Force One, which is just a classic action movie. Do have a great time with this one. Some awesome scenes in this one, and Get Off My Plane. Yes, great film. We got Andy saying American Werewolf in London. Easy the best ever. American Werewolf in Paris. The worst I've heard. That is really bad, to be fair. We got St. Vincent. Scott, have you seen No Evil Win, No Evil with Pryor and Wilder? It's one of their best. I have indeed. I did speak about that earlier when I first at the start of the stream, and yeah, that film is probably my favourite of theirs, to be fair. We got Andy saying, seriously, back in the day when Mortal Kombat came out, we all felt the same. It's one of a kind, like the new one as well, to be honest. I still need to see the new one, to be fair, but yeah, I agree, the original's classic. We got Cindy saying, Keith recommended Wind River the other day. He's got an amazing edition of it. Oh, that is awesome. I'm sure he has. Keith has got an amazing collection. Great guy. Next up, we've got Memento, which is a really cool movie. Also, Christopher Nolan. And this is sort of, I would say this is more of these grounded and sort of better movies, I would say. Well, not better, but just a little bit more grounded than the other ones. And yeah, this has got a fantastic performance from Guy Pearce in it. And yeah, this is just a fantastic film. Got a really good story, and I enjoy it a lot. Next up, we got Lucy, which is a film I wasn't too keen on, unfortunately. But I've heard many great things about. A lot of people really enjoy this one, but unfortunately, I wasn't a massive fan of it. Scarlett Johansson gives a really good performance, though. Next up, we have classics. Shout out to James Movie Bug if he sees this on playback, because this is his favourite franchise of all time. And yes, his original Star Wars trilogy is absolutely awesome. A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back are two fantastic movies, and Return of the Jedi is pretty good as well. Next up, we have Trading Places, which is one of my favourite comedies of the 80s. This film is just so good. Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy in a film together is just gold. And Jamie Lee Curtis is brilliant in it as well. Next up, we have Friday, one of my favourite comedies from the 90s, such a classic hood film. Smokey, 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 Smokey. And just some great one-liners in this. You got knocked the fuck up. Yeah, this film is so good. I absolutely adore it. I know you don't smoke weed. I know it's, but I'm going to get you high today. Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Yep, absolutely love this film. And there goes some more movies. Next up, we have Red Shoes on Steelbook. Haven't seen this film yet, but this is an absolute classic film. And yeah, really looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Life is Beautiful, which I believe is a foreign language film. I don't know much about it, but I've read a few people recommend this in the past, so really looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have The Wailing, which is a Korean horror film, I believe, and I've heard that this is meant to be really creepy and something really different. I believe Jordan, Movie One, is a massive fan of this film, so yeah, looking forward to watching this. Next up, we have the original Blob, which is a classic horror film. I really enjoyed this film, and I think it still holds up today. I think it's a really great classic 50s horror film with Steve McQueen. And yeah, just is a lot of fun. And yeah, it's got a really entertaining soundtrack as well. Next up, we have Klute, which I've heard is a really great film. Don't know too much about it. I think it's sort of like a murder mystery, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, very great things about it. Really looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Smithereens, which is Criterion. Haven't seen this one yet, but I've had it for quite a while, so I'm looking forward to giving that a go. Next up, we have Stalker, which I've heard is a really interesting and unique movie. This is a film I've been meaning to check out for such a long time. Directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. I think that's how you pronounce his name. But yeah, this is meant to be such a great film. I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Deep Cover, which is a really underrated hood movie from the 90s. It's got Lawrence Fishburne in it, and he's fantastic in it. And yeah, it's got a great soundtrack, and it's a great Criterion this, definitely. We got so I missed a few comments, apologies. We got Andy saying, if you love the Mortal Kombat characters, you'll love the new film. That's awesome, looking forward to watching it, mate. And we got Andy saying Empire Strikes Back is one of the 100% touches of genius you'll ever see on screen. I totally agree with that. What a film, mate. We got Sinjin saying, I wish I had done a sequel to Trading Places. It was so funny. Yeah, that would have been great to see, to be honest. I would have loved to have seen that as well. And yes, it is a funny film. Got Harry Dodd putting a smiley face. Thank you, mate. And we got Harry Dodd saying, watch a review Wind River 2017, please. That could be a cool idea, to be fair, but I don't think I've ever done a full-on proper movie review before on this channel. Oh, actually, no, told I think I'd done it for Top Gun Maverick, but that was just a short, quick review. But yeah, well, I would have to do a movie review, definitely. We got Sinjin saying, have you seen Beware the Blob 1972, directed by Larry Hagman, JR from Dallas? It's terrible. I think they were all on drugs when they made it. I haven't seen Beware the Blob actually, but I haven't heard it's great. Next up, we've got My Brilliant Career, which is Criterion. And yes, I've heard that this is a pretty good film. It's got Judy Davis in it. It's a fantastic actress, so really looking forward to watching that one. Next up, we got Blowout, which is a brilliant Brian De Palma film. Really cool movie. Love the story. It's really cool. And the performances in it are great, and it's just really tense from start to finish, and it's really intriguing. Next up, we have one of my favourite Criterions, and that is Videodrome, directed by David Cronenberg, of course. And yes, this is fantastic movie, one of my favourite Cronenberg films. Great performance from Debbie Harry. She was actually really good in this. Some of the effects are fantastic as well. When James Woods is brilliant, and this is a very well made movie as well. Andy says you should get a link for donation, mate. Yeah, I could do that at some point, definitely. Thank you for the suggestion, mate. Thank you. Next up, we have Tarantula on Blu-ray. I haven't seen this before, but I know Lauren from Lauren's collection, when she used to do YouTube, used to say this was really good, and yeah, she has great taste in movies, and I just think this film is fantastic, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking this film out. And Lauren, if you ever do see this, I hope you come back to YouTube soon, because you're absolutely fantastic. You're one of the best in the community. Just absolutely awesome. And this is Bronson. Yeah, this is a very well made film. And yeah, it's got a great performance from Tom Hardy, obviously about Bronson. And yeah, it's quite hard to watch in places, and it is a bit weird, but it's a very well made film. And we've got another legend in the chat. We've got Matt from Vengeance Media. Hello, mate. So now, hey everyone, how's it going? Bet you can't wait for Scream tomorrow. You're damn right there, Matt. I can't wait at all. And thank you so much for joining. I'm doing good, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. And Harry Dodd said, "All PO box so we can donate DVDs." Oh wow, thank you all so much. That is really so kind. No one has to do that, honestly, but thank you so much. I could do that, to be fair. But we got Andy saying you've been live for 3 hours on your own. Yes, I know it's been a long one, and it probably go on for another hour or so, to be honest. But thank you all so much for still watching. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. I really enjoyed doing this tonight. And we got Sinjin saying I've seen Tarantula 1,000 times. I love it. Oh wow, that is awesome. We got Blue Velvet next, and yes, this is a brilliant movie. This is one of my favourite films, directed by David Lynch. Such a great erotic thriller, and yeah, the cinematography in it's absolutely gorgeous, just stunning to look at. And yeah, this film's just really good. Next up, we have Sandlot, which is a fantastic coming of age film, a really good feel good movie. And yeah, one of my favourite films about baseball. There is a lot to it, a lot more to it in that, obviously, but yeah, this film is just fantastic. Next up, we have an entertaining, stupid action movie called Shoot 'Em Up. I have a lot of fun with this film. Clive Owen is great in it. And yeah, this is just such a fun movie. Looking forward to watching it again, in all honesty. Next up, we have A Pelican Brief, which I've never seen before, but I've heard really good things about it. Has great casting, Denzel Washington and Julia Roberts. Yeah, looking forward to watching this at some point. Next up, we have the Evil Dead remake, which actually this might be my second favourite Evil Dead film. I think I slightly prefer this over the original. This film's absolutely fantastic. It is really gory, and yeah, it's really creepy as well. I really like this remake. It's really good. Still got a few more stacks, but we're getting to the end now, guys, sort of. And next up, we have Jumanji on 4K. I absolutely love this film. Didn't grow up with this one, unfortunately, but I have a fantastic time with it. Robert Williams is great in it. Rest in peace to him. What an actor he was. And yes, this film is just so much fun. Next up, we have Total Recall, which is an absolute classic Arnie film. Such a great sci-fi slash action movie. And yeah, this film's just very well made. And Arnie gives a fantastic performance in it. And Sharon Stone is fantastic in it as well. Yes, what a film. We got Matt saying just got back for a second time, bud. You'll absolutely love it. Oh wow, that is awesome. I really can't wait to watch Scream 6. Honestly, can't wait. We got Gary saying Blue Velvet is my favourite film of all time. Oh wow, that is awesome. So glad you enjoy it, my friend. And we got Steve saying hi to Matt. We got Matt saying that Evil Dead 2013 is one of the best horror remakes of all time. I'm 100% agree with that. It's absolutely awesome, Matt. Looking forward to a new one next month. And we got Matt saying hello to Stephen. Got Sinjin saying the Sandlot is so good. I know there are different films, but it's as good as Stand By Me. Yeah, I would say it is on par with Stand By Me, to be fair. I think it's absolutely brilliant, mate. What a film. Next up, we have Groundhog Day in 4K, which is just an absolute classic. to me, this is the definitive Tom Nook movie. You can't get much better than this. And Bill Murray is just so great in this. I love him in that film. Next up, we have Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, which is an okay film. I think this is one of the weakest ones in the franchise. It's not bad, but it's just not great either. Next up, we have Requiem for a Dream, which is really uncomfortable watches. I gave this a 5 out of 10 just because I wasn't too sure how to feel about this film. But what I will say, that the more I thought about it, the more I appreciate this film, because this is a very well made film and it's meant to make you feel really uneasy. And yes, this is the scariest movie that I've seen that isn't a horror film, I'll say that. Next up, we have Days of Thunder in 4K, which is a really fun, cheesy 90s racing movie. I really enjoyed this. Has a great soundtrack. Has one of my favourite songs of the 90s, Show Me Heaven by Maria McKee. I've always loved that song and it's great to hear that in this film. And yeah, just a fun film. Next up, we have Godzilla the 98 version in 4K. I think I've seen clips of this before, but I haven't seen it all the way through. I've heard that this is going to be really bad, but one of those films that's so bad it's good kind of thing. Looking forward to watching this in full, definitely. Yeah, looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Wayne's World. Wayne's World, Party Time. Excellent. Yes, this is one of my favourite comedies of all time. I absolutely love this film. The chemistry between these two, Wayne and Garth, is just absolutely brilliant. And yeah, it's just such a fun 90s movie. I could watch this any time of the week. I haven't seen it on 4K yet, but I definitely need to. Next up, we have Pulp Fiction in 4K. And yeah, this film is absolutely brilliant. One of my favourite Quentin Tarantino movies. Dialogue is on point in this film. I also like the characters a lot. It's a very character-driven movie, and yeah, it's a very well-made film. Next up, we have another 48 Hours in 4K, which is a film I've actually never seen. So I was really excited when they announced this for 4K. And yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this because I absolutely love the original movie. And yeah, I've heard that this is actually meant to be quite fun as well. So looking forward to watching it. We got Steve is saying, all good, mate. Yeah, I agree with you about the Evil Dead. Definitely, Steve. Glad you enjoy it as well, mate. And we got Andy saying Twin Peaks for me is up there with Star Trek. Star Wars Inch is a genius. Yes, definitely, I do agree. What a film. Oh, actually, no, I'm not actually seen Twin Peaks actually, but I do need to see Twin Peaks. I've heard it's absolutely incredible. Yeah, definitely. I love the theme tune to it, though. The theme is absolutely amazing. We got Michael Parker here, hello, mate, saying stunning continuation of your collection, Scott. Thank you so much, mate. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. And we got Matt saying, oh, yes, Stephen, I agree, mate. We need the 4K like the US. That is definitely, I agree with you, Matt. And we got Matt Ventures Media saying, haha, Scott singing Wayne's World was brilliant. Wayne's World, Wayne's World. Yeah, thank you, Matt. Appreciate that, mate. It's just so fun to do that, though, isn't it? I love that film. We got Sinjin saying, I watched Days of Thunder when I was in Florida back in 1990, along with Die Hard 2, Ghost, Total Recall, another 48 Hours, RoboCop 2, Gremlins. What a blast! Wow, some awesome films there, mate. Sounds absolutely class. We got David saying, Vengeance Media, hi, mate. Looking forward to your video soon. Take care. Oh wow, yeah, definitely. I look forward to your YouTube video as well, Matt. Definitely. And Steve says, yeah, we really do, Matt. Yeah, definitely. Got Matt saying, I want to see some more Weavings Twin Peaks. Yeah, that'd be cool to see, to be fair. And next up, we got Last Night in Soho on 4K. I haven't seen it in 4K yet, but I absolutely love this film. I thought it was a really cool, unique movie. Anya Taylor-Joy was absolutely sensational in it. And yeah, just a really fun horror movie. I really love the 60s setting, and some of the music in it is absolutely incredible. Next up, we have The Sting on 4K, which I've heard is an incredible film. I haven't got around to watching it yet, but I think Pete Pretendo guy is a massive fan of this film, so shout out to him as well. But yeah, looking forward to watching this. Next up, we have Many Sense of Newark, which I believe is sort of a sequel or prequel to the Sopranos series, which I've actually never seen before. But I'm really looking forward to watching this movie. I'm looking forward to checking out the series. It's fantastic. Next up, we have 4K of Escape from LA. I haven't seen this movie yet, but I thought it's a sort of a bad sequel, which is a shame. But I'm looking forward to giving it a go still. I'm always open, going with an open mind before watching something. So hopefully I will enjoy this one. Next up, we have Warrior, which is an incredible sports movie, really well directed. It's got some brutal fight scenes in this film. Tom Hardy and Joe Edgerton, just fantastic. And yeah, what a film that is. Next up, we have Tekken, which I can see a lot of people wouldn't enjoy this, but for some reason I got a kick out of this movie when I was younger. I haven't seen it in many years, so it probably won't hold up on a rewatch, but when I was younger, I actually did watch it quite a few times. And yeah, I just have a great time with it. Next up, we have Shazam, which is a really fun movie. And yeah, I probably will check out Shazam 2 just because I really enjoyed this movie. But I'm getting really worn out by all these superhero films coming out at the minute. But I still enjoyed this one. We got Sinjin saying, yes, I enjoyed Dwayne's World. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. Oh, he's saying that he made Gremlins 2. I still need to watch Gremlins 2, actually. We got Gary saying Twin Peaks complete 4K collection is what I want the most. Hopefully soon it'll be released. Yes, that would be awesome, mate. And if it did get released, I would probably get it myself. We got Matt saying, Princess Media saying, I was so bummed that last night in Soho didn't come with a bloody slip. What a joke. Oh, yeah, it would have been nice if it had come with a slip, mate. I 100% agree with you. That would have been so cool. And we got Matt saying, thanks so much to David. And we got Sinjin saying not one of Kurt's best. I have heard that, to be fair. We got Andy saying, Sinjin, how old are you? I watched the Santa Claus movie in the cinema as well as Return of the Jedi and Ghostbusters. We got Andy saying Fringes Media Twin Peaks is awesome, mate. Sinjin saying he's 53. And let's get into some more films. Next up, we got A Secret Admirer, which is a really good sort of like romance film. It's got a really fun and sweet story, I think, and yeah, great cast, really good 80s movie. Next up, we got A Man from Uncle. I've heard fantastic things about this film, but never seen it, unfortunately. It's directed by Guy Ritchie. He's a fantastic director, so looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have the original Naked Gun, which is an absolute classic comedy. Again, Leslie Nielsen as Frank Drebin is so funny in this film, and yeah, this film is just so much fun. I absolutely adore it. And next up, we have the second one, which is also really good. This trilogy is just so much fun. I think they're actually quite underrated films. I don't think they get as much credit as it deserves. But yeah, I highly recommend these films. Next up, we have The Quiet Place, which is a fantastic film. One of my favourite horrors from the last few years. Really tense and creepy. And yeah, just has a fantastic story and a really cool, unique idea. And Emily Blunt is so good in that film. Next up, we have Journey's End, which I've heard is a really great war film. Haven't seen it yet, unfortunately, but I am a big war fan, so I will have to give this a go. Next up, we have a really strange movie called Frankenhooker. Who remembers this one? This is a really messed up and weird movie. Yeah, when I watched this, I was in utter disbelief in what I watched because I didn't know what the fuck I was watching. But yeah, this film is just so funny, and when it ended, I couldn't stop laughing just because of how weird and bizarre it is. What a film! Next up, we have City of God, which is an amazing film set in Brazil. And yes, this film is really brutal and realistic. It's such a hard film to watch, but man, is it good. This is such a well-directed and well-made film. I would highly recommend this one. Next up, we have V for Brenda, a controversial opinion. I'm not a massive fan of this film. I respect it definitely. There's a lot of great things. There's a lot to admire about it still, but yeah, I need to rewatch it again because cinematography wise, it's brilliant. But I just couldn't get into this movie for some reason, unfortunately. Next up, we've got Poetic Justice, which is another one of my favourite films starring Tupac, and this also stars Janet Jackson as well. Yeah, this is just a really good film from the 90s. I grew up watching this one, and yeah, it's really entertaining from start to finish. Highly recommend it. Read that one already. We got Matt saying, you see Margot Robbie's Twin Peaks in Wolf of Wall Street? Yeah, definitely. Got Sin Jin saying, didn't the Queen make an appearance in The Naked Gun? That scene was so funny. I I think so. I can't quite remember, but yes, all the films are hilarious, mate. We got Matt saying faking a sounds like my cup of tea. I think you'd actually really enjoy it, Matt. Definitely, I would recommend it to you. And we got Andy saying Sin Jin 46, mate, old school. Next up, we have Last Boy Scout, which is an absolute classic action movie starring Damon Wayans and Bruce Willis. The chemistry is fantastic. This is a really good buddy cop movie, and some of the action sequences in it are absolutely badass. Love it. Next up, we have the Da Vinci Code, which I've heard very good things about, but haven't seen these movies yet, unfortunately. But we'll have to watch these films soon, definitely. Next up, we have 16 Candles, which is another brilliant movie, coming of age film from the 80s, starring Anthony Michael Hall and Molly Ringwald. Yeah, brilliant cast, brilliant movie, really entertaining, and yeah, just so much fun. Next up, we have Olympias and London Has Fallen. Olympias Has Fallen is actually a really good action movie. I really enjoyed it. Thought it was really tense and a lot of fun. London Has Fallen, not so much. Didn't quite enjoy that movie, but I might give it a rewatch, and I need to get Agent Has Fallen really. Next up, we have Cujo, which I've only seen once. I remember enjoying it. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, it's just a decent movie. Next up, we have the original Fright Night, and yes, massive shout out to Nigel and Andy. I know they're massive fans of this film, and yes, I am also a massive fan of this movie. And everyone I know is a massive fan of this film, to be honest. But yeah, I absolutely love this film. Evil Ed is such a great character, and also Richard Brewster. I think his name's Richard Brewster. Yeah, he's fantastic as well. This film is just so much fun. It's really creepy as well when the score is absolutely fantastic. We got St. Jin saying yes, we are old school. Andy, growing up in the 80s was awesome. Some of the best movies. We were lucky. Yeah, you definitely were, guys. The 80s had some great movies. And St. Jin saying no spoilers, but the ending to Da Vinci Code blew me away. Awesome. That's great to hear, my friend. We got Andy saying Last Boy Scout was the first Harry Berry film to mass audience, we all noticed. Oh, was it? I didn't even notice that, to be fair, but yeah, she is great in that. We got Harry Dodd saying Last Boy Scout, another film from my childhood. Awesome, great film. We got Matt Vengeance Media saying Fight Night is absolutely class. I couldn't agree with you more, Matt. I absolutely adore the film. We got Gary saying Fight Night is great. 100% agree. It's such a great movie. Sinjin saying out of all the movies I have ever seen, Fight Night is the one I've seen the most. Awesome. It is a really rewatchable movie, to be fair, and it is my favourite vampire film of all time. It says Matt Vengeance Media, what got you into collecting, mate? And do you have your own man cave? Yes, I would say this room is my man cave, definitely. And how did I get in collecting? Well, it started with my uncle Steve and my dad getting me into horror films and like kids films when I was younger. Obviously, I grew up watching Shrek and all that sort of stuff, but I also grew up with a lot of zombie movies and slasher films as well. And I just got a few films on DVD, and that's basically how it all started. And I've never really looked back ever since, and just kept collecting since then. So that's basically how it all started. Next up we have Straw Dogs Criterion. This is a fantastic film. This is very hard to watch in places, but it's such a great film, and yes, I can see why this caused a lot of controversy back in the day. But yes, great film. Next up we have Midnight Cowboy on Criterion, which is a really good film. Has a really good soundtrack, even though it is itchy with two tunes over and over again throughout the film. But I don't mind that because I really like the song "Everybody's Talking" by Nelson, and I love the theme tune "Midnight Cowboy" by John Barry. That's it. And yeah, this is a really entertaining film. Next up, we have Solaris. Solaris, I think that's how you pronounce it. On Criterion. I've had this for quite a while. This is another film directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly again, but yes, I've heard this is also really unique and interesting, and looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we have the classic Adam Sandler film, and that is Punch Drunk Love. This is a really good film. I think this is directed by Paul Thomas Anderson, and yes, this is a really great film. Adam performance. I mean, Adam Sandler has got a really good performance in this film. I'll turn into Pete now. Next up, we have Five Easy Pieces on Criterion. This is such a fun movie. Jack Nicholson gives an amazing performance in this film. It's a very well directed film. It's not one of my favourites. I don't go back to it a lot, but it's still a very well made film. We got Steve saying Fortnite is a timeless 80s classic. It definitely is, mate. And we got Sinjin saying, was that the original Straw Dog, Scott? It was indeed, mate. Yes, it is definitely the original. Next up, we got The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou on Criterion, which is the only Wes Anderson film that I have seen, and I absolutely loved it. I think it's really cool. Bill Murray gives a fantastic performance in this film, and it's really quite funny in some places as well. Really enjoyed that one. Next up, we have another Criterion, that is Desert Hearts. This is a decent movie. It's not one of my favourites, but the acting in it is very good, and it's got a decent story, but it's a bit slow in places and a bit weird, but I do like it still. Next up, we have the Age of Innocence, which is a different type of movie for Martin Scorsese. This is a very interesting movie. I really enjoyed it, and it's got some really great costume designs in this, and some of the cinematography in this film is absolutely stunning. Yeah, really enjoyed this film. Oh, here we go. Another one that I'm going to struggle to pronounce, but here we go. We got Kagemusha. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but on Criterion, directed by Akira Kurosawa. And this is a really long film. I think it's about 3 hours, like most of these films are. But looking forward to watching this film. I've heard great things about it. Next up, we have Portrait of a Lady on Fire, which is a fantastic French film. I think again, cinematography is beautiful, and I think this is just a fantastic story with performances in it are out of this world. And I think it even though there's not a lot going on in a story, I think there's a lot to going on visually and in the script as well. And yeah, it is quite an interesting film. I really enjoyed it. And next up, we have the Before trilogy, which all the films just fell out of the box set, so I'm going to have to put them back in, which is a pain in the ass. Sorry about that, everyone. But yeah, these films are fantastic. Absolutely adore these films. I saw that out afterwards, actually. But yeah, great set. Really enjoyed it, and some of the Blu-rays are caught on my actual tripod now, so that's a great sign. But yeah, fantastic trilogy. Yeah, love those films. Sorry for the camera angle, by the way, guys. But yeah, this is the Samurai trilogy. Can't remember who directed this, but these are very entertaining films. I had an absolute blast with these movies, and they're a great time. Next up, we have Sex, Lies and Videotapes, which is on Criterion. This is a very well made film. I had an absolute blast watching this. I think it's a very well directed film, and yeah, it has some great performances in it. Oh, my back is flipping killing me. Next up, we have Jumanji: Welcome to the Jungle in 4K. And yeah, but I've not actually seen this film yet, unfortunately, but I've heard amazing things about it. Obviously, it's the reboot to the Jumanji film, original Jumanji film, so I'm looking forward to watching it again, and all of my movies are just falling over. Next up, we have The Natural in 4K. I've heard many fantastic films. I mean, fantastic things about this film. It's a baseball movie, and I love my sports movies, so looking forward to watching this. Next up, we have Moana in 4K, which is fantastic. One of my favourite Disney animated films. Really enjoyed this, and yeah, looking forward to watching it again. Some great music in it as well. Next up, we have the 4K of Overlord, which is an absolutely I've heard this is an absolutely fantastic film. Really looking forward to watching this. Read this going to be really entertaining. And we've got David saying Vengeance Media enjoyed the live stream with Pretender Guy, Pete Scott, and Andy Mike Woods, mate. Thank you so much on Wednesday. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. We got Harry Dodd saying I've seen Jumanji in the cinema. It's good film with good effects. That's great to hear. We got Shinjin saying shove a pillow behind your back, Scott. Give it some support. Yeah, that would be quite good actually. That would be a good idea. Thank you, Shinjin. And yeah, go through another comment. We got Harry Dodd saying if you like sports films, you might like a TV series called Ted Lasso. Thank you for the recommendation, mate. I've heard that's pretty good, to be fair. And next up, we have Stand By Me in 4K. This is an absolutely fantastic coming of age film. It's one of my favourite movies from the 80s. And yeah, it's got a fantastic cast. Kiefer Sutherland's brilliant. And yeah, but chemistry between these four in this film is just absolutely fantastic. Next up, we got Men in Black 2, which is I've heard this meant to be really fun as well. I've only seen the first movie, but I'm looking forward to watching these two as well. I've heard they're fantastic. Next up, we have Jack Reacher, which I have seen once, which I thought it was actually a really cool movie. Got some really good action in it, and Tom Cruise gives a really good performance in it. Really enjoyed that one. Next up, we have Alpha Dog, which is a really interesting movie, to say the least. It is a very good, well-made film. This quite mental as well, actually, but I did have a good time with it. Next up, we have Mulholland Drive, directed by David Lynch. This is a fantastic film. This is probably one of my favourites of his as well. I absolutely love Naomi Watts in this film. I think she's fantastic in it. It's really hard to explain this movie, but some the things that happen in it are really wacky and out there, and I highly recommend giving it a go if you haven't seen it before. Next up, we have Resident Evil Afterlife, which is not that great, to be honest. It's really stupid and over the top. I haven't seen that many of the Resident Evil movies. This is actually the only one that I've seen all the way through, but I used to like it, but I'm not too keen on it anymore. Next up, we have a really cool Blu-ray here, which is Drive-In Delirium Maximum 80s Overdrive, which basically just contains some really cool trailers to like over 100 films from the 80s, and most of them are horror, but it does contain some action films in there as well, and just some absolute classics from the 80s. And this was actually the Blu-ray that got me intrigued to check out Demons. This is the reason why I originally checked out the two Demons films, because the trailers of them were fantastic, and they're on this Blu-ray. Yeah, if you like your 80s horror / just 80s movies and nostalgia in general, then definitely check this out. It's definitely worth a go. Got Andy saying Scott can do his dream by himself. He's smashing it. Thank you so much, Andy. That's so kind of you to say that. And we got Andy saying, are you a football fan or just a Chelsea fan, mate? I am both. I absolutely adore football. It's probably my biggest passion next to movies. Um, Whenever there's a massive game on, I will always watch it. I used to watch all sorts of like football DVDs and football programs on great goals or just iconic moments and stuff like that. And yeah, I love football a lot. I could talk about football as much as I talk about films, to be honest. And yeah, just absolutely love it. We got Gary saying Mulholland Drive is unexplainable. Unexplainable. Yeah, basically, I agree. And we got Sinjin saying yes, I agree, Andy. Scott has confidence and he has a lot of knowledge on his movies. He's very good. Thank you so much, Sinjin. I'm really appreciating all this support tonight, guys. You're all fantastic. And next up, we have Driving Delirium, 60s to 70s Savagery. Yeah, this is also really entertaining. If you like your 60s and 70s horror films or just classic films in general, this has a lot of fun trailers and also really entertaining watch. And what I like about these two Blu-rays is at the start it sort of like has like this drive-in theatre, so it feels really cool and unique when you actually watch it. It's awesome. Next up, we have Taken, which is an absolute classic action movie. This is the only Taken film that I've seen, and I've heard it's the only one that's actually any good. But yeah, this film is a classic. I absolutely love it, and Liam Neeson is actually really good in this one. Next up, we have a really underrated movie, which is Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. I absolutely loved this movie when I was a kid, and I still love it now. I think some of the fight scenes are really well filmed in this film, and the performances were excellent. And yeah, some of the music as well by Randy Edelman is one of my favourite scores of all time, especially that tune, Dragon's Heartbeat. That is maybe my favourite theme tune of all time. I'm not kidding. I absolutely love it. This film is so good. And next up, we have a very interesting one. We have Roy Chubby Brown Life, Pussy and Meatballs. Yes, this is really funny. I know he's very controversial, and I totally understand why, obviously. And yeah, but yeah, I've always really liked Roy Chubby Brown as a comedian, and yeah, this is just so funny. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say on that, to be honest. We got Harry Dodd saying I'm enjoying watching this and looking forward to the live stream with a few of you guys. Thank you so much, mate. Really enjoy. Glad you're enjoying it. And we got David Beach saying Money Back International. Have you watched it, Scott? Will Smith is not in it, mate. I have not watched it. No, the only one that I've seen so far is the first one, mate. Sinjin says love the score in Dragon. It's fantastic. It definitely is. I love it. We got Andy saying, remember waiting for Dragon to come out. Oh, wow, that is awesome. We got, next up, we got Mystic River, which is one of my favourite thrillers, one of my favourite Clint Eastwood films. This is such a well-directed movie, and the performance from Sean Penn in this film is absolutely fantastic. I really, really do like this film. It's so well made. Next up, we have Seven Psychopaths, which is a really entertaining film. I had a lot of fun with this one. It's a really good film, has a fantastic cast, and it's just a really unique concept. Next up, we have American Psycho, which is a fantastic movie. Patrick Bateman, not Patrick Bateman, I mean Christian Bale, Bale as Patrick Bateman, gives an excellent performance. This is a fantastic film, and yeah, it's just really entertaining. It has a fantastic soundtrack as well. Next up, we have St George's Day, which is quite a entertaining and fun British movie, starring Frank Harper from Football Factory, and yeah, I had a great time with this one. Thought it was quite entertaining, to be fair. Next up, we have Eddie the Eagle, which is a fantastic sports movie. Thought it's obviously it's based off of a true story, Eddie the Eagle, and yeah, thought this was a really entertaining film. Thought it was quite inspirational as well, and yeah, what a film. Next up, we have a really underrated film called Higher Learning. This is such a great movie from the 90s, set in sort of like this university. And yeah, just it's got some really tense moments to it, and it's honestly one of the most underrated films that I think I've ever seen. It's quite hard to watch in places, but I do really like this film. Next up, we've got Venom, which is a film that I enjoyed, but a film that I didn't like, if that makes any sense. Some of this film is so annoying, but yeah, I have a fun time with it nonetheless, and yeah, it is an entertaining time. Next up, we have Spider-Man: Homecoming, which is obviously a Marvel movie, Marvel Cinematic Universe. I have a fun time with this movie. I'm not a massive fan of it. Tom Holland is a very good Spider-Man though, and yeah, maybe I need to give this film a rewatch. But yeah, I wasn't a massive fan of it, but it is still decent. Next up, we have a concert, and that is Joe Bonamassa Tour de France live in London. I haven't actually watched this yet, and it's a shame because Joe Bonamassa is one of the most underrated musicians that I've ever heard. I absolutely adore his music, and yeah, he's one of my favourite guitarists of all time. So I really need to give this a watch. Next up, we have Bumblebee, which is the only Transformers film that I've ever seen and the only one that I own. But yeah, I had a great time with this film. To be honest, I absolutely love this film, and yeah, looking forward to watching it again. It has a great soundtrack, and John Cena made me laugh in it as well. We got a Sinjin saying I only watched Mystic River 2 years ago. It's so good. If anyone hasn't seen it, I highly recommend it. Definitely agree with you there, mate. It's so good. We got Andy saying, remember watching Dragon 2 come out? I used to watch all the Bruce Lee films as a kid with my brothers. Yes, same here, mate. I used to watch them all the time as well. Got Andy saying, Higher Learning, great film. Yeah, definitely. I do agree, mate. And we got Sinjin saying, who do you think is the best Spider-Man, Scott? That's a really, maybe Tom Holland, but I do really like Andrew Garfield as well, actually. I think he's really great as Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire as well is also great as well, obviously. And we got Winslow saying, wow, Scott, you're still going. Just watched the film and came back. Yeah, this has been a really long live stream. This is definitely my longest live stream to date, and probably will be my longest. Until maybe part 3, because part 3 is going to be super long because of how many movies I have over here as well. But yeah, thank you, Winslow. Thank you for coming back, mate. Do appreciate it. And next up, we have Legends with this cool lenticular slip cover. This is a really cool movie about the Crazy Brothers, and I think this is maybe my favourite movie about the Crazy Brothers. To be fair, I haven't seen all of the films with, that's about the Crazy Brothers, but this one is a really good one. And Tom Hardy played both of the Crazy Brothers, and he does a fantastic job with it, I must say. Next up, we have Asylum, which is a really cool horror anthology movie from the 70s. Really enjoyed watching this a couple of months back. Peter Cushing is just so good, and yeah, he was fantastic in this film as well. Which is an absolute fantastic movie. I think this is really heartbreaking and upsetting at times, but it's really well acted, and yeah, it's just such a great film. Next up, we have Judas and the Black Messiah, which is a very well-made movie, very important as well, and all the performances are fantastic, and yeah, looking forward to watching this again. Next up, we have Minari, which is a film I'm yet to watch, but I've heard it's absolutely incredible. Looking forward to watching it. Next up, we've got We're the Millers, which is a really funny comedy. I had an absolute blast with this. There's some really funny scenes in this movie, and the cast are just fantastic. Absolutely love that film. Next up, we have Gold, starring Matthew McConaughey. And I haven't seen this film yet, but I do remember when it came out. And yeah, I heard good things about it. Looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have the absolute classic, the original George. That was such a bad impression of the actual tune. It sounded nothing like it at all. But this is such a fantastic film. It's an all-time classic, and it still creeps me out to this day. Especially that famous jump scare, that still gets me. Next up, we have Fear, which is a really underrated 90s movie. A good thriller starring Mark Wahlberg and Reese Witherspoon. It's got a really intriguing story, and I really enjoyed this one. Next up, we have Invictus, which is I've heard meant to be a really good sports movie. I'm looking forward to watching this film. Definitely, I've heard many great things about it. And next up, we've got Colour Out of Space, which is a Nicolas Cage film from a couple of years ago. I do remember when this came out, it was sort of got a bit of a cult following. But yeah, well, I'm looking forward to watching this one. I've heard it's going to be quite entertaining. Next up, we have an absolute classic, and that is the original Magnificent Seven. Unfortunately, I'm still yet to see this film. I know I really need to get around to watching this one. But I've heard fantastic things about it, and I know there's a lot of fans of this movie out there. Next up, we have Regard, which I've heard is a fantastic British movie. It's got Brendan Gleeson, who's a fantastic actor, and John Tidall's great as well. Yeah, looking forward to watching this one. We got Gary Shane Craig's film with the Kemp Brothers is my favourite. Yes, that's a great film. That's the other one I've seen, and that's maybe tied to Legend. I'm not too sure which one I prefer, to be honest. We got St. John saying the Kemp brother did the Craze movie. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Oh wow, I don't think I've seen that one, so that's awesome. We got St. John saying we think like Gary. Got David saying Bruce Lee 50 years anniversary this year, GI 2023. He was an amazing actor, and he was 32 when he died too young. He definitely did, yeah. I do agree. What a legend he was. We got Andy saying best Spider-Man has to be the amazing Spider-Man OG trilogy is good, but Toby's only good in the suit, and Tom is MCU. That's fair enough, mate. And we got David saying, I mean, it will never be forgotten. Definitely, Bruce Lee. Yeah, definitely, I agree. We got Sinjin saying, David, did Bruce Lee make movies when he was a kid? Got Andy saying, David Beach never will. Got Harry Dodd saying, I had all the Bruce Lee films taped from TV onto VHS when I was younger. Oh wow, that is awesome. Next up, we have Runner Runner, which I've heard is going to be an entertaining sort of like, is this sci-fi action? I think it's sci-fi action. It's got Ben Affleck in it, Justin Timberlake, so it's got a good cast, and yeah, looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Blu-ray Stuck Together. With Bloodthirsty trilogy, which I watched for the first time recently, all three of these films, and had a blast with all of them. Absolutely loved them. Thought they were really entertaining, really atmospheric and creepy, and yeah, they were just so much fun. Next up, we have an absolute classic. Shout out to Dave from Savage Zombie Reviews. I know you're a massive fan of this one, mate. We're actually talking about this on a stream last night as well, funny enough. And it's with People Under the Stairs on Arrow Blu-ray. This is such a great Wes Craven film. And yeah, it's so funny. It's hard to explain, but there's not a lot of horror in this film, but it has horror elements to it. But it's just such a funny film. I love it. Next up, shout out to Steve. This is his favourite film of all time, and it is the original David Dead. This is the supposed to be the window arrow box window edition, but I've lost the cardboard case for it, so that's a bit annoying. But yeah, absolutely love this film. It's one of my favourite zombie films of all time. One of my favourite horror films of all time. Probably has my favourite soundtrack / score to any horror movie of all time. And yeah, just last 30 minutes, it's fucking awesome. It's some of my favourite scenes of all time in the last 30 minutes. Some of the gore in the last 30 minutes, absolutely awesome. And yeah, it's just an absolute blast. But the whole movie's great, but the last 30 minutes especially is fantastic. And next up, we have Arrow window box edition of Dawn of the Dead. Again, lost the cardboard set for it, and I'm absolutely mad about it because this is my favourite film of all time. this was the first Blu-ray I ever got, and I will never get rid of it for as long as I live, because it's my favourite movie and it's the first Blu-ray I ever got, so I'll never get rid of it. Yeah, I love this movie so much. The characters are awesome. You really do connect with the main core of the 4 characters of this movie. And yeah, this film is just so much fun. I love the the location of this movie. And yeah, I've watched it so many times. I don't know what else I can say about it really. Next up we have the Beyond, which is the what do you call it? Window box edition. And yeah, this is a really good film directed by Lucio Fulci, really gory. There's one scene in particular involving an eye and a spider, which is really gruesome stuff, and it is actually probably my favourite scene of the film. And yeah, it's an entertaining film, to be fair. I enjoy that one. We got Gary saying the Criterion Bruce Lee Blu-ray box set is amazing, packed with extras. Oh wow, that is awesome. We got David saying anti-likes. We got Sinjin saying I think the original Dawn of the Dead is the best zombie movie ever made. I 100% agree with you, mate. It is my favourite film of all time. And next up we have City of the Living Dead, which is another Lucio Fulci film. I really enjoy this one. This has some really brutal, gory scenes in this one. Like, wow. It really, some of the scenes in this are just, wow. It's hard to explain, but this is a strange movie, but the score is excellent, and yeah, I want to watch it again for sure. And next up we have ICU, which is I've heard it's going to be a really weird movie, and I'm looking forward to watching this one. I've heard many great things about it. Next up we have Le Mans '66, which was my favourite movie from 2019. The driving in this film is fantastic. So well filmed, and it's so well edited, and it just absolutely riveting to watch, and it's just so much fun. I absolutely love this film. Christian Bale and Matt Damon are excellent in it, and it's just such a great film. Next up we have the original Men in Black, which is a quality movie. This is a 90s classic for a reason. I have a great time with it, and yeah, Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones are just so good in it. Really enjoy this film. Next up we have the original Aladdin, which is one of my favourite animated movies. Got so many great songs in this film, so many classics, and Robert Williams as a genie is so good, so good. Like, wow, what a performance that is. What a film. Next up we have Whiplash on 4K, which is one of my favourite films of all time. And yeah, I haven't seen the 4K yet, unfortunately. Really need to. But yeah, this is in my top 10 favourite films. This film is so tense. It's, yeah, wow, it's absolutely amazing. J.K. Simmons gives one of the best performances ever, and some of the best lines in a film ever. And yeah, this also has one of my favourite endings ever. So yeah, what a film. Next up, we have Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure in 4K. This is a really fun movie. I had a great time watching this. I think that Keanu Reeves is really fun in this movie, and yeah, just a really entertaining time. We got David saying, and Bruce Lee died too young. He was 28, and it's 30 years anniversary this year. Brandon Lee, sorry. The Crow movie was amazing. Yes, it was. I love that film, and yes, he did die too young. It was a shame. We got Steve, sorry, Steve, saying Dave the Dead watched it so many times. Yeah, so have I, Steve, but I'm sure you've watched it more than me, that's for sure. We got Gary saying, nice edition of the Beyond. I have the Arrow Steel book. Awesome, mate. Thank you, Gary. We got Steve saying Dawn of the Dead, my favourite horror film from the 70s. Awesome, Steve. You know what I'd approve of that. We got David saying this is an amazing stream. Everybody's involved. Scott supporting your channel on YouTube, mate. Thank you so much, David. And yes, thank you so much to everyone who has supported me tonight. Honestly, it's amazing. All your support is so good. And we got Rangers Major said, have you listened to Still Life by Dummy for with Scream 6. I haven't, no, but I will have to. Next up, we got Red Heat in 4K, which is a classic Arnie film. And yeah, I enjoyed this film. It's not my favourite of his, but I do really enjoy it. And I think John Belushi is really entertaining in this as well. Which, yeah, just a fun movie. And we got Andy Forgotten World the movie saying awesome collection so far, Scott. Thank you so much, mate. Your collection is awesome as well, my friend. Your collection is absolutely insane. And we got David saying Robin Williams, Robbie Williams. It means Robbie Williams and he was an amazing actor. Yeah, definitely 100% agree there, mate. And next up, we got Free Guy in 4K, which is actually really entertaining film. I had a blast watching this. Ryan Reynolds is a lot of fun in it, and the concept is just so much fun. And yeah, looking forward to watching it again. Next up, we have Spaceballs in 4K, which is a really great movie directed by Mel Brooks. Forgot his name for a minute there, but yeah, this is the only film I believe I've seen of his. I really need to watch more because this was so much fun. I had a great time with it, and great to see. I've forgotten his name. Rick Moranis in it. He's great in everything, and he's great in this. John Candy was also really good in it as well. Next up, we have the 4K of Run, which is Akira Kurosawa. I've heard many great things about this one. I believe Mike from Cinemax Man's a big fan of this, so yeah, shout out to you, Mike, again. And yeah, I've heard many great things about this one. Really need to check this one out. Next up, we have Scarface in 4K, which is one of my favourite films of all time, and I can't believe it. This is a remake. Like, wow, for a remake, this film is so good. And Al Pacino gives one of my favourite performances ever in this movie. Say hello to my little friend. Yes, that line is so iconic, and this film is just so good. I absolutely adore that film. Next up, we've got The Hitman's Bodyguard, which I've heard is really fun, really entertaining, and yeah, but I'm looking forward to checking this one out. I've heard that Ryan Reynolds is really fun in this movie, and yeah, just said it's a fun action film. Next up, we've got The Untouchables on Blu-ray. I should probably give this away to someone as I got a 4K. I forgot I even had the Blu-ray still, to be honest. But yeah, if anyone wants this, let me know and I'll send it to you. I'll quite happily do that. And yeah, but I love this film. I've spoken about it already. It's just an absolute classic. Next up, we have a very Harold and Kumar Christmas, which is a very funny movie. I like all the Harold and Kumar movies. I think they're very, very funny and entertaining. And this might be my favourite one, not 100% sure, but I just love this film. And there goes all my films again. That's happened so many times during this live stream. But next up, we have the Christmas classic, and that is Home Alone. I've seen this film so many times over the years. It's an absolute Christmas staple to me. And yeah, I just absolutely adore it. And some of the traps that Kevin sets in this movie is just class. Next up, we have The Expendables 2, which is a fun action movie. Not great. None of it. I don't think any of these movies are great, but I just find this film really fun and over the top. Gonna go through a few more comments. We got Andy saying, hasn't got message, Scott. We are talking about the films you're showing. That yes, indeed. And we got Matt saying you'll hear it tomorrow in the credits. It kicks ass. Oh wow, awesome! I'm really looking forward to watching Scream 6. We got Sinjin saying, Scott, it's been a blast. Keep up the great work. I am an hour ahead of you guys, so I'm off to bed now. With big thanks to everyone here tonight. It's been great. Good night to you all. Yeah, no worries, Sinjin, mate. That's absolutely fine. And thank you so much for supporting me tonight. Your comments have been awesome. And yeah, feel free to catch the rest on playback, mate. And we got Matt saying what's the 4K transfer like on Scarface, bud? Absolutely incredible. I haven't seen all of it in 4K because I watched some of my dad's 4K before I got my 4K of it. But I do want to watch the whole movie in 4K because it looks absolutely stunning. We got David saying, "Forgotten World of Movies." Hi, Andy. Keep up your amazing work, mate. Looking forward to your videos. Yes, definitely, David. 100% agree with you there, mate. And we got Harry saying, "Thanks so much, Scott. No worries, mate. Thank you for joining." And we got David Beaches saying, "Forgotten World of Movies, Andy. Take care, mate." Yeah, Andy, thank you so much for watching tonight as well. Really appreciate it. Next up, we've got Scum, which is a really brutal British prison movie. Wow, this is hard to watch. One scene in particular, I do not want to watch ever again. I will definitely, I will watch this movie again, but I can definitely skip past that scene, and I think we know which scene I'm talking about here. But yes, this film is fantastic. It's really brutal and nasty. Ray Winston is fantastic in it, and it's just a great film. But yes, it's hard to watch, that's for sure. Next up, we have Focus, which is a very entertaining film starring Will Smith and Margot Robbie. Not a great movie, but I still had a fun time with it, and it's an enjoyable time. Next up, we have The Usual Suspects, which is an amazing 90s film. Really enjoyed this one. I think the story is excellent. Really cool 90s thriller, and yeah, looking forward to watching it again. Next up, we have an 80s classic, and that is Teen Wolf. This is actually one of my favourite comedies from the 80s. Absolutely loved this growing up as a kid. And yeah, this movie is so much fun. Michael J. Fox is brilliant in it. Also, shame what's happened to him now. He's not in a good way, unfortunately. But I love Michael J. Fox. He's such a legend. And I wish him all the best with what he's going through at the minute, definitely. Next up, we have Bogeyman. This is the original 80s one. This is Video Nasty. This is a decent movie. It's not brilliant like most of the Video Nasties aren't, but it's still an entertaining time, and it has some decent kills in it from what I remember. And yeah, good movie. Next up, we have Crimson Tide, which is a brilliant film, one of my favourites of the 90s. I love Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington in this film. They're so good. And it has one of my favourite scores from Hans Zimmer in this film. Just such an amazing score. And yeah, this film is just so tense. It's brilliant. Next up, we have The Diary of Wimpy Kid 2, Roderick Falls. I have similar feelings on this as I do with the first one. Grew up watching this, just have so much fun with it when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in many years though. Next up, we have The Devil's Own, which is a film that I thought was brilliant. I haven't seen it in a long time. I think it's actually quite underrated. I really do enjoy this film. Looking forward to giving it another go. Next up, we have Blade Runner, the Final Cut, the original. I'm not a massive fan of this film. I understand why a lot of people like it, but it's just not for me. I appreciate it definitely, and I appreciate all it was going for, but it just didn't work for me. Next up, we have League of Their Own, which is a really inspirational movie about the first All-American women's baseball team. And yeah, this film's just so cool. Madonna's actually pretty good in this film, actually. She actually gives a good performance, I think. And Geena Davis is one of my favourite actresses of all time. I need to see more of her films because every time I see her something, it's just an absolute blast, and she's just incredible. Next up, we have an absolute classic zombie film, and that is Return of the Living Dead. This is the Steelbook. This is such a great classic comedy film from the 80s. I grew up watching this one. Such a fun time. I love the characters in it, and it's so funny. Next up, we have Searching, which I thought was a really good, intense thriller. Has some fantastic performances in it, especially from John Cho. And yeah, just really enjoyed this movie, and I think it is quite an important film as well. Oh no, dropped some of my films. Next up, we've got Tough Turf, which went all the way over there. But yeah, this film is really good. Really enjoyed this film. This is one of my favourite 80s films. Really, really great stuff here. Great performances all round. And next up, we have Wayne's World 2, which is also an amazing sequel to the original Wayne's World film. I really love this film. It's absolutely class. And yeah, it's just such a fun time. And now I really am struggling putting my movies down. But next up we have Toxic Avenger. And wow, this film is so much fun. I have a great time with this film. Everyone in this film is an absolute bastard, but it's such a great entertaining time. and the acting in it is absolutely terrible, but yeah, it's great. Next up, we have The Master, which is a film I'm yet to see, but I've heard amazing things about it. Looking forward to watching it, definitely. Next up, we have Papillon, which is a film I've heard great things about as well. I've been meaning to watch this for quite some time, and I've heard it's absolutely amazing. And yeah, looking forward to watching it. Great cast in that as well. Next up, we have Attack of Block, which I heard is a very fun comedy movie, and this is a film that I really need to check out because it looks and sounds like my kind of thing. So yeah, looking forward to watching that. Next up, we have Michael Collins, which I haven't heard many people talk about, but its film does look quite interesting. So I'm looking forward to giving this a go. Got Gary saying, remember seeing The Usual Suspects for the first time at a cinema with twist ended, left everyone silent. I can imagine, mate. It's such a great twist, and what a film. We've got David saying, Scott, how long have you been collecting 4K movies, mate? And what is the best one you like? And what is the best picture quality? That's some great questions there, mate. Thank you, David, for all those fantastic questions there. I have been collecting 4K movies for about 3 years, I think. I collected my first one in 2020. Can't remember what the first one I got was, but 2020 was first was the year I started collecting. And also best picture quality and the best one I like. I think my favourite one is probably the Dawn of the Dead one, just because that has some awesome packaging, and I will be showing that soon. And best picture quality wise, that's a really tough question. Dawn of the Dead looks fantastic, actually. I really like the picture quality of that, and Scarface is fantastic. David saying, Scott, you should do a movie tour of obviously that would be nice to see. I'm your roommate set up. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate that. Yeah, well, we'd love to do one at some point, definitely. We got Winzo saying Master is a masterpiece. Awesome to hear. We got Steve saying Return of the Dead is an all-time favourite of mine. Same here, Steve. I absolutely love that film. Next up, we have Cloverfield. Have heard many great things about this one. It's a classic fan footage film, but I've not got around to watching it yet. Next up, we have Big, which I haven't seen in years, but I absolutely love this film. Only seen it once, but I really need to give it a rewatch. I think I watched this at secondary school, actually. And yeah, this film is just so much fun. It has some great iconic scenes in it. Next up, we have Vanishing Point, which I've heard is going to be a really good and sort of like tense thriller. I really want to check this movie out soon, actually. I've heard great things about it. Next up, we have Breathe, which I believe is sort of like a romance film starring Andrew Garfield, who's an amazing actor. I do really want to check this film out. It's amazing. Next up, we have Village of the Damned. This is a remake. I know a lot of people really don't like this film, but I actually had a really good time with it, to be fair. I thought it was a decent movie, and I thought the story was quite cool. I haven't seen the original, so I can't compare it to the original, unfortunately. I would like to get the original at some point, definitely, because I've heard the original was really good. But for the time being, I thought this was really good. Next up, we have Onibaba, which is Japanese, I think. I'm pretty sure. Not 100% sure on that though, but I've heard this is a really good horror film. I'm really looking forward to watching this one. It looks really good. Next up, we have The Killer Inside Me, which I've heard is meant to be really gory and brutal. I haven't got around to watching it yet, but it's got Jessica Alba in it, and she's really hot, so I'm looking forward to watching it. But yeah, it's going to be really good. Next up, we have August Osage County. I haven't heard honestly anyone talk about this film much really, on except from Andy Forgotten World of Movies. I know he likes this film quite a bit, and yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it. I'm really looking forward to giving it a go. That's a great cast, and looking forward to seeing what that's all about. Next up, we have The Thing Blu-ray Steelbook, which I actually won in a competition. It was Leon's competition. Shout out to you, Leon. Again, if you're watching this in the future, I would really love to see you come back as well, mate, because you were a fantastic YouTuber, one of my favourites, and it'd be great to see you come back again, mate, definitely. And yeah, this is a brilliant film, one of my favourites. This is the John Carpenter one, by the way. And yeah, absolutely love it. We got Vintage Media saying, have you got any other posters in the room, bud? Yeah, I got quite a few, Matt. I got Friday 13th final chapter before fun, which is a really cool poster, which was given to me from by Steve. Thank you so much, Steve, by the way, for lending me that. Really appreciate it. And we got Halloween, the original poster over there, which is really cool as well. I got Beetlejuice and a Beatles poster that I got from Blackpool, which was really cool. And I got a Warriors poster for Christmas, which is awesome. I love that poster. And also the Satanic Rites of Dracula as well, which is great as well. We got Harry George saying room tour. Yeah, thank you, mate. I'd love to do that at some point, to be fair, would be quite cool. And we got Gary saying nice the thing still, but yeah, it's really nice, mate. I love it. We got David Beach saying Tom Hanks' Big is amazing movie. 100% agree with that. And we are nearly getting to the end. Thank God for that, because this has been such a long stream, but I have absolutely loved doing it. And we got Mother starring Jennifer Lawrence. God, it's an absolute mess in here. And yeah, I've heard that this is really divisive. I don't know if I'm going to like it or not, but I'm looking forward to giving it a go nonetheless. Next up, we have an absolute classic, and that is Goodfellas in 4K. I haven't seen this in quite a long time, but it probably might be my favourite Scorsese film. Either this or Wolf of Wall Street. This film is so good. I grew up watching this film, one of my favourite gangster movies. The 4K transfer is not that great, unfortunately, but I'm still glad to own it. Next up, we have The Goonies in 4K, which is an absolute classic 80s film. I haven't seen a 4K yet, really want to, but this film is just so good. It's an absolute classic. Next up, we have Iron Legend, which is a really entertaining movie that's starring Will Smith. I have a great time with this film. I would definitely love to watch it again. It is quite creepy at times as well. Next up, we have Pitch Black, which is the first Riddick film, I believe. This is in 4K. And yeah, I haven't seen it before, but would definitely want to watch it soon. Next up, we have Waterworld, which is for 4K. Is this the other one? No, this is just a standard 4K. And yeah, really looking forward to watching this. Nothing but great things. And yeah, it's got Kevin Costner, who's a fantastic actor, and I've just said it's amazing. Next up, we got Cabin in the Woods, which I've heard is a really cool little comedy film, sort of parodying a load of horror films that have come out in the past. And yeah, it does sound like a cool movie, to be fair, so I'm looking forward to watching it. Next up, we got How We Grinch Stole Christmas in 4K. The 4K transfer is definitely not great, to be honest. It's not. I don't think it's as bad as some people said it is, but it's still not great. The film itself, though, is a classic. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it's just a Christmas classic. Jim Carrey's great as Grinch in that. Next up, we have The Dune 4K. This is the new one. This is a fantastic movie. I'm really looking forward to part 2. Visually, absolutely stunning. The story, it could be a bit tighter, admittedly, but I think they've done as best as they could. And yeah, it's just really entertaining. Next up, we have the 4K to Tammy and the T-Rex, and this film is really stupid fun. Yeah, this film is really entertaining, really out there. It's got Denise Richards in it, and she's great in this. And it's got Paul Walker in it as well. He was really young in this. This is a bit before the first Fast and Furious movie. But yeah, the concept is so stupid and out there, but it's just such an entertaining time. Next up, we have Kickboxer, which is one of my favourite Van Damme films as well. I grew up watching this as a kid and has some awesome fight scenes, got a really good story, and yeah, it's just got some great action and a great villain. Really great film there. Next up, we have Cruel Intentions, which is another film I grew up watching when I was a kid. This has always been one of my favourite sort of romance films, but yeah, this film is absolutely fantastic. One of my favourites of the 90s. And yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar is absolutely incredible in this film. We got Matt saying 100% we love the room tour soon. Thank you so much, Matt. I'll definitely have to do that at some point. We got Harry saying, oh my OMG, Big is another movie I grew up watching. And we got Harry saying we have loved the stream as well, Scott. Thank you so much, mate. That's really kind of you to say. Got Matt saying Denise, which tickles my pickle. We got David saying Virgis Media, can't wait for your movie room tour, mate. I know it'll be an amazing video. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate that. We got Andy saying cool tensions. Back then was all about Buffy. Yeah, indeed, I couldn't agree more. Next up, we got Scary Movie, which is a really funny comedy. I've always really enjoyed this. Obviously, it's a spoof of horror movies and specifically the Scream franchise. And yeah, it's just a really entertaining time. Next up, we've got Dumb and Dumber 2, which is, I used to like it a lot, but it's not fantastic. The original is definitely better, but I still enjoy it. Next up, we got Kick-Ass 2, which is a fantastic sequel. I used to love this as a kid. I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember really, really enjoying this one. Got some excellent fight scenes in that as well. Next up, we've got Cockneys vs Zombies, which is an interesting comedy film. Again, I used to love this when I was younger. I haven't seen it in many years. Will it hold up on a rewatch? Probably not. But at the time, I did enjoy it. Next up, we have Hostiles, which I've heard is going to be a very good movie. But I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately. It's going to be a good Western, though, so definitely looking forward to giving it a go. Next up, we've got Aquaman. Sorry about all that noise, everyone. That's literally all my movies falling over on the floor again. But yes, Aquaman, which is an entertaining film, not one of my favourites, but I had a good time with it. I think it could have been a little bit more entertaining than what it was, but I still had a decent time. Next up, we've got Free Fire on Blu-ray. I've heard this is going to be so much fun. I had many great things about it. Definitely looking forward to watching this at some point. Next up, we've got The Dictator starring Sacha Baron Cohen, who's a great comedian, and I've heard this is meant to be really funny. I haven't seen it before, but definitely looking forward to watching this. Next up, we've got Moon, which is a film that I can get into. I appreciate it for what it was, but this was just way too slow for my liking. I couldn't get into a story, and unfortunately, it just wasn't for me. Next up, we have Sing Street, which was one of my favourite films from the last decade. The music in this film is absolutely incredible, and it's a really cool. I think it's set in Ireland, I want to say, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it's just a really cool movie about these group of teenagers that want to become a band, basically. And yeah, it's just a really cool movie. Next up, we have Serpico, which I've read amazing things about. I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately, but I know this is one of Al Pacino's classics, so definitely need to watch it soon. Next up, we have Black Swan, which is a film that I appreciated again, but again, I'm not a massive fan of it, but it does have some beautiful cinematography in this movie, and it is very well directed, I will say that. Next up, we have The Shape of Water, which is a film I have not seen yet, but I believe this one Best Picture year it came out. Yeah, looking forward to watching this film, definitely. Next up, we have Tombstone, which is a film I've heard is absolutely incredible. I think this is a Western, is it? It came out in the 90s with starring Kurt Russell. And yeah, just heard so many good things about it. Definitely want to check it out. Next up, we've had The Pianist, which again is another film that I really appreciate, but not a massive fan of. I really like the story, but this film is just so slow in places, and it does drag for me. I know I've said that quite a lot in this live stream, but then this film really does drag for me. Next up, we have Forsaken, which I've heard is really good. I'm actually quite intrigued to check this one out soon because of what I've heard about it. Yeah, meant to be a really good film, that one. Next up, we have Hidden Figures, which is an amazing film. Really good movie. All the performances in it are fantastic, and yeah, just such a great film. Next up, we have an absolute classic 90s film, and that is In the Line of Fire. Directed, not directed, I mean, got Clint Eastwood in it, and he's acting in it. It's absolutely amazing. Or is it directed by Clint Eastwood? It might be, you know. It doesn't show on the back, but it might actually be directed by Clint Eastwood, I think it is. But yeah, this film is absolutely incredible. It's one of my favourite 90s thrillers. John Malkovich as a villain is absolutely incredible as well. Next up, we got The Day of the Jackal on Arrow, which is a really good 70s movie. Really enjoyed watching this one. I do prefer Weird Jackal, starring Richard Gere and Bruce Willis, but I still really enjoyed this film. And we got Andy saying Aquaman is good in parts. Yeah, I agree with that. Next up, we've got The Boxer, which is a really good boxing movie starring Daniel Day-Lewis. This is a really cool movie. I had a lot of fun with this one, and I thought it was actually a decent story. And Daniel Day-Lewis gives an amazing performance in it as well. Definitely recommend that one. Next up, we have Trespass, which is an amazing hood film, one of my favourite hood movies. Bill Paxton's great in this, and you've got Ice-T and Ice Cube as well. Just such a great hood movie from the 90s, really underrated one as well. Next up, we have 30 Days of Night, which is an amazing vampire film. The only flaw that I have with this film is that I don't really find it all that scary. But I do find it quite tense, and I do enjoy this movie quite a lot. I do like the performances, especially from Josh Hartnett. And yeah, it's quite a cool film. I like the setting of it as well, with it being set in Alaska as well. Next up, we got Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, which is a really entertaining film from the 80s. Really good comedy, this, starring Michael Caine and Steve Martin. And yeah, the chemistry with those two in this film is just absolutely incredible. What a comedy that is. Next up, we've got Brazil, which I've heard is absolutely incredible sci-fi movie. Directed by Terry Gilliam, and I believe it stars Bob Hoskins as well, who's an amazing actor. So yeah, definitely looking forward to watching this. Next up, we've got Enigma, which is an Italian horror film, I believe. Haven't seen this film before, but I'm always down to watch more Italian films like this, especially with it being on the 88 films as well. So looking forward to watching that one. Next up, we have Burial Grounds, which is a zombie film I actually quite enjoyed. I thought this was really cool. Had some really good gore effects in it, and has got quite a lot of gore as well. Really entertaining film, that one. And there's other Sea Speckles too. Next up, we've got Anthropophagus the Beast, which is a Video Nasty, was on the first tier of the Video Nasty's range list. And yeah, this is a really weird film. Yeah, I don't know how to explain this film, but it's gory. It's quite entertaining, but it's not great. We got Harry saying I love Steve Martin. Same here, mate. What a legend. We got David Beach saying there's a rumour of a Kick-Ass 3. I'd be down to see that, to be fair, but hopefully that's true. And David Beach saying, do you think they should make it a part 3 movie? Yeah, definitely, mate. I would love to see that, that's for sure. And there we go. Took me ages to bring that up there. But next up, we have Deep River Savages, which is also known as Deep Man from River, I believe. This was also on the Videos Nasties list. I watched this once, can't remember too much about it. I think it's a cannibal film. I can't remember if there's any animal cruelty in this one or not. Hopefully there's not, but I can't remember this film at all, to be honest. But yeah, I remember it being okay at best. Definitely need to rewatch it though. Next up, you have Zombie Holocaust, which is an entertaining zombie movie, which also has cannibals in as well. So yeah, it's a very interesting movie. I do enjoy this movie. I think it's quite entertaining, and yeah, it's a decent horror film. Next up, we have Absurd, which I believe is a sequel to Anthropophagus, is it? Or was this before? I can't quite remember, but this was either a sequel or the original to Anthropophagus. But yeah, this was also Video Nasty's banned list, and this is a decent film actually. I actually prefer this one more than Anthropophagus the Beast. This has some really good kills in it, and it's quite strange and quite creepy. I enjoyed this one. Next up, we have Zombie Creeping Fresh, which I thought was an absolute piece of shit. Sorry. I really did not like this film. I thought it was shite. But yeah, I was really looking forward to watching this film as well. I thought it'd be so much fun, but nah, it was not fun. Oh. Next up, we've got SS Experiment Camp, which is a really bizarre film. This was also on the brand list. I probably should cover up the cover to this one as well, to be fair. But yeah, but this is a okay film. There's not really too much to say about it, but yeah, it's alright. Next up, we got Emmanuel and the Last Cannibals, which is an entertaining film. I enjoyed this one for what it was. Got some good gore in it. Can't remember too much about it. Definitely need to rewatch it again. And we got one more stat to go through, and then a few 4Ks, and then we are done, everyone. Wow, what a stream this has been. But next up, we have Forrest Gump in 4K. I haven't seen the 4K yet, but I absolutely adore this film. Seen it so many times over the years. And yeah, it's just such a great film. Tom Hanks' Forrest Gump is fantastic as well. Next up, we have Snatch in 4K, which is an amazing film. I haven't seen it in 4K yet, but I've heard the transfer is really good, actually. And yeah, this is just such a classic British Guy Ritchie movie. I absolutely adore this film. Next up, we have Murder on the Orient Express. I haven't heard the best things about this movie, but I'm still intrigued to give it a watch. I do want to check this out, and it does have a really good cast in it as well. Next up, we have Smokey and the Bandit, which is a classic movie, classic 70s movie. Stars Burt Reynolds, who's really fun in this movie. I have a great time with this one, and it's just got a lot of fun scenes in it. We've got Andy saying, "Do you like Stone Roses or Oasis?" But that's shite, but not really. Yeah, well, I like Stone Roses quite a lot, actually. Same with Oasis. I think I prefer Stone Roses just because there's a lot of songs of Oasis I also really don't like, but there is some songs that I really do like of theirs as well. We got David saying, "Scott, how long has your dad been collecting 4K movies, mate? Does he have a lot of them in his collection?" Yeah, he's got quite a few as well. I'm not too sure how many. When did he start collecting? Maybe 2019 or 2018, 2 years before I started, pretty much. Got Andy saying, "Can I?" Next up, we've got Snowden, which is a really good film. I thought this was a really good thriller. I don't think it's a fantastic film, but it's got good direction by Oliver Stone and a really good performance from Joseph Gordon-Levitt, so worth a watch. Next up, we have A Big Lebowski, which is an amazing comedy film from the 90s. Absolutely love this film, and it has some great iconic lines. Well, that's just your opinion, man. Yeah, some great lines in this film, and it is just such a fun movie. Next up, we have Easy A, which I think I started watching a long time ago, really late on, but didn't finish it, unfortunately. Really need to go back to this because I've heard that this is actually a really good film, so I do need to finish it. And next up, we have Die Hard, which is the classic action movie. To me, this is one of my favourite action movies and favourite movies of all time in general. I think it's absolutely fantastic, and I really like Adam Rickman as a villain in this movie, and it has some great one-liners. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Yep, so great. Absolutely love that film. Next up, we have the Sex Pistols live. I can't remember what it's actually called, but it says it live in London. This was Sex Pistols when they're a little bit older. I can't remember when this actually was, but this was actually quite good, to be fair. They're actually still quite decent. I think it might have been early 2000s, maybe, or late 2000s. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, this was actually really entertaining. I enjoyed it. And I love their music. Next up, we have Wedding Crashers, which is a really fun comedy from the mid-2000s. Really enjoyed this movie. Great performances from Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson. They do a fantastic job in this film. Got Steve saying Deep Purple Savages was the first cannibal movie to made, as far as I know. Oh well, that is awesome. I did not know that, to be fair. Thank you for the clarification, Steve. Really appreciate that, mate. And next up, we got Pattern on Steelbook. This is a really good film. I haven't seen it before, but I know my dad's a massive fan of it, so I will have to give this a go at some point. Next up, we have The Cat and Hat, which is a film that I got in really liked when I was a kid. I haven't seen it many years, and yeah, but I do want to give this film another go in the future, because I haven't seen it in so long. But I absolutely loved this film when I was a kid, and yeah, whether if it holds up now, probably not, but I just loved this film when I was younger. Next up, we've got Bad Teacher, which is kind of a bad film. It's funny, but I don't know. It's not great, that's for sure. But it has some funny moments, but it's definitely not a great film. Next up, we have the classic that is the original Terminator. What a film this is! This is one of my favourite 80s action films of all time, and Arnie is just so great as the villain. And yeah, this film is actually quite scary at times as well. Sort of has some slasher elements or horror elements in this film as well. And yeah, this film's just an all-time classic. I love it. Next up, we have the original live action Scooby-Doo movie. I grew up watching this when I was a kid. I absolutely adore this film. Matthew Lillard as Shaggy is just everything I wanted when I was a kid. And yeah, this film's great. Next up, we have Unbreakable, which is a really great M. Night Shyamalan film. I always really enjoyed this one. I think this might be my favourite film of his. Actually, no, it's probably Sixth Sense and then this one, but this is still a great film. Next up, we have The King of Fighters, based on a video game. I forgot I had this, to be honest. I had no idea this was in my collection. But yeah, I think I started watching this a long time ago as well and remember absolutely nothing about it, so I need to go back to this one. Next up, we've got Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted. I used to really like this when I was a kid. I know people say it's really least best out of all of them, but I still really enjoyed it for what it was. Next up, we have Django Unchained, which is an amazing Quentin Tarantino film, one of his best. And yeah, got Leonardo DiCaprio is fantastic. So is Jamie Foxx. Christoph Waltz is so good as well. Like, this film is absolutely amazing. We've got Andy saying Scott's looking at the floor and thinking, what the fuck, films are everywhere. Yes, I literally am, mate. You're not wrong. And we got Andy saying, seriously, have you counted how many films you mentioned? I haven't counted any of them, to be honest. If anyone has counted, then I'd be really surprised, and thank you if you have. David says I do Heart is one of my favourite films of all time. Bruce Willis is an amazing actor. I'm guessing he meant to say Die Hard and Always Will, but yeah, it's definitely, I agree with you. Next up, we have Don't Be a Menace to South Central While Drinking Your Juice in the Hood special edition. This is a really fun spoof movie of Boys in the Hood and Menace Society. I have a lot of fun with this one. I've seen it quite a few times, to be fair. Next up, we have Kick-Ass with this really cool slipcover. I really enjoy this film as well. I think this is a really cool superhero movie. Got some really cool fight scenes in it, and yeah, just really great. Next up, we got The In-Betweeners 2, which is also really funny. Probably the weakest out of everything The In-Betweeners has done, but I still really enjoyed it, and I love the Australia. The fact it is set in Australia as well. That's really cool. Next up, we have a double feature of Bravo 20 and Men of War, and I actually love both of these movies. I prefer Bravo 20. But Men of War is a really entertaining action film as well, actually. But Bravo 20 is probably my favourite movie that's about the SAS. I think it's actually really good. Next up, we have Bridge of Spies, which is a really good Steven Spielberg film, and Tom Hanks gives a fantastic performance in it. Yeah, this is just such a great film. Really good thriller, this one. Next up, we have Raging Bull, which is fantastic boxing movie, which is based on what's his? I've forgotten his name. Jake LaMotta, was it? yeah, Jake LaMotta's life played by Rob De Niro, and yeah, this is such a great movie. I love the black and white look to it as well. That just adds to the authenticity of the film, I think. Next up, we have The Football Factory, which is my favourite movie that deals with football hooliganism and football violence. Yeah, this is a really good movie. I've always really enjoyed this one. I also saw this movie when I was about 4 years old. I shouldn't have, but I did. And yeah, this has always been a movie I've been a massive fan of. And obviously it's Chelsea as well, so yeah. Next up, we got Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay. And yeah, it's also really realistic. Football Factory as well. It's got some realistic fights in it. Sorry about that, everyone. Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay, which is an awesome sequel. I really enjoy this one as well. I think this is just a really funny movie. Next up, we have Robots, which is a fantastic kids film. I grew up watching this when I was a kid. Just had such a great time with it, and yeah, I need to watch it again. Next up, we have Bad Dreams, which is a really entertaining horror film. I think this is really cool and unique. It's one of my I would say one of the most underrated horrors of the 80s. I think this has actually got a really cool story. If you haven't seen this before, definitely give it a go. Next up, we have Once Upon a Time in America, which is a film I'm still yet to see, surprisingly. And but I've heard amazing things about it. It's got Rob De Niro in it, and yeah, just looking forward to watching it. Next up, we have Friday 13th, a remake, and this is not too bad, to be fair. I don't think it's quite as good as everyone says it is, but I still had a great time with it. And some of the kills in this are actually quite gory, to be fair. Next up, we've got Scream 4, which is actually a really good Scream sequel. It's a good entry into a franchise. I really do like this movie. I think there's some awesome kills in it, and yeah, it's just a great time. Next up, we have Terminator 3 Boys and Machines, which is a film that I used to like a lot as a kid, but I haven't seen in many years. This was the first Terminator film I ever saw as well. And yeah, just loved it as a kid. Definitely prefer the first two movies now, though, that's for sure. Next up, we have Hot Tub Time Machine, which is a really funny comedy. I've always really enjoyed this. Have a great time with it, and yeah, just got an excellent cast. Next up, we got Mississippi Burning, which is an absolutely incredible film. William Dafoe and Gene Hackman give performances of their career in this film, I think. Yeah, just really brutal and hard to watch and heartbreaking, but such a good movie as well. Sorry, I was losing my voice a bit there, but I guess I've been talking for nearly 5 hours about fucking hell. But next up, we have Ted 2, and this is a really good sequel to Ted. I've always really enjoyed this one. I know a lot of people are not a fan of this, but I found it really funny, to be fair. Next up, we have The Heat, which is a film that I enjoy, but I'm not a massive fan of. But it is still decent. It stars Sandra Bullock, who's really good in it, and Melissa McCarthy, who I'm not a massive fan of. So that's why I'm not a massive fan of the film. But it's still decent. Next up, we have Ghost, which is a really entertaining 90s movie here. Absolute classic. Really love this movie. Patrick Swayze's incredible, and Demi Moore's great in it as well. And of course, the song Unchained Melody by the Rogers Brothers is an all-time classic as well. But next up, we have a Liverpool Blu-ray, because although my team is Chelsea and I support Chelsea, I have always followed Liverpool, and I've always been interested to see where they've by their results in the Premier League and how they've done. And yeah, this was a great season. This was when they had that amazing season, came second and by 97 points, which is just astonishing how they didn't win the Premier League that season. And they had obviously that amazing run in the Champions League, which had one of the best matches that a team have ever had in the Champions League, when they won 4-0 against Barcelona. So yeah, there's that. And yeah, this is just such a great watch. But the final Blu-ray I got is Me, Myself and Irene, starring Jim Carrey. And this is a really fun comedy. I have a great time with this film. really like the concept with him having his split personality, makes it really funny, and he plays the character really well. And yeah, it's such a fun time. But we do have a couple more things to go to, and just want to make sure I haven't forgot anything. And I haven't. I'm pretty no. Next up, we have the Complete Sopranos series on Blu-ray is still sealed. I really need to watch this series. I've heard nothing but amazing things, and I love my gangster stuff, so I really need to watch this. And yeah, I've heard it's amazing. Next up, we have my favourite franchise of all time, and that is the Rocky franchise. Yes, I have kept this Blu-ray set because it has Rocky 5 and 6 in, of course, and obviously the 4K box set does not have 5 and 6, so I've decided to keep this box set. And yeah, what can I say about the Rocky films that I haven't already said, and what everyone else hasn't already said before? These films are just so inspirational. I love the characters in these films, the villains and the heroes. And yes, they are just so much fun. Inspirational franchise there. Next up, we have a really cool 4K trilogy box set of the Karate Kid films. I absolutely adore these films, even the third one. Yes, I do have a lot of fun with the third one. Terry Silver is awesome in that film. And yes, but the first one is definitely best. I grew up watching that one. Such a great 80s soundtrack. Your Best Around is one of my favourite 80s songs. And Young Hearts by Commuter is fantastic as well. But yeah, these films are so entertaining, and the second one is great as well. The first one is definitely the best though. And two more things to show you guys, and then we are done with this part. But next up, we have this really cool 4K set of the Evil Dead films, the first two, and the Ash vs Evil Dead series on 4K. This is the Groovy Collection, and I love this set. I really need to watch these on 4K, and I really need to watch the series as well, because I heard the series is absolutely amazing. So yeah, I'm so happy to own this, and I can't wait to watch these again. And I decided to save my favourite till last, and it is, of course, the original Dawn of the Dead 4K limited edition box set. And yeah, this is such an amazing 4K. I absolutely love this film. It's my favourite film of all time, like I've said many times before. I could do a full review for this film, definitely. And yes, I could actually do a review for the set itself as well, to be fair. But yes, and that is it, everyone. That is the end of this part 2 of my Blu-ray collection. And now I've got to put everything back, and it's nearly 1 o'clock, and that is absolutely mental. I've got for this on. But I'm just going to go through the rest of the comments and answers and say goodbye to everyone. And we got David saying, Scott, do you own Alice in Wonderland? Johnny Depp is one of my favourite films. He is an amazing actor. And what are your favourite films of his? I do not own Alice in Wonderland, but yes, I do like Johnny Depp quite a lot. And I own Donnie Brasco, Blow, which are two amazing films. I really enjoy those. I own Charlie Chocolate Factory Remake, which I used to really like. Pretty sure I own a couple of others as well. We got David Beach saying, Scott, did you enjoy the Elvis movie, and do you own it? Yes, I did enjoy it, and I do own it, mate. That spoke about it earlier at the start of the stream. We got David saying the Terminator is one of the best Arnold Schwarzenegger movies of all time. I'll be back. Patrick Swayze was an amazing actor in Dirty Dancing, and guys, I still need to see Dirty Dancing admittedly, but I love Ghost, and yes, Terminator's great. We got Andy saying, respect, mate, been a great stream. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. We got Matt saying, fantastic stream, bro. Thank you so much, Matt. Got Matt saying, congratulations, man. Thank you again, mate. That's really kind of you. And we got Winslow saying, good stream, mate. Thank you so much. And we got Harry saying, I also love Johnny Depp. Awesome. And the final comment is, Winslow, what kind of shelves do you use? I got this I don't know what you call it, but it's like a big white cabinet which holds about 600 movies over here. I do have one upstairs which shares my dad's movies and some of my movies as well. And I've got a small cabinet over here which has tons of movies on top of it, and it's actually bowing, so I need to sort that out at some point. And I've got loads of movies on before over here as well, which are going to be in part 3, and that's going to be a really long stream as well. But yeah, sorry if that's not a great answer. I didn't answer that very well, but yeah. Next up, we got David saying the Rocky movies are one of the best movies. Yes, I totally agree. Got Scott saying amazing. David saying Scott, amazing live stream. Tonight you always do it. Amazing videos and streams. Thank you so much. That's so kind. And we got Steve saying great stream. Scott really enjoyed watching it. Thank you, Steve. And I'm pretty sure you watched it from the start as well. So thank you so much. And that is the final comment. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me on this epic live stream tonight. There is movies everywhere. There is movies on my lap. There is movies on the sofa. There is movies underneath the tripod. Literally, the tripod is leaning on the movies to actually stay up properly. It's absolutely mental. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I've loved doing this, and I hope you've all enjoyed watching it as well. And the support really does mean a lot. I really do appreciate it. I couldn't thank you all enough. And we got David saying bye to Harry as well. But yes, that's going to do for tonight, guys, because I've got to be up early to get ready for Scream 6. Going to be watching it. I know I'm watching it at 11 tomorrow. I know that's not 12 tomorrow. Sorry, I know that's not too late, but I'm going to get up early because I'm going to be absolutely pumped for that film in the morning. So I need to be up early and ready for that. And yeah, I've been going for nearly 5 hours, which is absolutely insane. And yeah, this is definitely my longest stream. And we got Andy saying respect, Matt saying we love you, mate. And we also got Matt saying enjoy Scream both. Thank you so much, Matt, and thank you, Andy. We got David saying everybody needs to subscribe to Scott's channel on YouTube. Thank you, mate. But anyway, that is it for this live stream, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed. And if you haven't seen the live stream yet, feel free to watch on playback. And I hope you all enjoy if you do watch it on playback. And yeah, look forward to part 3, which I'll probably do in 2 Saturdays' time. And don't forget, I've got Q&A video tomorrow as well, which I'm really excited to do. So I'm look out for that as well. But yeah, take care, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you all later. Bye, everyone.